Part XL. Years ago. Away from Olympus, Hestia could finally hear herself think as she kept her eyes on the dark path ahead of her. Selene's light illuminated her way as she trekked through the undergrowth. The first decade had come and gone since the Olympians had begun their rule over the known world, and as expected, her youngest brother and king of the gods had something big planned for Olympus. All the gods that aligned with Olympus gathered together in the throne room and listened as Zeus decreed a week-long celebration to commemorate their victory over the Titans. The announcement made her roll her eyes good-naturedly, but seeing her siblings excited at the prospect of a week of fun was enough for her to support the decision. It was just a very Zeus decision. The king of the gods loved a good party, though what he loved more was the beautiful nymphs who vied for his attention in their short-length chitons and fluttering eyes. She was sure that was why Zeus threw as many parties and celebrations as he did. He had a weakness when it came to pretty girls, and his wandering eyes and hands were going to get him in trouble one day. She could only hope he and Métis one day tied the knot. She felt Zeus was the kind of man who needed a strong woman to anchor him down and keep him from getting away with everything. Métis was strong-willed and smart. The perfect choice for someone like her youngest brother. Though she wasn't a goddess who frequented many parties and kept to herself most days, the anniversary provided her with the chance to see all her brothers and sisters. Since coming into their domains, Zeus, Poseidon and Hades were rarely in the same room as each other. Hades, since taking over the underworld, rarely came above ground. Her brother didn't talk much about the work he was doing beneath the earth on the few meetings they shared over the decade. All she got was the snippets from her mother. According to her, the underworld had been a mess when Hades took over, and Hades was doing everything he could to overhaul it and bring the creatures that dwelled there to heal. For Poseidon and Zeus, taking control over the sky and the sea was simpler. With Poseidon, reign over the sea was smoothly passed over to Poseidon by their uncle, the eldest of the Titans, Oceanus. The Titan of the sea was the only son of Auranes and Gera that refused to aid Kronos in his war against the younger immortals and remained a neutral party. The elder Titan left for deeper sanctuaries within the ocean along with Tethys and many of their children. Since then, Poseidon had built his palace to rival Olympus, to which he dubbed Atlantis. Though she visited only one, Atlantis was a sight to behold. Zeus, on the other hand, had assumed the role of god of the sky in no time, due to the sky having no one to rule over it since the slaying of Auranes. The sky had remained untouched, with only Helios and Selene to safeguard it until someone assumed power over it. It fitted Zeus to a T and went pleasantly with his dominion over lightning. She feared the kind of fun Zeus could get up to up there. 2 days into the celebration on Olympus, Hestia decided she needed some much-needed peace. She tried to escape to her temple to get a few hours to herself, but she was rudely interrupted by Demeter and Selene. The moon titan and the goddess of the harvest wasted little time in looping their arms through hers and dragging her back to the throne room. Everyone cheered when Hestia got pulled back, making her huff in annoyance at her rotten luck. After much due diligence on her part, she was finally able to slip away unseen and unnoticed when everyone was distracted by the scene of Hera trying to poke Helios full of holes with her spear. The Sun Titan continuously tried and failed to woo the young goddess. The only thing he was successful in was pushing Hera's buttons and causing her infamous temper to spike. For once, she would have to thank the Sun Titan for his efforts, despite him being none the wiser. With Olympus out of her line of sight, she took to the earth and walked with no clear path on her mind. The world was vast, and she had yet to see the wonders that Mother Earth provided them in plenty. After the great shift from Gaia at the end of the Titanomachy, much of the known world had changed. A new world was ready to be explored, with mountains unclimbed and forests untouched. She remembered watching as the world Earth began to change, and she couldn't deny a small part of her was excited at the new prospects she could examine. One day, perhaps she could say with certainty that the goddess of the hearth had walked the earth corner to corner. When would that be? She didn't know. She only had an eternity to find out. She hummed to herself as she walked. Away from Olympus, she trailed the edge of the yet-to-be-named middle continent that rested on Gaia's surface. The world had become so different. It was odd to think it was the same one her father once ruled. What's that? There was a soft glow coming from in front of her, 100 meters away by a cliff face. She was familiar with the type of glow cast. Spying shades of orange and yellow, it was clear someone had a fire going. Who could it be? She wondered. She didn't sense the divine aura from her kin. Deciding to investigate, Hestia walked towards the faint glow with trepidation. Though there was no divine aura, that didn't mean she didn't need to have her guard up. There was an abundance of creatures that inhabited the world. Lacking a divine aura didn't squander their potential for being lethal and dangerous. Although she wasn't a fighter like her brothers and sisters, it didn't mean she was defenseless. As the goddess of the hearth, she possessed divine authority over the fire in a way her siblings could only hope to have. It was comparable to Zeus with lightning, or Poseidon with water. Though her two younger brothers possessed a great deal more in terms of power, her advantage was her advanced control in comparison. In a short moment, she was near her target. She stood silent in the brush of some trees, keeping out of sight as a figure sat beside a campfire. The person sat on a log, with his body leaning forward with hands clasped together. His back was facing her, though she could see blonde hair covering his head. It was rather long, with bangs framing his face on both sides and reaching past his chin. He dressed in tattered clothes covered in rips and tears. She frowned. It didn't look like any kind of chitin she'd seen before. She hid behind a tree. She'd never seen this person before. Is he a human? That should be impossible. Humanity, or at least, the first generation of humanity was no more. The Golden Generation as some referred to them perished in the Great Shift near the end of the war. When the single landmass that made up the world began to shift and change, the gods and titans watched as the world was forced to change. The other pantheons throughout the world, like the Norse and the Egyptians, could do nothing but watch. Despite the history that came with each pantheon, Gaia was the first. No matter how hard each pantheon tried to dismiss it, Gaia spared no one. Her creations were taken out of the world by the very person that breathed life into them centuries ago. Why it happened, no one knew. Gaia had been in a constant state of slumber for centuries, ever since the Titans were given the reins over the kingdom. Her consciousness periodically acted, despite remaining asleep, such as when she shielded Zeus from the Titans and allowed him to grow and attain his strength. The changing of the continent had been without warning, and no one could do anything but get out the way. When Gaia chose to alter the world, she did so. The choice belonged to no one but the Earth Mother. To see a survivor after all this time was a surprise. "I know you're there." She almost jumped when she heard the voice. It was low and soft, but she heard it as clear as day. The figure was a he, and he hadn't turned around. His back was still facing her. "I won't hurt you. I just don't like people spying on me," he said again, unclasping his hands and making a motion to the other side of the fire. Another log sat against the earth. If you'd come any later, that log would be getting used as firewood. "Unless you prefer to sit on the ground?" She didn't move at first. Hesitation lingered on her face, though she did peek out from behind the tree, letting the glow of the fire wash over her face. Extending her hand, the man finally moved when a stream of fire shot through the air and curled into Hestia's palm. It moved and danced between her fingers like water, moving around rocks in a river. She didn't want to come across as hostile since the man next to the fire hadn't done anything to warrant it, but she needed him to know that despite her appearance, she wasn't defenseless. She may have been a pacifist by nature, but that by no means meant she was incapable of protecting herself. Numerous members of the Titan forces could attest to that. "You have fine control over the flames," he replied, with Hestia's getting a good look at the man's blue eyes. "I won't harm you." "I have no reason to do so." She detected no hint of deception in his words. Walking out from the woods, she walked across the campsite, her brown eyes keeping watching on him. She felt his gaze on her as she sat on the log, brushing down the fabric across her knees. She saw no weapons visible on his person. "Who are you?" He looked back at the fire, and Hestia could see the reflective glow in his eyes. "No one special," he admitted, "just a man who's grown tired with the world." His eyes were sad and tired. He looked like he hadn't got a wink of sleep in days or weeks. "You're from the Golden Generation, aren't you?" she asked. She tried not to react when he nodded his head. He didn't appear bothered by her statement. "I am. Very astute of you. How are you still alive? We couldn't sense any living member of the Golden Generation after the continent broke apart. We assumed you all perished." They searched for as long as they could for any survivors before returning to close off the war. "No. Only I remain," he stated, before adding, "We? You mean your divine brethren?" Again, she didn't show her surprise. "Yes. You know us." "I do," he admitted, "at least, I've heard of you." "The Olympians? The one that fought and defeated the Titans?" Hearing the question in his words, Hestia nodded. "I'm glad your family won. I think most in the world are glad we won. The Titans were responsible for a lot of the world's problems, with my father spearheading them. With them gone, I can only hope my siblings and I can bring about a change for the better." She heard him hum, watched him nod his head before looking her way again. This time she got a good look at his face. He was still a man in his youth in appearance, with the strangest markings on his cheeks. They reminded her of the whiskers from her mother's pair of lions. His hair even resembled a mane-like one too. She remembered observing members of the Golden Generation in the early days of her release from her father's stomach. She'd been so curious to discover more about the world they lived that she spent weeks just watching and learning. The mortals in the world were bizarre and wore clothing vastly different from their own. He didn't seem dangerous. Admittedly, looks could be deceiving. Looking at Hera and Demeter, one would not think the two were warriors until you saw Demeter wield a sword and Hera a spear. Many of their foes made the mistake of looking down on them and paid the price. Well, I wish you luck. Hopefully, you'll do better than your predecessors. I hope that too. She could only hope Zeus didn't fall the same as Kronos did. Their father didn't raise the bar to a high standard. So, what brings one such as yourself out to the middle of nowhere? Taking some time to myself. I love my siblings, but they can be a bit much sometimes. Zeus and Poseidon, in particular, could be very loud and boisterous. Hades could be very glum, and it tended to be infectious. Hera had a temper, and Demeter was very clingy. Each one had their personality quirk. I enjoy the quieter moments. An understanding look appeared on his face. Well, don't let me keep you. Thank you for stopping to talk with me, even if it was brief. Have a good night, he replied, turning away from Hestia and returning his gaze to the fire. It didn't sound dismissive to Hestia. It was more like he wanted to be left alone, despite Hestia getting the sense he wanted the opposite. There's no rush. Her words made him look back again. I only just got here, and I wouldn't mind the company. A lone eyebrow rose. I thought you wanted to be alone. I wanted to get away from my family for one night, which I've done. Plus, you look like you could use the company. His expression didn't change from her words. You don't know me. I don't, though we could change that. She said back, I'm Hestia. Since you know my name, perhaps I could learn yours? He looked at her for a few moments, as if having a silent debate in his mind. Naruto. My name's Naruto? A pleased look wove onto her face. It's nice to meet you, Naruto. For the first time since she sat down, the edges of his lips edged up. You too, Hestia? Present. Standing in the doorway to the guest room Talia was sleeping in, Naruto watched as his old friend took a spot on the bed next to the sleeping girl, smoothing down her dress as she sat down. Dressed in casual mortal wear, the goddess of the hearth gently reached over and swept her fingers through Talia's dark locks. The girl didn't stir. Instead, the warmth coming from Hestia's palm seemed to comfort the little girl, with the goddess watching as she snuggled herself into a tight ball with the covers wrapping around her like a cocoon. A gentle hum came from her throat, and her lips curved into a smile. Talia was a cute one. Being a former member of the Major 12 Olympians, the eldest daughter of the Titan King had more time than her siblings to watch over the children spawned from her immortal family. Due to her lighter schedule compared to Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, her younger brothers often sought her out and called favors on her to keep an eye on the children with their ichor running in their veins. Talia's existence hadn't been a surprise to Hestia. She loved Zeus, but he was too easily led astray from his marriage with Hera. His wandering eyes and hands hadn't settled with growing age, despite being married to one of the most beautiful goddesses in existence. One woman never seemed to be enough for Zeus. The same could be said for her other brothers, though not to the same extreme. Poseidon was much like his younger brother, though he could be picky and didn't try to pick up the first pretty woman that came his way. For Hades, it was companionship to fill the void until Persephone rejoined him in the underworld. A low laugh escaped her lips, gaining Naruto's attention. What is it? Hestia shook her head, making the dark curls of her hair bounce in the air. It's nothing. I've just never seen one of my brother's children have freckles before. Really? None of the other few hundred kids had freckles. I think it's more like 1,000 when it comes to Zeus. She chirped back, a finger delicately tracing over Talia's face, but no. None of them had a splash of freckles across their nose and cheeks before. She has his traditional features, like his blue eyes and dark hair. I can feel the ozone coming off like a vibration in the air. She'll be a strong one if she makes it to adulthood. If. It was a very big if. There was no guarantee any demigod could make it out of their teens, or even their preteen life. As the blonde already knew, monsters were attracted to demigods like a moth to a flame. The moment a demigod with a strong enough aura or the scent entered their senses, they took after them. It was like blood in the water sending a shark into a frenzy. In the last couple of centuries, I've been keeping an eye on my brother's children from time to time, she told him, though, it always possible a few slipped through the cracks. Even I have a hard time keeping track of my brother's infidelities. I remember you saying. He replied, watching with a small smile as Hestia interacted with Talia. Technically, Hestia was Talia's aunt and wasn't surprised to find out she had been keeping an eye on her when she could spare it. You keep an eye on Talia often? From time to time. For the most part, little Talia has been happy enough, though the mother troubled me from the onset. She turned her head, if Talia is here, and Beryl is not, that she chose to walk away from her child? She has, he confirmed, and saw the disappointment and sadness lace through Hestia's features. Your brother sure knows how to pick them. Beryl showed no remorse or love for her daughter. All she cared about what the fame and riches robbed from her by Talia's existence. He shook his head in disappointment. I haven't met such a selfish person like that in some time. Sadly, Beryl Grace is not the first mortal parent to abandon their demigod child, nor will she be the last. The gods in my family, as well as the goddesses, don't have the best track record when it comes to the mortals they bring to their beds. She returned her gaze to Talia. She looked so innocent and uncaring of the future that now sat in front of her. All Hestia could do was hope Morpheus was giving the girl pleasant dreams. She is a cute one? A low laugh came from Naruto. She is cheeky as well. Sounds like you got to know her today. He shrugged. Someone had to keep an eye on her today. A monster was following them, but I got rid of it before bringing them here. Didn't think I needed any more complications today. Tucking a strand of Talia's dark hair away from her face and behind her ear, Hestia quietly stood up from the bed. She made sure the girl was well covered by the sheets, before moving away. Let's leave her to sleep. I bet today has been a long one for the poor dear. Both Naruto and Hestia left the room, with Naruto silently pulling the door until a 3-inch gap remained. Together, the pair returned downstairs, with the Naruto leading Hestia into the living room. The goddess took the spot on the armchair next to the couch and placed a cushion behind her back. Her eyes scanned the room, taking in her old friend's new home. Despite its size, Naruto had done well at making his home feel welcoming. In particular, Hestia eyed up the fireplace that sat in the center of the wall. The perks of having a friend whose domain was the home. She may have given him a few tips in the past on how to make one's home feel like an extension of themselves. For Naruto home, it was a place that made you feel safe. It perfectly summed the blonde up. Would you like the usual? He asked, standing in the doorway and watching Hestia scanning over the room. Yes, please. And why don't we make use of the fireplace as well? Coming right up? Sitting in peace for 10 minutes while Naruto whipped something up for them, Hestia took the chance to move herself to the floor in front of the fireplace. Conjuring a blanket, Hestia tucked her legs to the side while her poker appeared in her hand. Gently, she stoked the flames. It wasn't long before Naruto rejoined her, carrying a small tray in his hands. You've made yourself at home? He commented, lowering himself down until he was sitting on his backside with his legs tucked against him. He picked up a teacup and saucer and guided it over to Hestia, who happily took it from him. Your usual. 1 apple and elderberry tea with a tiny splash of honey. Thank you. Bringing the drink up to her mouth, Hestia sighed in delight at the fruit punch that hit her sense of taste. Delicious. I see your tea-making skills are still up to par. Well, when you live in Japan for as long as I did, making tea becomes a required skill. People think Brits drinks a lot of tea. They've never been to Japan and visited a tea ceremony. He spent a long time in the East, in particular, Japan. Japanese culture was the one that resembled his old home the most, and being around their towns and cities in the early days helped him to feel like he gained it back in a small way. Plus, Hinata would never forgive me if I forgot all her lessons in tea making. The s'mores? A snort broke from Naruto, before lifting the plate of s'mores from the tray and handing them over to Hestia. They weren't anything fancy, but they would do. All you needed was graham crackers, marshmallows and some chocolate, and in return, you'd have a very pleased hearth goddess. Watching her conjure a small poker like the one she created earlier, she stuck 2 s'mores on the end of each and handed one over to the blonde. You have a lovely home, Hestia told him, as the pair held their sweet treats over the flames. I'm sorry I haven't come to visit you sooner. I was planning to see visit during the first months, but things at home got in the way. That's okay. I had a feeling you'd come calling at some point, so I kept an eye out for you most days. He let out a low chuckle. I had a feeling that members of your family would visit the den at some point since I'm in New York, but I didn't think some of them would become some of my best customers. Smiling, Hestia replied, I hear Artemis and Athena have both become regulars, and visit you nearly every week. Oh yeah. Athena is easy to cater to. Artemis though, he muttered, before letting out another low chuckle, that stomach of her doesn't seem to have a bottom. She's like me when it comes to ramen, and I know how challenging I could be with my appetite. They always rave about you. It was surprising to hear my 2 nieces complimenting a mortal man of all things. Athena is one thing, but Artemis is another. Her mouth formed into a smirk. I hear you've gained Aphrodite's attention as well. A groan escaped from his lips. Don't start with that. That woman? He muttered, his head drooping. I've been alive a long time, Hestia, and I've never met someone who's so blatant about those kinds of desires. She might as well just hold up a sign that says, hey, come over here and do me. A finger flicked his ear, causing him to wince. Don't be so crass. The goddess had never been one for rude language. The blonde blew a raspberry Hestia's way. I don't hear you disagreeing. Aphrodite has always been a bit of a character, even by Olympian standards. That doesn't make her any less a friend and a member of my family. I still don't hear you saying otherwise. Hestia huffed, and rotated her s'more over the fire. she can be a handful, and that's all I'm saying. A handful? Yeah, I guess that's one way of putting it. He brought up his drink, taking a good long swig of the hot substance before following up with, then there's that nephew of yours, and the little show he was putting on in my restrooms. He heard a sigh from the goddess. Let me guess. Apollo? That boy is as bad as his father. Worse at times. He's Zeus's son all right. Never any doubt about that. Hestia commented. She heard about Apollo's little incident from the Olympian gossip grapevine. Nymphs could be the worst gossips, and when the goddess of love was involved, then nothing stayed a secret for long. No matter where in the world an embarrassing event took place, it always ended up coming back to Olympus. Hephaestus had even made a side hobby with Olympus TV. His cameras were everywhere, ready and waiting. Naruto hummed in amusement. I wonder when he'll be popping in for a visit. Oh, I don't think you'll see him anytime soon. She admitted, her eyes flickering between brown eyes and flames. Hephaestus prefers to keep to himself. He's never been a sociable person the same way his brothers are. I think that's why most of the goddesses in my family prefer to be around him than the likes of Apollo, or Ares. Everyone except Aphrodite, Naruto commented. Everyone except Aphrodite, Hestia confirmed, before giving him a funny look. Strange, how we looped back around to her. Hey, you brought her up? Naruto held up his hands, before letting out a low chuckle. It wasn't long before Hestia was chuckling along with him. It's good to see you again, Hestia. It's good to see you too, my old friend. She replied, looking at Naruto fondly. Their friendship spanned millennia. It could have been the longest-lasting friendship in history for all they knew. For Hestia, Naruto provided her with a reprieve from the family she cherished so much. When she needed time away, she visited him in whatever land he chose to make his temporary home. She would stay for a few weeks, sometimes even months, catching up and going off on little adventures of their own. As she quickly came to realize, Naruto had this uncanny ability to draw the most peculiar people towards him, akin to a magnet. Oh, the people they met, and the things they saw would make her siblings green with envy. He was an escape, and one of the few from outside of her family that she cherished dearly. For Naruto, it was the friend he needed during the most agonizing time in his life. Without Hestia by his side, he wouldn't have been able to escape the hole of loneliness and despair he found himself trapped within. You found yourself in quite the predicament. I'd say I'm surprised, but we both know I'd be lying. Yeah, it's been a crazy day, Naruto confirmed, taking his s'more out of the fire and gently blowing on it. I didn't think when I woke up this morning, I'd be housing an abandoned demigod. Said demigod also happens to be your niece and your brother's daughter. A serious look crossed Naruto's face. Tell it to me straight, Hestia. What options does Talia have? Hestia mimicked his actions with her own s'more, gently cooling it down with her breath. At this moment in time, she started, taking a small bite from her s'more and licking the corners of her lips. She has 3 options that I can see. 3? Alright, then let's hear them. The first option is the least likely to work, so let's get it out of the way. The first choice is to take Talia back to her mother in California. She watched as Naruto's face morphed into a grimace. I can see you don't favor that idea. Not in the slightest. If Talia gets sent back to Beryl, it will only spur her to do it again. Next time, she could get left with someone who wants to harm Talia, rather than help her. It was luck Beryl and Talia stumbled into the Fox's Denver. Any other establishment would have called Child Protective Services, and Talia would have found herself in the foster system where anyone could get to her. She'd be a target for monsters, inhuman, and human. I think we'll pass on option 1. Agreed. Option 2. Well, it's more favorable, though it still has concerns. I contact Chiron and inform him I'm bringing Talia to Camp Half-Blood. The likelihood of Talia joining the camp has always been high since her birth, though not until she was older. Kids as young as Talia don't typically go there unless there's no other choice. Kids who have no homes, and have been abandoned by their parents, much like the situation she's currently in. Naruto nodded, taking a bite from his s'more. Camp Half-Blood. Of course, he was aware of the existence of the camp. Located on Long Island, Camp Half-Blood was one of the few places in the world that acted as a haven for the demigods. Somewhere where they didn't need to look over their shoulders every 5 minutes, and where they could meet people like themselves and build real relationships. He'd never seen it, but Hestia told him a few stories about some of the people that went there. He met a fair few of them as well, though none were aware of his real identity. Frederick Bartholdi, Harriet Tubman, Amelia Earhart, William Shakespeare. Just to name a few. It was a place where kids like Talia could learn to control whatever gifts they inherited from their godly parent, and learn how to fight. If he was honest with himself, though Camp Half-Blood sounded ideal, he didn't like the idea of children as young as Talia learning how to wield a sword and fight monsters. The people of today weren't like the people from past cultures. They certainly weren't like the people of his era. The two were like night and day. Teaching children to fight and kill at such a young age could have harmful consequences on how said children grew up in the world. You only had to look at Kakashi, or Itachi, to see the lasting effect it had on them. There was a reason Old Man Third Hokage ensured no genin left the ninja academy any younger than 12 after the events of the Uchiha massacre. Children that young shouldn't have to worry about wielding a sword. They shouldn't have to go to bed feeling pleased that they managed to survive one more day, before turning fearful about what the next day might bring. Camp Half-Blood, though it would be a place Talia would eventually have to visit when she inevitably embraced her heritage, didn't feel like the right fit for someone barely out of diapers. It's better than the first option, though she's a bit young to learn how to kill monsters, he mumbled before asking, what's the third option? Finishing another bite from her s'more, Hestia fluttered her eyelashes. Are you sure you want to hear it? Naruto gave her a look. Fine, fine. The third option is she stays here with you. You raise her, protect her, and teach her how to defend herself when the time comes. Oh? Is that all? Naruto feigned surprise. You don't ask for much, do you? It's not like you haven't done it before. That was a long time ago, he replied, looking away. A pretty little blonde girl with big blue eyes flashed across his mind. She was a cute little thing, though she didn't stay that way. She grew up and became a formidable warrior in her own right. She was more likely to run a spear through you if you earned her ire, 500 years ago. Not to mention, she wasn't even a demigod from the Greek pantheon. She was from the Norse. I know you guys don't like to mingle. He waved his hands in the air. A demigod's a demigod, no matter where they're from. Just like monsters are still monsters, no matter what form they take, Hestia reminded him. What was her name again? Naruto turned his head her way. Gunilla. Ah, yes, Hestia nodded, I remember. She was a cute one if I remember right, and a daughter of thunder, much like Talia is. Thor was never more annoying than he was while Gunilla was under my care. He used visiting her as an excuse to pick a fight. Naruto sighed and fell backwards until he was looking up at the ceiling. Could he look after another demigod again? I don't know, Hestia. Hestia giggled, and soon found herself staring up at the ceiling with her blonde best friend. Would it be that bad? I don't know. Maybe. His thoughts turned to all the times his customers would visit the fox's den with their kids. They gravitated to him, and vice versa. He would pull silly faces at them, and make them food that wasn't even on the menu if it's what they wanted. It never bothered the parents, simply cause it was keeping the kids happy. He liked to think it all stemmed back to him being a father. He loved being a father when Boruto and Himawari were born, despite how terrifying it was. When he took Gunilla in, it was because he saw a little girl who needed love and attention. He treated her like she was his own. It helped that he got on with her godly father, despite his unnatural love for fighting and causing a mess. However, another reason was that he didn't want children growing up the same way he did. Alone and without a family by your side, I made it a point not to reveal myself to the world unless necessary. I keep myself to myself because it's easier that way. Meeting you had been a happy accident, one that I'll never regret. Meeting Norse gods were the same, despite some of them trying to poke me full of holes. He sighed and rested the back of his head on the carpet. I'm tired, Hestia. I miss home. I miss my family. I shouldn't be here. His words came out as a whisper, but Hestia had heard him. Reaching over with a free hand, she wove her fingers through his and gave it a reassuring squeeze. She pops up every now again, you know. More so recently, since I moved to New York. She has this habit of appearing in my mind whenever things seem to be going well. Do you think she's waking up? A lace of fear etched into Hestia's voice. To her relief, Naruto shook his head. He shook his head. She stirs from time to time, but not since the 1940s have I felt it. I'd know if she's awake. He put down the rod holding the half-eaten s'more and patted his chest. I'd feel it if I did. That woman and I have linked thanks to the curse she put on me. Many would see immortality as a gift. She didn't intend it to be a gift. She never did. His gaze hardened up at the ceiling. I wouldn't give her what she wanted, so she took everything from me. He turned and looked at Hestia, his eyes shifting from anger into sadness. Taking Gunilla into my care was one thing. When she died, Odin turned her into a Valkyrie. When Talia dies, she goes to the underworld, and I never see her again. I'm inviting more pain into my life, and there's enough in there as it is. Hestia rolled onto her side. True, but would you turn away a child in need of help? That's not the Naruto I know. Despite his words, Hestia knew her friend too well. He wore his heart on his sleeve. He couldn't help himself when it came to helping people. It was like he was hardwired that way. Something inside him wouldn't allow him to walk away from a situation where he could make a difference. Somewhere he could turn a negative into a positive. I think that's what people used to call my hero complex. I can't help but meddle, even when everyone else avoids it. He shook his head and laughed to himself. A good quality to have. Shame more people don't have it. I guess. He let out another sigh, before pushing himself back into a sitting position. Hestia quickly joined him, watching as the cogs in his mind started turning. She could tell he was always pondering over the idea. Letting it sink in, picturing the potential outcomes of letting a demigod of Talia's caliber remain with him. I'd have to come public to your family if I do this, he said, to your brother at the very least. He should know where she is, even if he doesn't pay her the attention he should. He didn't need another thunder god trying to pick a fight with him. One was enough. Zeus shouldn't be an issue. Despite his reputation when it comes to his daughters, he does develop soft spots for them, Hestia revealed, thinking on all the times Zeus coddled and spoiled Artemis and Athena when they were young goddesses. Luckily, next month is June. Zeus will be celebrating his anniversary to Hera, which will put him in a positive mood. How positive? So positive that it's the only time in the year that the gods can request practically anything from him within reason, and he'll say yes. It was hilarious to watch, and Hestia found herself in a fit of giggles whenever she saw the queue of immortals lining up outside of Zeus's temple. Taking the virginity of his beautiful and faithful wife every year thanks to Hera's sacred bath within her temple always put a spring in his step. Once she saw him dancing along the streets of Olympus because he was in such a good mood. There's no better time. I'll bring him to the Fox's Den in June. I'll let you know the date beforehand. He ran a hand over his face, and pinched the bridge of his nose. One little detail I think you're missing. Oh? Your sister? A knowing look ran over his face as he stared at Hestia. Could she become a problem in the future? The stories around Hera and the demigod children of her husband were infamous. Any child born from the union between the king of the gods and a mortal woman would find themselves at the mercy of the enraged queen, and their lives rarely ended on a positive note. My sister is aware of Talia's existence. So far she's left her alone. Whether that's because Zeus threatened action if Hera tried anything, or she's playing the long game, I can't say. Hestia explained, in the past, her decisions towards Zeus's demigod children have been the result of spontaneous decision-making. Hera's dream is to have the perfect family, and children of Zeus that don't come from her ruin that image. It took her a long time to accept Zeus's Olympian children since they weren't going anywhere. Since demigods have mortal lifespans, actions against them only have temporary consequences. She never agreed with her sister's actions in the past. Though she could understand Hera felt betrayed, and it was never easy to watch your sister's heartbreak over and over again by constant infidelity, her actions towards demigods couldn't be justified in her eyes. Zeus was the one at fault, not the child. If Hera wanted to take her anger out on someone, then it should have been her husband. However, as would always happen, Hera would kick him out of their marriage bed for a while, but Zeus would sweet-talk his way back into Hera's good graces. It was a cycle that continued for millennia, and knowing them as she did, it wasn't going to stop anytime soon. It was the definition of a dysfunctional marriage. It was no wonder the aspect of it became riddled with divorce. How could the domain thrive when the goddess who watched over it was in a one-sided marriage of their own? Naruto let out a low hum and sensed the aura of the little girl sleeping upstairs. So innocent and small. What are you thinking? Hestia asked, recognizing the look on his face. He was in deep thought, his fingers tapping against his knee. It was a little sign she picked up over the years when he was thinking about something. His fingers couldn't keep still. I understand why your sister acts out, he replied, garnering Hestia's attention. I think we all would be if we married to him. She's angry and frustrated. She's at the end of her rope as it were. I remember you saying a long time ago that she wanted nothing more than the picture-perfect family. No offense to your sister, but she's not going to have that with Zeus. Many of us have told her, but she chooses to ignore our advice. Hera was incredibly stubborn, and her temper could go unmatched when pushed the wrong way. Even Zeus was hesitant to deal with his wife when she was angry beyond words. Since marriage is her domain, she doesn't take advice well on the subject. The blonde nodded. I sympathize with her, but that's no excuse to take that frustration out on children, even if they're her unfaithful husband's children. Adults harming children didn't sit well with him. Gods and goddesses who thought they could mess with children, they would have a rude awakening with him around. I'll make this blunt, Hestia. His confident look appeared on his face, whether it's your sister, or someone else. I pity any god from any pantheon that comes to my doorstep looking to pick a fight. Whether it's with me, or it's with Talia. They'll be on a one-way trip to whatever version of hell you gods have. So, does that mean the girl can stay? Hestia asked, sounding hopeful. With a tired nod, Naruto agreed, yeah, I guess she can stay. As you said, it's her best option. Hestia clapped her hands together, wonderful news. I think this is the best alternative. She didn't need to wonder if Talia was going to be happy here. She knew in her heart that Naruto would provide a warm and loving home for her little niece. He might be rusty when it comes to raising a child as young as Talia, but if anyone could manage, it was him. Children of Zeus could be notoriously hard to raise, and often inherited some of her brother's less than desirable traits. However, those children didn't have a knucklehead like Naruto raising them. She was sure as Talia grew up, she'd realize there was little she could get away with. "Don't think you're getting out this scot-free," Naruto replied and watched Hestia freeze mid-clap. "If you think I'm doing this alone, then you've got another thing coming." She wasn't sure she was going to like this. "What do you mean?" "I'll look after Talia on one condition." He held up a finger. "What's the condition?" she asked, looking at him suspiciously. He leaned in, a tired grin forming on his face. "You have to help me raise her. I think it's time Talia got to know her wonderful Auntie Hestia." "What?" Hestia gasped, looking like someone who stuck their finger in a plug socket. "What do you mean?" "I can't do that." "Sure, you can. It's easy. I mean, you've seen your sisters raise their kids, so you know what not to do." He shrugged and stood up. "You can't tell me you've never wondered what it would be like to raise a child of your own." "You know I haven't." Hestia stood up and scowled at him. She would have appeared threatening if her cheeks didn't puff up when she got mad. She looked like an angry chipmunk who had her nuts stolen from her. "I swore I would never have children of my own. I'm not maternal. I don't have that vibe." "That vibe?" Naruto snorted. "You know what I mean. Technically, you're not having kids in the traditional sense. You're merely helping me raise Talia." He said again, "I'm not asking you to do the whole mom act. I'm saying be her Auntie Hestia, and build a relationship with her. Talia should have a female presence in her life, and who better than Miss Goody Two-Shoes, Hestia? We're not supposed to be present in the lives of demigod children." He shrugged. "Your brother wasn't supposed to have any more demigods. Look how well that turned out. Besides, when was the last time you bent the rules a little?" "I don't bend any rules." He snorted. "What was that for?" A hand came up to his mouth, and he coughed out, 1969. Hestia's eyes went wide, and pointed the finger at him again. "You promised we would not talk about that. I recall we were at Woodstock. I'm warning you. I still remember the smile on your face as you crowd-surfed from one corner to the other." "The Who were performing," he grinned, before feeling a weight jump on his back and a small fist begin bopping him on the head. "Ow. You crazy goddess. Get off. You said you would never mention that day again." My fingers were crossed. "Gah." His yelp soon turned into chuckles. Eventually, he was able to slide the annoyed goddess off his back and placed her back on her 2 feet. She looked less than happy, but he knew she wouldn't do anything to hurt him. It wasn't Hestia's nature to hurt. It was her nature to soothe. "Come on, Hestia." His voice turned low. "I'm not asking you to make this girl your daughter, or anything like that. All I'm asking is for you to be a positive female presence in her life. I dread to think about what kind of presence Beryl had in her young life." His hand came up and rested on her shoulder. If it was anyone else, Hestia's might have scolded their palm. "Just be the cool and I know you can be. A good influence." His eyes softened. "For me." Now it was Hestia's turn to soften. It took a few moments, but when her shoulders dropped, he knew he had her. It wasn't like Hestia to turn away from someone who needed help. They were much the same in that regard. Naruto rarely asked for favors, and Hades knew, the blonde had helped her out a time or two. It wasn't like she was going to be solely responsible for the girl. She would be helping out and being the cool aunt, as the blonde stated. She sighed. "Fine. Really? Yes. For you, Naruto. Only for you." In typical Naruto fashion, Hestia found herself swept up in a tight hug, breaking her annoyed visage and turned her expression back into a smile. "Have I ever told you you're amazing, Hestia?" "Oh, once or twice, though it never hurts to hear it." She patted him on the back. "Come on, we don't want our drinks getting cold. I still have room left for another s'more, or two." "Of course. You can have all the s'mores you like." Hestia giggled. "I'll hold you to that." Part 12. Underworld. "Come on. We need to head back before your father begins to notice our absence," Hecate replied, halting, and turning around to look at Melano. The goddess of ghosts was stood in the middle of the path, watching as the gates that housed the old ones came to close. "Melano. Are you listening?" "I know." Her reply came out as little more than a whisper. "I'm just wrapping my head around everything that happened today. It's a lot to take in." The amount of information she received about the mysterious blonde was overwhelming. On the one hand, she was grateful she was able to speak to the people that knew him best. His wife. His children. His parents. Everyone who could tell him about the different aspects of his life. The ups and the downs. His childhood, which led into his teenage years, and then into adulthood. She felt she might know the man better than himself. His parents couldn't help much given they died young and on the day he was born, but his wife, Hinata, had been a treasure trove of knowledge. They were understandably suspicious at first, but steadily opened up when they realized she meant no ill will to them or Naruto. Jiraiya, despite his initial friendliness, and the woman with the giant melons hadn't spoken much. Most of the time they watched and listened, their gaze locked on the pair of goddesses like a homing beacon. Tsunade had pitched in when needed, and Melano couldn't help but feel the maternal worry that came off the blonde woman. Given Kushina had died the day Naruto was born, Melano would hazard a guess that Tsunade had taken it upon herself to play the maternal role in his life. She mentioned how she once had to tie him to a chair and ordered a woman named Shizun to force-feed steamed vegetables into his mouth. When she punched her fist into her other hand, both goddesses had the feeling Tsunade was the kind of a person who enjoyed tough love. What will you do now? Melano sighed and scratched the back of her head. What should she do now? There was an immortal from the golden generation waking amongst modern society, and the gods had no idea he existed. For something to go amiss from her extended family on Olympus, and remain out of the sight from the gaze of Zeus was laughable. Her father's brother was suspicious of anything that didn't belong, especially when they had power. Whether he had power along with his immortality was a question mark. This power called chakra that the old souls could wield sounded like something out of a storybook, and yet the way they described it made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Mortals who could use that type of power felt wrong. Like the everyday person wouldn't be able to handle having that kind of power at their disposal. It was no wonder the old souls lived in a time of constant bloodshed and espionage, where nations and people were overflowing with hubris and greed. If people of today could use chakra, then she could picture the wrathful Earth Mother awaking from her slumber to punish humanity once again. I don't know, Melano muttered. She turned around and caught up with Hecate. Instead of waking along the olden path again, the bodies of the two goddesses began to light up. In the blink of an eye, the pair disappeared from the gates and reappeared within the palace of Hades. They stood in Melano's quarters, with Hecate watching as Melano sundered over to the foot of her bed and promptly dropped herself on top of it with all the grace of a newborn duckling. I should tell my father. That wasn't surprising. Given all but one of the old souls were within his realm, the god of the underworld would want to know how one of the old ones wasn't claimed by his domain. And what do you think Hades will do? Hecate asked. It's hard to say. There's still a couple of months until Mother comes home, so his mood will be gloomy at best. The queen of the underworld was one of the few people who could bring Hades out his shell, and bring down the iron walls Hades put around himself. She always had the most success, followed closely by the mother of the elder gods. I'd tell her first before I'd tell father. She's always been good at cooling down his temper. Hecate hummed, and crossed her arms. Hades has never been the type to act first, and ask questions later. That's always been Zeus, and occasionally, Poseidon. Your father is far more patient than either of them. He waits and watches before deciding if he needs to act. I think you give him far too much credit. I think you don't give him enough. Melano rose an eyebrow. Well then, what do you think I should do with this information? She asked. Despite being the daughter of the god of the underworld, Hecate had known him much longer. She was a good judge of character. It was why she spent so much time in the underworld. I think you should go to Hades, and fill him in on what's happened today. He won't like getting left out of the loop, Hecate replied, pulling a face and tapping her chin. I can't help but wonder what he would do. The goddess of ghosts scoffed and gave a look of disbelief to the older immortal. Seriously? To her surprise, the goddess of magic shrugged. Honestly, it's up to you what you want to do with the information you acquired today. I was along for the ride, and you didn't disappoint. However, I think this is where I'm going to jump off from the train. A sly smirk graced the face of the most mysterious goddess of the Greek pantheon. Melano could scarcely believe what she was hearing. Was she bailing? After making such a fuss earlier in the day. You can't be serious? Hecate had appeared so interested and curious about finding out the secrets of the mysterious blonde, despite having never met him. She could be so flighty at the most unhelpful times. You're leaving? After everything we've heard today? I'm deadly serious. Today was a nice change of pace, but I think I'm ready to go back to my daily routine. You know, being all mysterious and aloof. I have a reputation to uphold after all. Hecate spun around, and Melano could sense the energy building up inside of her. She was about to teleport again but gave Mano one final piece of advice. Don't be a pansy, Melano. Go to your father, and see what happens. Maybe he'll surprise you. Like the mist she controlled, she vanished, leaving Melano alone with her thoughts. I will never understand that woman. She muttered to herself, staring at the spot where Hecate previously stood, before falling back onto the bed. She now had a decision to make. Did she tell her father, or does she continue down the road alone? The goddess of magic wasn't as keen as she began to hope, leaving her wondering if she should have left the mystery of Naruto Uzumaki alone. Was she too far down the rabbit hole? Or was there time to dig her way out? She had a lot of thinking to do. Days later, the fox's den. Telling a little girl that her mother had abandoned her on the doorstep of a stranger was not an experience Naruto looked forward to. He expected plenty of tears and wailing. Maybe some small objects getting thrown his way. There wasn't much a 4-year-old could do to hurt him, except for breaking his tender heart with cuteness. Despite that, in terms of breaking the news to the little girl, he thought the ordeal went rather well all considering. At least, he thought so. It was a boon that Hestia remained with him all through the night, going back and forth on the goings-on in their lives since they last met with one another. Goddesses like Hestia didn't need much sleep compared to mortals, and being a ninja forced himself to adjust to remaining awake during sensitive and urgent missions. You could ill afford to get caught by a rogue ninja whilst asleep. When the clock struck at 9 o'clock in the morning, he chose to coax his new ward out of her bed with the delightful smell of bacon. The greasy food had the desired effect, and not 5 minutes later, a tired and half-asleep Talia Grace tiptoed into the kitchen. A pillow was still resting in her arms, with half her face obscured as she refused to leave all of the divine warmth of her bed. Both Naruto and Hestia found themselves cooing at the sleepy state of the demigod. How could anyone nod at such an image? Good mornings were sent her way, and Naruto soon found himself sat beside little Talia, with Hestia taking up the other side. Together, they had come up with a story for a Talia here. One that would ease Talia into the new life she was about to enter. He told her Beryl had woken up late last night when she was still asleep and asked Naruto to look after Talia for her before slipping away. That she was unable to look after Talia anymore and would have to leave her in Naruto's capable hands. There were some half-truths to the story, and he didn't feel it was right to tell her that her mother hated the fact that she was born. That was too cruel to place on someone so young. Some sniffles began to break out as expected, with Naruto placing a comforting hand on the little girl as the information tried to sink in. It was a wonder how much Talia understood at such a young age. He got down on one knee, and gently wiped her eyes as the skin beneath the eyes turned a blotchy red. Gentle shushing her, and to his mild surprise, he found the little girl shuffling out of her chair and came to rest on his knee, burying her face into his shirt. The looks Hestia gave him was one of amusement at his surprised face before steadily wrapping Talia up in a comforting hug. He couldn't deny, for a moment, he imagined it was Himawari sitting in his arms, her dark hair tickling the skin beneath his chin. He took a few deep breaths, before gently tilting her head to face his, and gave her the warmest smile he could muster. It had the desired effect, as the little girl gained a twinkle in her eye and the tiniest smile as her new carer shrouded her in love and warmth. Then he introduced her to Hestia. It was safe to say the second they were met, Hestia became Talia's favorite person in the world. "How's that?" "That's very good, though you've still gone out of the lines a little." "One here," Hestia said, looking over the page in the coloring book she and Talia were working on together, "and 2 more down here." She pointed at the bottom of the page, where the bright green and yellow elephant they spent the last 15 minutes coloring in, showing some of the colors going over the black lines. "Ah." Talia pouted, her face scrunching up and giving her best attempt at a glare towards the green and yellow elephant. The reaction made Hestia giggled, before placing a comforting hand on the top of her dark hair. "Don't fret, honey. The elephant still looks wonderful. You can't even tell. You have to lean in very close to see it. See." Proving her point, Hestia leaned into the point where her nose was touching the surface of the paper. "I guess." The 4-year-old still didn't sound convinced. "Can we try another picture? And I'll get it right this time." The goddess of the hearth nodded. "Sure, honey. Which one would you like to try?" She turned the pages of the book, flicking through as she searched for an animal they hadn't colored in yet. "Shall we try and color the lion? Or maybe we could color the alligator." The little girl shook her head. "Nah." The sound came out like a sheep bleating, forcing Hestia to bite her lip from busting out a loud laugh. Talia's blue eyes looked through each page for a couple of moments at a time before finally finding one that caught her attention. "This one." Hestia looked down at the page and smiled. "A fox." "Yeah. It looks like Mr. Naruto?" The goddess giggled again. "Leave it to a child to point out something so funny and ironic. I guess you're right. I think it's the whiskers," she whispered, tapping the page with her finger. "Yeah." Talia whispered back, nodding enthusiastically. She fell into a fit of giggles, joining her aunt and laughing together. "What are you two giggling about?" they heard, looking up from the table to find Naruto standing next to their table. Their table sat in the corner of the room, closest to the counter at the front of the house. The fox's den was half filled on a Saturday, though the blonde found himself busy beyond words earlier in the day. It was only in the last hour where things started to calm down. Talia and Hestia arrived 30 minutes ago, bringing with them a coloring book and a pack of crayons Hestia had bought for her niece a few days ago. By the look on the little girl's face, she was eager to make a start on her new book, though she made sure to give Naruto a big hug when they walked in and cheerily greeted him. The action warmed his heart and made his smile widen before escorting them to a free table. She was settling in nicely. "Nothing. Just girl stuff," Hestia replied and was quickly mimicked by her niece. "Yeah, girl stuff." Mr. Naruto being nosy. "He is, isn't he, Talia?" Hestia replied, giggling at Talia's words. Naruto was right about her niece. She was very cheeky but in an endearing way. Chuckling, Naruto didn't press. Instead, he lowered the tray and rested it on the table. "All right, be that way. I've got your lunch for you, so pack your crayons away. You can draw some more after you've finished." It surprised him how quickly he fell back into parent mode. Sure, there was some rust. It was more than 5 centuries since he last cared for a little one. With Gunilla, the little girl tested him for the first couple of weeks. It was the child's way of seeing if this new adult in their life was going to stick around, or if they were going to turn tail and run away. It was the same process when a divorced or widowed parent brought home their new significant other. Oh, the daughter of Thor has tested him. His patience. His limits. His sanity. After weeks of acting like a tiny tyrant, something finally clicked in their relationship. When she realized he wasn't going anywhere and he was there to stay, the walls disappeared, and a very different little girl was left standing before him. Talia didn't need to be told twice. She packed her crayons into a neat pile and closed her coloring book. Settling her plate in front of her, Talia licked her lips. Yummy. Well, I hope so. 1 plate of French toast with strawberries and syrup. Next, he placed a small cup of darkish yellow liquid to the side, and 1 freshly squeezed glass of apple juice. "Enjoy, Talia." The little girl's eyes lit up. She picked up her cutlery but stopped when Hestia gently tapped her hand. "What do you say?" A big smile lit up Talia's face. "Thank you, Mr. Naruto." "You're very welcome, Talia." He ruffled the top of her head and felt her lean into his touch. "You know, you don't always have to call me Mr. Naruto. Just Naruto will be fine." "Okay, Mr. Naruto." The blonde chuckled again and left the little girl to eat her lunch. It was a title he was probably going to be stuck with for a while, though he didn't mind. Grabbing the other plate, he settled it down in front of Hestia, who was having French toast and strawberries as well, with the addition of dices of banana. The portion on the plate was larger than Talia's, and cut to perfection. "Here's your lunch, and here's your drink." A mug of freshly brewed tea took up the spot next to her plate. The distinct scent of strawberry and vanilla wafted through the air, making Hestia hum in delight. "Smells delicious." "British origin? Japanese?" "No one makes tea like the East." Naruto replied. "How's your morning been?" "It was good, thank you. We went to the mall, and I'm pleased to say Talia's wardrobe is now full. You won't have to worry about clothes or shoes for a while." Hestia replied. "You owe me one." I know. I won't forget," Naruto said back. He'd asked Hestia to help with the wardrobe situation since he was none the wiser on what would be best to get someone like Talia in modern society. He hadn't shopped for clothing for a little girl since Himawari was a little girl, and even then, Hinata had been the one with the eye for such things. Buying clothes for boys was one thing, but buying for a girl wasn't an entirely different matter. Not wanting to get the wardrobe situation wrong, he left it in Hestia's capable hands. "This going to be an adjustment, that's for sure." Hestia smiled, taking a bite of her lunch. "I wouldn't worry. As you said, you're rusty, but that rust will wear off eventually. Next time, you can come with us, and I'll show you some pointers." "Thanks. I'll be taking you up on that." "And when does her new wardrobe arrive?" "Tomorrow. The guy at the store said it'll arrive in 3 days, and that was 2 days ago. He didn't give me a specific time except that it will be in the morning. Just means I'll have to leave." He leaned in so Talia didn't hear him, a clone to sign the paperwork and help get it up the stairs. Since Talia was now living with Naruto permanently, the blonde decided to turn the guest room she'd been staying into hers. The little girl had been excited at the prospect of having such a large room. It was twice as big as her previous one, and the bed was much bigger than her old one. Watching the way she would wriggle around in her sleep, her new bed could easily accommodate. They bought new covers and sheets for her, ones that were dark blue and white and comfortable to the point Talia would fall asleep the moment her head touched the fabric. He quickly realized Talia was the type of person who enjoyed having lots of pillows and added a few more for her to enjoy. While they were out, he left some clones behind to give the walls a new lick of paint. All 4 walls were painted light blue, similar to the sky on a sunny day. The carpet was the only part that remained the same. A toy chest had been added, with a few welcoming gifts from himself and Hestia, while a row of stuffed animals of different varieties adorned the top of the chest. Thus far, Talia was in love with her new room. His reward had been the biggest hug the little girl could muster and continued to give him when she saw an opportunity. The last piece he added was a nightlight that shone star shapes on the walls. Last night, when he stopped by her room to check on her, he found her with her limbs spread out like an eagle, a goofy smile on her face as she sipped the night away. "I think you've got a customer trying to wave you over," Hestia told him, nodding over to a woman trying to get his attention from across the room. "So I do," he replied, "duty calls. Let me know if there's anything else you want for lunch, you too. I'll be back shortly." With that, he continued his day, leaving the aunt and niece duo to their lunch. "Okay." The reply from Talia came out muffled, her mouth full of French toast. A slight look of admonishment came off the goddess of the hearth, who flicked her niece's ear. She was always a stickler for manners. She would do the same for her godly nephews and nieces whenever she caught them. Everyone knew to be on their best behavior when in the presence of the goddess of the hearth. "Don't speak when your mouth is full, Talia. It's bad manners." "Oh," Talia started to say, before getting cut off by the look on her aunt's face. The 4-year-old had enough sense to swallow her food first, before replying, "Okay, Auntie Hestia. Good girl. What are we doing later, Auntie?" "I'm not sure. I don't have to go home until this evening, so we've got all afternoon." Hestia threw some ideas around, hoping it tickled the fancy of her niece. "We could go for a walk in Central Park? There's this lovely ice cream stand we could try if you're good. The weather is very nice today." Apollo must have been in a good mood, and the goddess could only imagine what had put him in one. Or better yet, who? "Can I have chocolate ice cream?" "Of course. I bet chocolate is your favorite, right?" "Aha! It's the best," Talia said back, a moment away from taking another big bite of her French toast. "What's your favorite, Auntie Hestia?" "My favorite? Oh, well, I love vanilla." Her answer didn't sit well with Talia, who made a face. "What's that face for, huh? What's wrong with vanilla?" "Vanilla's boring." "Boring?" she questioned, a smile tugging at her lips again. "Yup. It's the most boring ice cream in the whole world. Old people like vanilla." Hestia tried to contain her laughter, but couldn't hold it with her best efforts. Her niece said the funniest things, and she didn't even know it. Technically, she was older than all the mortals currently sat in the fox's den, along with the rest of the block. The only person older was Naruto, who was none the wiser to Talia's little comment as he carried 2 plates of red velvet cake to an older gentleman and his wife. "Then what do you think I should get?" she asked, as her niece was the apparent expert in all things ice cream related. "Chocolate. And what if I don't want chocolate?" Talia pouted, her lips puckered as a thoughtful expression wove onto her face. She got cuter and cuter by the second. Gods, she was beginning to think like Aphrodite. Talia would find herself wrapped up in the goddess of love's arms, being gushed over and spoiled with no end in sight. That wasn't to say Hestia hadn't spent the last few days doing just that on Talia since her arrival into Naruto's life, but the most sensual immortal on Olympus had a habit for taking it too far. Talia's bedroom would be overflowing with stuffed animals and all things cute and fluffy. The little girl would be decked out in nothing but pink dresses whether she liked them or not. "Strawberry. Strawberry," Hestia repeated, thinking over the choice. "Well, I do like strawberry. That's my second favorite." "Mine too. Are you sure I can't have vanilla?" "Nope. Even if I say please?" Talia shook her head, forcing Hestia to let out an exaggerated sigh. "Oh, all right then. Have it your way." Talia giggled, and Hestia soon found Talia's arm wrapped around her waist. A pair of bright blue eyes stared up at her with a look of wonder. The hug was a surprise, but not unwelcome, and Hestia soon found herself reciprocating. Wrapping one arm around Talia's shoulder, her hand came up and delicately wove her fingers through her dark locks. "This is nice," she heard Talia whisper. "I like your hugs, Auntie Hestia." "Well, thank you, sweetie. I like your hugs too. Goodness, I've been getting so many hugs over the last couple of days. I feel spoiled." Hestia smiled and watched as Talia's smile widened. Her niece was such a happy child. A demigod that was happy was a rare thing to see, even when they were this young. "I love you, Auntie Hestia." The words flowed out of Talia's mouth easily and would have caught her off guard if she hadn't heard it a few times today already. For Hestia, the last few days with her niece had felt most peculiar. Unlike Hera, Demeter, Poseidon and Hades, Hestia's had perfect recollection of the moment Kronos swallowed her whole, forcing her to grow up deep within his stomach. To this day, she could still remember the abyss that was her father's throat, like a pit of despair and cruelty with no end. The screams of her mother when she realized what Kronos was doing haunted her to this day, sending chills across her body. The agony in Rhea's voice had been unbearable. Like something out of a nightmare come to life. She could only imagine what her mother had felt at that moment. To this day, Rhea wouldn't talk about it. The pain was always there. Her husband's greatest betrayals. The moment the man she chose to commit herself with showed his true colors. She had a lot of time to think about the life she wanted to have if she ever escaped her father's stomach. She didn't want to experience the same agony her mother felt. She didn't want to feel the loss of a child and watch as they were ripped away by someone who was supposed to love them. If Hera and Demeter wanted to create life from their bodies, then she would help them through it as an older sister should. However, that choice was not one she wanted for herself. She didn't have the maternal element inside her as they did, and that grew as centuries went by. She didn't want children. She didn't want a husband. She didn't want any of it. She chose to remain an eternal virgin because she saw no value in having those elements in her life. She didn't view herself as maternal, nor did she want a husband to commit herself to. She was happy to be nothing more than a daughter, a sister, an auntie, a friend. She was content with the life she created for herself. She saw no need to add anything new to her life. And then Naruto stepped back into her life, bringing with her this little ball of energy that captured her heart near instantaneously. Taliah was like a breath of fresh air. For someone immortal, the days, months, and years started to feel the same. It became repetitive. Even Hestia found herself growing bored in recent years. Naruto was her saving grace during her many visits and never failed to liven everything around him. Taliah, she felt, was the same way. They were like two peas in a pod meant to find one another. Love you too, sweetie. Later that evening. Okay, let me see those teeth, Naruto asked, standing in the bathroom opposite Taliah's room. Said little girl was standing on a small red pedestal so she could reach the mirror and watch as she brushed her teeth. No child, no matter what age they were, enjoyed brushing their teeth. It seemed to be universal, no matter what era. Kids just found it to be the biggest chore, second only to tidying their room. Good dental hygiene was key, and no one liked the result of not taking care of your teeth. He would rather be used as a training dummy for students at the Ninja Academy than go to the dentist. Tooth pain was one of the worst sensations imaginable, and if there was one thing he was going to teach Taliah while she was under his roof, it was to take good care of her pearly whites. Taliah opened her mouth wide in an exaggerated manner. The daughter of Zeus was dressed ready for bed, wearing a set of gray pajamas with a happy-looking cloud on the front, courtesy of Hestia. She scrunched her face at the idea of anything pink. Any piece of clothing Hestia picked out that had a shred of pink on them, Taliah immediately shook her head. The 4-year-old didn't like the color one bit. It was a good thing she wasn't a daughter of the goddess of love. Such a mindset on the color pink was almost illegal for a child of the goddess of love. Naruto took a brief look, wearing an exaggerated expression before nodding happily. He was about to ruffle her hair but stopped himself. He finished combing her hair minutes earlier after drying her off from her bath. All right, let's head to bed. Nodding, the little girl jumped off the stool and bolted for her bed. The bed was massive and far bigger than anything a girl her age would be sleeping in. Taliah thought it was the comfiest bed in the world. Following after her, he arrived in her room as Taliah was jumping under the covers, watching as she warmed up the bed. Her face popped up from the top of the duvet and promptly began cocooning herself within the soft sheets. The blonde shook his head and came to sit down on the edge of the bed. A side lamp sat on a small table to the left of the bed, bathing a healthy glow across the room. So, Naruto asked, looking down at Taliah with a fond gaze, which companion will be sleeping with you tonight? Across the room sitting opposite the bed was a line of stuffed animals facing the bed, varying in sizes on top of a toy box. Though Hestia had shopped for clothes, Naruto had taken a brief break from running the fox's den, leaving it in the capable hands of his clones, to get a couple of stuffed toys for Taliah. By a couple, he meant a dozen. He may have gone a little overboard. Taliah put her hands up in the air. Henry. I want Henry. What the magic word? He gave her a knowing look that Taliah was quickly beginning to recognize after a couple of days. Please. Smiling, he crossed the room and picked up Henry, a purple elephant that sat in the middle of the toy box. Why Taliah dubbed the elephant Henry was anyone's guess. However, the daughter of Zeus had fallen in love with the stuffed toy the moment her eyes met his sewn buttoned ones. She always took his to bed with her and was seldom without him when they were at home. The only rule was that Henry had to remain at home. He didn't want the stuffed toy to end up lost like so many other stuffed animals. You know, your other stuffed animals are going to get jealous if you keep picking Henry. What about Seymour? Seymour was a green eagle, placed at the end of the row. Where Taliah came up with these names? They wished they knew. Hestia had been there for that one and was forced to hide her face in her hands from how hard she was cracking up. Of all the names Taliah could have picked for her father's sacred animal. Taliah shook her tired head. He's the lookout. The lookout? Yeah, he keeps everyone safe. Naruto raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. Mr. Naruto? Taliah said, with Henry comfortably sat in her arms. When's Auntie Hestia coming back? A yawn broke out from the little girl, and he watched her eyes already beginning to fall heavy with sleep. Not for a couple of days. Auntie Hestia has some odd job she needs to get out of the way back home. Oh, Talia replied, leaning on her side with her chin resting on Henry's head. What kind of jobs? Can I help? A hand reached out and gently patted her shoulder. Just grown-up jobs. You know, like I do at the cafe. Your Auntie Hestia is a chef just like I am, and there are lots of people that love her cooking. They love it so much they line up in the streets just to get a bite. Really? She asked, half in wonder and a half in exhaustion. Uh-huh. Does she make yummier snacks than you do? The blonde released a low chuckle. She likes to think she does, was all he said with a wink. Whether his words reached Talia, he didn't know. The daughter of Zeus was asleep in seconds, her body steadily rising and falling with the bed covers. Chuckling, he quietly stood up and tiptoed out of the room, flicking on the nightlight as he left. Making his way into his bedroom down the hall, he closed his door with a delicate thud. Taking a deep breath, his soft blue eyes grew serious. Stopping at his wardrobe, he opened the doors and knelt on one knee. Running a hand over the smooth bottom, he knocked twice on the wood and watched as the surface propped up, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Prying the top off and setting it beside him, he reached and pulled a familiar pair of uniquely designed chakra blades. The same ones formerly owned by the chain-smoking Jonin that was taken from their world far too soon. The weapons had last been in the care of Mirai Sarutobi when they fell into his possession. Somehow, the chakra blades survived the destruction caused by the Great Shift, the day everyone he knew and loved was taken from him in an instant. It took a year of searching through the debris of his old home before he came across them by chance. The blades were one of the few items he kept with him, while others he found were locked and stored away in a safe location known only to him. Now that Talia's asleep, let's deal with our guests, he thought, and before heading over to the window, quietly opening it so not to spook them, he jumped out and put his old shinobi skills to good use. Outside. Quiet, you fool. Are you trying to scare our meal away? Kelly screeched, her forked tongue darting in and out of her mouth as she glared at her underling and fellow impausa. I'm trying, but you said not to fly. My hoof isn't meant for traveling across the top of a tiled roof. Tammy hissed in reply, trying failing to keep her balance as the pair neared their target. The impausa, who were servants and creations of the goddess Hecate, had been traversing through the West District of Manhattan when the most delicious smell wafted up their nose. The scent was like a divine hammer knocking their senses time after time and pulled them like a magnet attracting metal. How long had it been since a demigod with such a delectable scent had crossed their paths? 50 years? 60? They weren't sure, but they both agreed it had been far too long. Try as they might, the pair had tried to resist temptation. The scent, however, overwhelmed their senses quicker than either could think. A scent this strong could only belong to a child of the elder gods, specifically, one of the big three. Even monsters such as they had heard that a child of the Olympian king and sky god had come into existence, though neither imagined they would cross paths with the child under the nose of Mount Olympus. It was unwise to insult an elder Olympian like Zeus. But the scent of his daughter. The girl was mouth-watering. It was just too sweet to ignore. The girl was unassuming, and being so young meant she had no idea of the power and potential she held. It would be easy picking, and the blonde adult they saw walking her home would pose little to no threat. It was an easy meal, and one too good to pass up. The only issue they would face was who got the larger share of their prize, and who got the scraps. Monsters didn't like to share over their kill, especially when it came to demigods. Between the two of them, Kelly often ended up the victor between the pair of impausa and was confident Tammy would submit to her. She was the more vicious of their kind, and would show a level of brutality in her kills that left some wonder if she was the Nemean lion in disguise. I haven't had a demigod in months, Kelly muttered, her long forkish tongue flicking between her lips, not since the daughter of Hermes in New Jersey, though her scent wasn't half as delectable as this one. She approached the side of the building and went down onto all fours, her teeth making a loud chattering sound in anticipation. Her slitted eyes hungered for her prey. Steadily she peered over the side of the house with the intention of climbing along the exterior walls and climb inside through one of the many windows. The air in Manhattan was warm, and with a little bit of luck, a window would be open. A small gust of wind blew across the rooftop. One of her hands came up and pushed the hair out of her face. Now, let's see if dash. Swish. Abruptly, Kelly's voice cut off. Kelly? Tammy asked, making her way over to her fellow monster. Leaning in, a strangled gasp broke the eerie silence on the rooftop with the backdrop of the city coming to life. Peering over the ledge, the impausa turned her head and looked at her self-appointed leader. Her face was a mask of surprise, her slitted eyes wide and her mouth open wide. What gives? What is it? She shook her shoulder and was forced to throw herself back while letting out a screech. The moment Kelly's body shook, Tammy watched in horror as the older monster's head rolled off her shoulders and descended to the pavement below. As the head flew through the air, gold dust took over the form of the head, until slowly, it was gone with the wind. Kelly's body fell onto the top of the roof, her arm hanging over the tiles of the roof until it too was reduced to nothing but gold dust. Reduced to one, the remaining monster scrambled away from the side of the roof. Her eyes were darting from side to side, looking in every corner, though she didn't dare look over the side of the roof. Whatever had caught them unaware and killed Kelly, Tammy doubted it would leave with one of them dead and spare the other. What was it? She couldn't smell another demigod nearby, nor was there another monster in close proximity to them. To catch Kelly unaware, who begrudgingly she would admit was one of the stronger members of their kind, spoke volumes of their ability. Standing back up, the hairs on the back of Tammy's neck stood on end. Something was watching her. Something was behind her. She swallowed thickly, gradually turning her head to look behind. A dark figure stood there. Their front was shrouded, but Tammy could make out the figure was male. Cold blue eyes stared at her with the promise of death. She idly noticed two shapes in his hands reminiscent of a pair of blades, though the shape was bizarre and unlike anything she recognized. A low whine left her throat. One that was beneath any monster like her to let slip. She wasn't stupid. She could sense the dangerous aura around the man. Her breath hitched in her throat, and in a split second, her wings spread out to their full reach and jumped into the air. She needed to fly away and never look back. It all happened so quickly that Tammy wished she hadn't turned away. She got a foot off the ground when something sharp pierced through the center of her back and exited through the middle of her chest. The breath couldn't leave her body as her form convulsed, and fell back to the ground with a low thud. Across from her, a blade with bluish energy flicking around the curved metal impacted the building across the road, spider web cracks from the force of the impact spreading across the stone and metal. Darkness quickly took over her vision, and the last thing she could see was the cold blue eyes looking down at her as the figure appeared next to her in a flash of movement. He swung down. Gold dust scattered with the wind, leaving no trace that either monster was on the roof. Part 13. You look ready to keel over. Blinking as he lowered her latte to the table, Naruto turned and faced the gazing gray eyes of Athena, ignoring the crumbs splotched across the side of her lips. The goddess of wisdom arrived at the fox's den 40 minutes ago, this time on her own. Though she invited Artemis, her younger sister was in the middle of a hunt somewhere out in California, and whatever she was hunting was giving her girls the runaround. The excitement in her sister's voice was enough for her to wish her hunt good luck before settling on leaving Olympus alone. She narrowly avoided a run-in with Aphrodite, hiding her presence from the goddess of love as she skipped her way over to Dionysus's temple. Though part of her wondered why Olympus's resident airhead was heading over to the temple of the family drunk, she chose to leave that question unanswered. She doubted it was anything of significance. Once she arrived, she took up residence in the corner of the room away from prying eyes and made herself comfortable. Her schedule of late was meetings with her servants, her father, and other members of her family. The moment a free afternoon opened up, Athena had only one place in mind to spend her free time. I'm sorry. I said you look ready to keel over. You look like you haven't slept a wink in days. Athena replied, taking the drink and pushing her empty plate to the side of the table. Is everything all right? Straightening his back, he brought up his free hand and rubbed his eyes. Dark purple circles were beginning to form under his eyes like someone had snuck into Aphrodite's enormous collection of cosmetics and smeared purple mascara all around the skin. I'm okay, he replied, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I'm tired is all. Haven't been sleeping great, that's all. Athena hummed. Trying to ignore the delicious aroma of her drink as it tickled her nose, the goddess didn't believe him. Tired? That's putting it mildly. You look exhausted. She leaned back in her chair and appeared amused when he attempted to cover his mouth when a yawn tried to escape. When was the last time you took a break? A low hum escaped Naruto. I haven't had the chance yet today. Maybe in an hour, I can have a sit down. The schools will break up for the day soon, and that should give me the time to relax a bit. He wouldn't mind being off his feet for a little bit. Maybe he could have a clone take over in the front, while he put his feet up for 20 minutes in the back room. It was risky since his clones always ran the risk of accidentally dispelling if someone or something knocked into them hard enough. I don't mean when was the last time you had a sit down, Naruto? Beneath the table, the goddess tapped her foot against the hardwood flooring. I should clarify. When was the last time you took a day off? A chuckle escaped his lips. I don't have days off. Running the den takes up most of my time. Then perhaps you should look into making some changes. Working the way you do can't be healthy. It doesn't help that you work alone. I don't think I have seen another soul working here since my first visit. As much as she loved coming to the fox's den, questions started hovering in the back of her mind, which so far, had gone unanswered. Like her sister, Athena had a good thing going at the den, and like Artemis, was developing a soft spot for the blonde owner. He was vastly different from the other mortal men that she met, and so far hadn't made a pass at her like most already would have. He appeared more interested in getting to know her in a friendly manner, making small talk between her orders and listening with rapt attention when she spoke. "I have my Sundays off." A TSK sound came from the goddess. "No, you have half of Sunday off. The other half you're here working?" She took another sip of her drink, trying to remain composed as the taste of cinnamon covered her taste buds. "I know you value your work, but I think you should put some thought into closing the den for one day a week. Sunday would work best since you're only open half a day anyway. Not to mention, you wouldn't be the only one who closes on a Sunday." Sunday was known to be a day of rest, and not only because the faux god's religion told people it was so. Sunday had always been a day where mortals would lay down their worries and take a day to relax and put their feet up. For most people, Sunday was their favorite day of the week, while Monday was typically the worst since it began the working week anew. The blonde sighed with one hand coming up to rub his neck. "It would be nice to have a day where I didn't have to think about coffee or pastries other than my own." In the 4 months since he opened up, he was focusing his time on the Fox's den 24/7 and left little time for himself. For someone of his unique circumstance, that was hard to do. Working at the den gave him a purpose. Boredom and doing nothing was the enemy, and staying occupied by any means or manner was in his mind the solution. Add a demigod like Talia coming into a mix and entering his life. "You don't think the customers would mind?" A snort escaped Athena and shook her head. "I think they would be more annoyed if you keeled over during service. Everyone needs rest. Even the best of us?" "That's true." He briefly glanced at the window. "I guess I could make up a sign and stick it in the window today. There is still enough time in the day to give people the heads up." The goddess nodded when a thought crossed her mind. "You know, this would all be a lot easier on you if you hired someone to help you." A frown appeared on his face, and she watched as Naruto casually waved the idea away. "Maybe. We'll see." The idea of hiring someone to come in a couple of days a week and help him during some of the busier days had crossed his mind on more than one occasion. The big glaring issue that Naruto had with bringing someone from the outside into the Fox's den was having to explain why there were multiple versions of himself working endlessly in the kitchen. His abilities played a role in the upkeep of the den, and bringing someone in would complicate matters. "I never said you weren't, but having someone to help carry the load of running a business would help. I'm no businesswoman, but having someone else around, even playing the role of waiter or waitress, would help make things easier on you." Athena wasn't trying to discredit him. Far from it. Thus far, the mortal had done a superb job on running a business all on his own. She didn't want to see her favorite mortal wear himself down. It would help a great deal. "I'm just saying." She shrugged nonchalantly. "Yeah, I get what you mean, and I appreciate the advice," Naruto replied. "I'll think about it. One step at a time." Athena smiled. "One step at a time." His eyes drifted away from Athena and down to the book in her hands. The book looked old if the leather-bound cover was anything to go by, but appeared in pristine condition. On the side, he noticed gold stitching and leading, and tilted his head to read the title, The Old Man and the Sea. Athena hummed, confirming his statement and taking another sip of her drink. "That's an old one. How far are you?" "About halfway, but then again, the story is only 127 pages. Athena's free hand came up and traced along the spine of the book. "I haven't read it in a couple of years, so I thought I would spend an afternoon re-experiencing it." Though she had another copy within her ever-expanding library within her temple, the one she held in her hands was a gift from Ernest Hemingway himself, who had been one of her demigod brainchildren born at the tail end of the 19th century. Intelligent beyond his year, he'd thrown himself into writing during his time in Paris in the 1920s, and the goddess of wisdom had watched with rapt attention as her son became influenced by the modernist writers and artists of the lost generation. Despite the many stories he produced, The Old Man and the Sea was a favorite of hers. Naruto hummed, taking a scan of the room to check his customers were all satisfied before he quoted. "He always thought of the sea as la mar, which is what people call her in Spanish when they love her. Sometimes those who love her say bad things about her, but they are always said as though she were a woman. Some of the younger fishermen, those who used buoys as floats for their lines and had motorboats, bought when the shark livers had brought much money, spoke of her as El Mar, which is masculine." The smile on Athena's face widened. They spoke of her as a contestant or a place or even an enemy. But the old man always thought of her as feminine and as something that gave or withheld great favors, and if she did wild or wicked things it was because she could not help them. "The moon affects her as it does a woman." When she finished speaking, the goddess couldn't help leaning forward, one arm resting against the top of the table. "You've read The Old Man and the Sea?" It came out as a statement rather than a question. Regardless, the blonde nodded. Some years ago. As you said, it's a good book. He laughed. What's so funny? It's just, he started, and couldn't help the grin morphing on his face. When I was a kid, I would be throwing a tantrum at the idea of reading a book. Looking back on his youth, Naruto often forgot how much of a knucklehead he was. It was no wonder he got on the nerves of so many of his fellow shinobi, including those he called friends and family. I was a bit of a hothead when I was younger, and the idea of reading a book would have sent me running for the hills. Really? Athena tried to picture Naruto as a kid, and couldn't help inwardly smiling. She imagined a spiky blonde running for the hills while being chased by his teachers. Oh yeah, but I found the value in it as I grew up. A fond smile and a faraway look washed over his face. My godfather was an author, and it was his first book that ignited my enjoyment of books. He chuckled. He didn't have the best of luck with more traditional stories, but did find success in the more risque section. Athena raised an eyebrow. Risque section? Naruto wiggled his eyebrows and gave Athena a look. It took seconds for Athena to understand what he meant. The blonde felt a chill run up his spine, and a frosty look appeared. Her gray eyes turned steely. I see. Athena's thoughts about Naruto started to darken before he put up his free hand. She didn't want to summon her spear. Don't worry. I could barely make it through the first couple of pages. Those kinds of books aren't my taste. Despite Jiraiya's attempts, he never fell to the dark side. So you never got sucked into that vortex of debauchery? Athena muttered and watched him nod his head. Good. That type of literature has no place in the world. It's little more than smut and pornography. Though it wasn't to her tastes, that kind of reading was up Aphrodite's alley. The occasions when she found the love goddess with her nose buried between the pages of a book, it was often one of those silly little love stories, and occasionally, straight-up pornography. The air-headed goddess that oversaw the carnal pleasures in life had been the one responsible for showing Apollo the joys of literature, despite her attempts at steering her godly brother away. You don't have to tell me twice, Naruto replied. I keep a set of his books for sentimental value. They've never even left their protective wrapping. Athena nodded, pleased by his words. Good. See that you don't. I would be greatly disappointed if I ever catch you reading such content. I doubt I would be able to call you a friend if I had such information in my mind. My sister would be less than thrilled too. She could already imagine her sister if she ever discovered such a trait in their favorite mortal. She would string you up in the trees and poke you full of holes. Oddly enough, I could see your sister doing that. Naruto tapped his chin. She seems a little scary when crossed. His words brought out a laugh from Athena. Oh, you have no idea. Whatever words the blonde was about to say died in his mouth when he heard one of his other customers call out his name. He must have lost track of time. He'd been standing there talking to the gray-eyed woman for a while. It appears you're needed elsewhere. Looks that way, Naruto replied. The blonde turned to go and serve the other customers before a thought crossed his mind. He turned his head back to Athena, asking, quick question. You called us friends. Would you consider us friends? Athena tilted her head. Her expression read she wasn't expecting the question, though it did make her begin to wonder that herself. As mortals go, Naruto was one of the best she had met in a long time, and the goddess of wisdom had to admit, being in his presence was calming. Not to mention, his culinary talents worked wonders on her taste buds. Are we friends? She said aloud, thinking it over for a brief moment before nodding. Yes. I think so. I've visited numerous times now, and we've gotten along since day one. Coming here is often the highlight of my day. Do you consider me a friend? I do. Then, I suppose we're friends? A bright smile lit up the blonde's face. In that case, can I ask you for a small favor? Oh? Now she was curious. A favor? Well, if it's within my power, then I can try, though it would depend on what it is. It's nothing strenuous if that's what you're thinking, he said back. You see, I've got some new additions I'd like to put on the menu, but I'd like someone to taste them for me. If you're available, then dash. I'd love to. She blurted out her response, before quickly throwing her hands to her mouth. She hadn't meant to reply with such excitement, but her mouth moved on its own before her mind could catch up. A rarity when it concerned a goddess of her status. However, she wasn't going to miss the opportunity for what Naruto was offering. How could she say no? She could only imagine what kind of delicacies he had in mind. Gently coughing into her hand, she straightened her back and regained her dignified look. What I meant to say is that I would be happy to help. Tell me a time, and I will see to it that I'm available. Deep down, Athena wanted the opportunity to laud it over the likes of Artemis and Aphrodite. None of the other goddesses received an opportunity like this, and she wasn't about to turn it down. Though she was one of the more patient Olympians living on Olympus, she was looking forward to rubbing that in their faces. Great. If you're available, how about tonight? I'll close up around 8 as normal. Head over around then. Perfect. I'll see you then. She tried not to sound so eager, but she couldn't deny how excited she was feeling. Evening rolled around quickly, and the goddess of wisdom soon found herself back at the Fox's Denver. The rest of her afternoon had been uneventful, though a brief run-in with Aphrodite led her to believe the goddess of love had discovered her evening plans. The sneaky love goddess had spies and snitches in every corner of the world like she was some type of lovey-dovey mob boss. Nymphs of every kind flocked to her side with a snap of her fingers, all trying to find favor with the beautiful Olympian. Nymphs enjoyed gossip and spreading rumors almost as much as the deities of Olympus did. Luckily, Dite's attention was elsewhere today, and Athena managed to slip away before the interrogation could begin. The jingle from the bell rang as she entered the Fox's den for the second time that day, and Naruto's voice reached out to her from the back room. He must have been in the kitchen preparing for her visit. "Athena? Is that you?" "Yes, it's me," she replied, looking around the room. It was strange to see it void of other people. Ever since her first visit with Artemis, the place was always filled with mortals as Naruto's reputation became well known in the West Village area and beyond. The scent of coffee and chocolate still lingered in the air, and a couple of used coffee mugs and plates still dotted around the tables. The last customer must have left mere moments before she appeared. "Great, right on time. Take a seat anywhere you like, and I'll be out in a moment." She heard him reply, "Can I get you a drink?" Athena thought about it for a moment. "I won't say no to a regular coffee." She could picture him nodding in the back. "You got it. I'll be out shortly. Take your time. Also, could you make it a decaf?" "You got it." The goddess only waited a couple of minutes before the blonde revealed himself. He appeared the same as he did earlier in the day, though she noticed a fresh new apron wrapped around his waist. Bits of jam and flour covered his wrists, though a towel was held in one hand. He got started on her drink, and it wasn't long before she had the mug sitting between her palms. "Thanks again for doing this. I hope I'm not causing any inconvenience." Athena shook her head, causing a few strands of hair to fall over her face. Naruto never noticed how her hair curled at the end since the woman tended to have her hair done up in a bun or a ponytail of some kind. Tonight, her hair was down and swept down one side. He wouldn't voice his thoughts, but he thought the look suited her. He wondered why she didn't do it more often. "It's not a problem. My evening was free, and I wasn't about to turn down the chance to try some of your new additions to the menu." Naruto let out a chuckle. "Well, I can't argue with that." He pointed behind him. "So, I've got a couple of new desserts I'm thinking about adding to the menu. What I need is you to tell me if it's good or not. I want an unbiased opinion, and since day one, you've struck me as someone who will tell it straight." Athena let out a chuckle of her own. "You would be correct. I never saw the need to beat around the bush, as it were." "Well, that's perfect. That's what I'm looking for." Her gray eyes watched him closely as he fidgeted around on the spot. "Just one small thing I want to add." If she looked closely enough, she could have sworn dust of red washed over his cheeks. "I know you can be a little, how we say, vocal when eating food here, and you get embarrassed by it. I want you to know that it's okay if you want to." He made hand motions in the air reminiscent of jazz hands. "I promise, this is a safe space." Athena sputtered a quick response, but the surprise of his words momentarily made her mind stall. Taking a moment to compose herself, she gave him a subtle nod. "I will keep that in mind." He gave a thumbs up. "Okay. I'll go and get the first one." Athena waited until he was out of sight before throwing up her hands and letting out a silent scream. She writhed around on the chair, silently stamping her feet on the floor. "I'm never going to be rid of that damn incident, am I?" One slip up, and it was going to haunt her forever. It was the incident with the flute all over again. At least, this time it was only Artemis who saw her, and she wasn't the type to spread such information around without just cause. She didn't have to be worried about other members of her family finding out, and she doubted Naruto would spread it around. She couldn't have been the only person who'd done such a thing. She composed herself as the blonde returned from the kitchen, a plate on the tips of his fingers. Unknowingly, Athena licked her lips. At first glance, the sweet treat in front of her looks like a cupcake given the size, but the texture looked more reminiscent of a biscuit. On the top of the pastry, a swirl of cream covered the top with a layer of something dusted over like a gold blanket. Three sat in front of her. "This is a cupcake-size honey cheesecake," Naruto explained, sounding pleased at her reaction. "You're probably wondering what the cream on the top is." Athena nodded. "It's cream mixed with cream cheese and honey. The base is made of biscuits, as is the sprinkles of crumbs dusted over the top. It's a bit different. I'm not even sure how I came up with it. The idea of it just struck me like a bolt of lightning." Athena could do nothing but stare and nod, before finally asking, "How in the world do you come up with these recipes? It's beautiful to look at." He gave a small bow and chuckled. "Well, thanks, but ideally, I'd like my customers to eat it, rather than stare at it." The goddess of wisdom let out a low chuckle. "Fair point. Then I should fulfill my part of the deal. Gently, Athena picked up the small pastry between her fingers. In hand, she could feel how delicate the base was. It felt like it would crumble with the tiniest degree of extra pressure. The last thing she wanted to watch it crumble away before her very eyes. Bringing it to her mouth, she took a small bite out of the side, getting enough of the cream to get a real sense of the flavor. She breathed through her nose audibly, and her eyes grew heavy all of a sudden as a burst of flavor took over her sense of taste. As expected, the second she bit down on the pastry, it crumbled away, coating her tongue with the base. Leaning forward, she rested her hand in her free palm, her toes wriggling against the inside of her shoes as she took delight in the dish. "Well?" Naruto asked, waiting patiently. Athena idly glanced at him, too caught up in the cupcake-size honey cheesecake. "Do you even need to ask?" Was her expression not enough? Thankfully, she managed to rein in any audible moans from slipping out. "It's amazing. The honey flavor isn't too overpowering?" "Not at all. I'll admit, I don't have honey often, but this was just the right amount. It wasn't too sweet." "And the cream?" "Light and fluffy," she replied, "and the biscuit base crumbled as soon as my teeth put the tiniest bit of pressure on it. It was a delightful sensation." "Good. That's good." He looked relieved, and scratched the back of his head. "I was a little worried about this one." "There was no reason to be. You did a wonderful job as always." Quickly finishing it off, Athena wiped away the crumbs and splash of cream from her lips. "You get a gold star for plate number 1. He smiled. "Thanks. That's a relief to hear. I've been cooking and baking for a long time, but I still get the jitters when I'm trying something new." Lacing her fingers together, Athena smiled. She did that a lot when she was visiting the fox's den. Something about the company of the man that ran it brought it out of her. "I'll go get the next one," he replied, and disappeared back in the kitchen. He was only gone a few short moments, but while the goddess was alone, she dropped her usual facade and punched the air in delight. Her feet repeatedly tapped the ground as she reveled in the aftertaste of the honey cheesecake. It was so good she couldn't contain herself and had to let it out, though when Naruto returned, she quickly regained her composure. Like before, he gently lowered the plate to the table, pushing the first one off to the side. Athena nearly told him to leave it where it was, but her words fell silent as her eyes settled on the second dish. A drinking glass filled with her next sweet treat rested on the top. "Unless my eyes are deceiving me, which they rarely do, can I assume I'm looking at a panna cotta?" The blonde almost grinned at her guess. "You have a good eye." He watched Athena pick it up, looking over it with an analytical look on her face and resting her nose against the rim of the glass. She took one long whiff and felt a shiver of delight run across her skin. "A strawberry panna cotta, as you've figured out." A panna cotta was an Italian dessert made of sweetened cream thickened by gelatin. The name literally meant cooked cream. It was a dish Naruto hadn't created much of in the past but decided to give it a shot by adding it to his menu. "What are these on the sides?" "Those are homemade salted almond snaps. You can have the panna cotta on its own, but I thought the almond snaps would complement the strawberry flavor." He made a motion towards the spoon. "Maybe you could tell me?" "Maybe I can," Athena fired back, and picked up the spoon. Breaking off a piece of the almond snap, the goddess scooped up some of the panna cotta, and gently placed the snap on top. Panna cotta was not a dish she was overly familiar with, though the ones she had in the past were adequate. Perhaps this one would make the dessert a new favorite of hers. It wasn't a dish her aunt, or stepmother, had ever presented them on Olympus. She leaned in and chomped down on her spoon. This time, the reaction was a little more vocal, and there was nothing she could do to contain it. "Oh, gods," she whispered, one hand coming up to slide down her cheek. Her ankles crossed over the other beneath the table, and her tongue lapped up every little bit of dessert from the spoon. When it finally left her mouth, there didn't appear to be anything left. Not even a smear of cream. Naruto tried to speak but found his mouth clamped shut as Athena grabbed another spoonful and went for a second bite. She hated that she was making noises that sounded so lewd, but she couldn't help it. Naruto told her that he wouldn't tell anyone, so she put her trust in that. And then a third. By the fourth bite, she deliberately took her time. "Well, I guess I don't need to ask, huh?" Athena shook her head. A minute passed, and Naruto found himself lifting the empty glass of panna cotta. The goddess devoured the dish like there was no tomorrow. So much so, that the inside of the glass looked half clean already from how feverishly she'd eaten it. She made sure to scoop up every last piece she could get her hands on. There wasn't even a sliver of cream left at the bottom of the glass. He was beginning to wonder which was the gluttonous daughter of Zeus. "If you don't put that on your menu, then it will be a crime of the highest order," she told him, dabbing her lips with a napkin. She would readily order that again. The cream was perfect. "I haven't had a panna cotta in a long time, but I can say this trumps any I've had in the past. From how quickly you polished that off, I'd be foolish to disagree," he laughed. "Thanks for saying so." That's another one going on the menu. At this rate, your menu will feel like it has no end. When inspiration hits, you have to go with it. You don't know when it might come back. Athena nodded. I agree. Without a moment's notice, her embarrassment swiftly returned as loud gurgle ran through her stomach. There was little she could do to stop it and felt it travel up her body so quickly there was no time to cover her mouth. Once the sensation ran along the back of her throat, she knew there was nothing she could do to stop it. A loud and guttural burp escaped her mouth, resonating inside the silent room. It sounded disgusting, like something Ares or Apollo would do. It wasn't something anyone from her family would think she was capable of. Even Naruto's looked surprised, his mouth a tiny O shape. I am so sorry you had to hear that. She threw her hands up to cover her face, hoping it would help her disappear. Gods, why did it always happen to her? Was Taichi playing some kind of prank on her? Her luck surely wasn't that bad, was it? She half expected him to turn away in disgust, but instead, he let out a loud bellyful laugh that nearly made her jump out of her seat. She sat there for half a minute, watching in silence as he tried to compose himself. Initially, when he tried to speak, he broke out into a fit of chuckles and resumed laughing, until finally, he managed to get himself under control. He wiped his eyes, a sheen of wetness coating the bottom from his hysterics. I am sorry, he said, waving his hands in the air. His expression still showed he was trying not to crack up. It was just so sudden, and out of nowhere. You caught me by surprise. Both of us, if your expression was anything to go by. Athena shook her head and tried to bury her face into her palms again. Instead, she found a gentle hand on her wrist and gently pried it away. Her initial reaction was to blast the man who dared to place his hand on her. The goddess of wisdom wasn't as bad as her sister, but as virgin goddess, she was very particular about who touched her. She had a reputation to uphold after all. The only male she allowed to touch her was Zeus, as she had grown up with her father spoiling her and wrapping her up in those giant arms of his into a hug. Her Olympian brothers tried in the past to get handsy with her, though they all came to regret it. They only needed to be told once, or twice in Apollo's case, and they never tried anything again. The sight of her spear in hand would make all of them turn tail. Her spear could appear in a matter of moments in a brilliant light. It was as easy as blinking when it came to summoning her signature weapon to her. She could skewer the one daring to touch her in a nanosecond. Luckily, she refrained. The soft smile and eyes belonging to her mortal friend were enough to push such thoughts away. Don't get upset, he said kindly, gently patting her wrist. I'm sorry my laughing upset you. It wasn't my intention. It just came out. You surprised me, that's all. Athena took a couple of deep breaths. It's fine. It's silly, I know, but, Athena paused and ran her free hand through her hair. I don't take embarrassment well. Ever since the incident with the flute all those millennia ago, the goddess has kept a close eye on every little thing she did and said. After every speech and every action, she ensured she didn't hand over any ammunition to her immortal family. She couldn't handle the japes, and being the butt of the joke. To this day, the laughter of her aunts, uncles and siblings still rang through her head from time to time. The curse of being the goddess of wisdom was that she never forgot such things. It was all stored in her memory, like a file cabinet that went on forever. I'm sorry. Embarrassment for her brethren, like Apollo, or Hermes, was second nature to them. They used it to their gain and appeared to shrug it off and keep moving forward regardless. It was one of the few things she could say she was envious for lacking. She wished she could just walk away from such things. The chair next to her made a sound, and she found Naruto taking up the seat. Don't apologize. You don't have anything to be sorry for. I know, but Stop right there, he interrupted, cutting Athena off mid-sentence. Getting embarrassed is nothing to beat yourself up over. It happens to everyone. Just the other day, I accidentally knocked into a customer, and part of their drink fell on their lap. Hot coffee right on their white shirt, stained across the front. The customer was annoyed, and I could feel the stares coming from everyone in the room. She nodded. I hate that feeling. Like people are judging you. Yeah, I can't deny it doesn't suck, but it doesn't last. You think you have to apologize over and over again to make it better when in reality, you should have stopped after the first time. It's in the past. It's history. You have to stay in the present, rather than looking back and thinking about that moment. It was one little incident. After that, the rest of the day went great. You have to stop clinging on to those moments. I wish it were that easy, Athena replied, sounding a little glum, with Naruto sighing at her reply. This goddess sure could be a Debbie Downer at the smallest of things. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. You don't always have to be perfect, you know. You're allowed to make mistakes. Athena's eyes widened from his declaration. She stared at him in surprise. She hadn't expected that response. She wasn't sure what she was expecting, but it hadn't been that. What do you mean? It came out little more than a whisper, but Naruto heard her and explained. We haven't known each other for a long time, but I've met people like you before. You're the type of person who sets unbelievably high standards for themselves. Anything less than achieving that you deem a failure and embarrassment. Did you know embarrassment belongs to the disorder known as perfectionism? Think about it. You are embarrassed because you didn't live up to your standards, and when an event happens that put us on the spot and doesn't go our way, we panic and become flushed. There is a small, or wide, gap between your expectations of yourself and your performance. Athena did know that, but she didn't voice it. She was too interested in what he had to say. He wasn't wrong about his statement on being perfect. After all, she was Athena, the goddess of wisdom and favorite daughter of Zeus. When everyone else had a problem, they came to her for help. Naruto could see she was listening, and continued, embarrassment is also another term for fear. We don't want to be perceived less than the image we desire. You need to have that wiggle room up here, and not let yourself be bogged down by that. He tapped his head. You don't have to take it personally. She knew that, but she couldn't help it. Her pride wouldn't let her. What if I can't help it? He gave her a look. You can help it, and you can start by not looking at yourself always standing on a pedestal. Things happen outside of our control. That doesn't make us any less than what we are. You make it sound easy. It can be if we let it. He replied, and outstretched his hand and patted Athena on the shoulder. Again, the goddess felt the urge to swat his hand away but restrained herself. It felt oddly comforting. The next time you feel embarrassed, hold your head up high and laugh it away. Don't let it weigh you down. It's a single moment. People will forget and move on to the next thing that catches their attention. Athena didn't say anything, but his words rang through her mind. She had the same talk from her aunt Hestia on multiple occasions in the past. Even Artemis pulled her aside a few times. She took note of their kind words of encouragement over the millennia, but hearing them coming from a mortal held a different weight to them. Here was this person, a being of lesser worth in comparison to an immortal goddess, telling her to stop taking herself so seriously. It was a sobering experience. Yet she couldn't deny his words didn't hold weight to them. He was correct, as much as she loathed to admit it. It was hard not to put herself on the pedestal he spoke of. Everyone on Olympus came to her when they had a problem. When something outside her control put the image people had of her at risk, she panicked and fled, whether it was a tiny incident or a big one. Feeling Naruto's kind eyes and smile lingering, Athena took a calming breath, trying to control the flush on her face and the thoughts running through her head. She knew he was only trying to help, for which she was grateful. He really was a unique mortal. I will try, though I don't know how successful I'll be, she admitted, her hands wrapping around her half-empty coffee mug and feeling comfort from its warmth. She watched him raise his hand and noticed it sway in the air as if he was debating with himself before she felt his hand come down on her shoulder. If you ever feel that way again, just come back to the Denver. My door is always open to you. His smile widened, and Athena tried not to look surprised when he sent a wink her way and quickly removed his hand. Think of this place as a home away from home. Somewhere you can decompress. We can even talk about our favorite books if you like. Help take your mind off things. He shrugged but chuckled when he saw her gray eyes light up. She started but found herself at a loss for words as she tried to reason with him that he didn't need to go that far. Instead, she settled on just two. Thank you. You're welcome, he replied, ready to keep going? I've got some tasty dishes in the back with your name on them. Athena nodded, I'm ready. Please bring out the next one. Olympus. As the evening came to an end, Athena reappeared within her temple of Olympus, a small and content smile gracing her face. Sitting comfortably in her hands was a white box with a blue ribbon tied around it, containing a gift from the mortal she spent the last hour helping. Choosing to spend the rest of her night in her library and tucking into a good book, Athena kicked off her shoes and replaced them with her favorite pair of gray slippers. Her civilian clothing changed as well, replaced by an oversized light blue hooded jumper and lounge pants. Despite her earlier feelings of annoyance with herself, there was a noticeable skip to her step. He'd thanked her for her help, and insisted she take something home with her. Gods, she was turning soft. The goofy blonde should count himself lucky she had a soft spot for him. There was something about him that made Athena comfortable to be around. It was like a warmth she didn't know existed until now. It was similar to the way they all felt around the goddess of the hearth. It was peaceful. She didn't know how else to explain it. Unknowingly, a shiver ran down her back and momentarily she stopped and looked at the spots on her body where his hands touched. She noted how warm his hands were, before shaking her head and continuing. She couldn't help but let out a small giggle. What has got you so amused, daughter? Turning the corner that led into her reading corner, she was surprised to find her father already occupying one of the armchairs and dressed in his usual business suit attire. In his hands, he held a copy of The Great Gatsby, with a pair of reading glasses sitting on the bridge of his nose. He stared up at her and wore a smile he reserved only for his beloved daughters. "Father," she greeted, nodding her head and taking the armchair next to him while placing the box on the coffee table in front of them. "Is there something I can help you with tonight? I wasn't aware we had a meeting scheduled. Does a father need a reason to visit his daughter?" He replied, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes as Athena made herself comfortable and tucked her feet onto the chair. "If truth be told, I'm hiding from your aunt." "Which one?" "I have a couple of them." "Hestia?" Athena rose a delicate eyebrow. A glimmer of light shone on the coffee table. A teapot appeared in the center with 2 mugs, a small saucer of milk and pot of sugar along with it. Reaching over to the bookshelf behind her, the goddess lifted over a small jar hidden between Frankenstein and Gone with the Wind. Inside was her personal stash of tea bags from England, kept hidden from the likes of Aphrodite or Demeter, so she could enjoy a cup of Earl Grey while reading her novels. "Why would you be hiding from Hestia?" she asked as she prepared tea for the 2 of them. Zeus released a sigh. He placed a marker in his book and put it off to the side. "I don't know what has got into her. She came home 3 days ago, and since then, has been cooking non-stop in her temple and delivering food to the other gods. She's been churning out new and delicious dinners and breakfasts quicker than anyone can blink. You know how we all get when Hestia starts cooking. She even made her famous steak and kidney pie just for me yesterday. She's been making everyone their favorites." Athena did know. Her aunt's food was sought after by everyone, so why are you hiding? "Because she's making too much." Zeus patted his stomach and released a tired breath. He felt like his stomach was about to burst through his suit. "I haven't felt this stuffed in centuries. What makes it worse is Demeter and Hera eventually got involved, and now the 3 of them are cooking up a storm in Hestia's temple. They tried to make me their guinea pig, but I hightailed it out of there and led them to Apollo. Hopefully, he can keep the 3 of them busy for a little while. They always were a formidable trio when they teamed up," she replied and looked amused when she heard her father grumble. With a wave of her hand, the water in the teapot heated up, and she soon found herself gently filling each of the mugs. Handing one to Zeus, who took it with a quiet thank you, she added a splash of milk to her tea and watched as her father added a teaspoon of sugar to his. With another wave of her hand, a plate and fork appeared. Leaning over, she took the box with the blue ribbon and gently peeled it open. Inside, a luscious-looking lemon-baked cheesecake sat untouched. The lemon smell tickled her nose as soon as the lid was opened, making Athena's eyes twinkle. "Is that a lemon-baked cheesecake?" She heard and found her father leaning over next to her and looking down in the box. "It is." If the look on her father's face was any indication, she wouldn't get to enjoy her cheesecake on her own as she hoped. "Why? Would you like a slice?" The god of the sky and king of Olympus licked his lips. "Maybe just a sliver?" Sighing, she conjured up another plate and fork along with a knife. She had been hoping to enjoy the cheesecake by herself, but it seemed luck was not on her side again. Making the initial cut down the middle, she moved the tip a few inches to the left and pushed down. That seemed a sufficient amount for her father. "A little bigger?" She stopped the knife and looked at her father from the corner of her eye. He was still leaning forward but was giving her an expectant look. A small hum of annoyance escaped her lips but quickly set it aside. She did as asked, and moved the knife along another inch. It was more than she was hoping to give him, but she would not be selfish after the delicious treats she enjoyed earlier. Like before, she pressed the knife down. "A little bigger?" She stopped again, and this time a frown wove its way onto her face. Her father's expression hadn't changed, nor had he moved. He just sat there and watched like an eager dog waiting for his treat. Her eyes visibly darkened, and her hand with the knife visibly twitched but relented. Again, she moved the knife another inch and started to cut down. "A little dash." He didn't get to finish as Athena's fist came crashing down on the coffee table, splitting it in 2. Zeus almost jumped back in surprise. He didn't speak a word, watching as Athena held the plate up and made one long incision down the middle of the cheesecake. Zeus's plate flew into her hand, and she unceremoniously slapped the delight down on top. "Here." She shoved the plate in his hands, a cold and irritated look on her face before turning her back and walking away with her tea in one hand and her half of the cheesecake in the other. "Tidy up after you're done," she told him, before grumbling something under her breath and disappearing past the bookshelves. Zeus just sat there in silence for a moment, wondering what had gotten into his beloved war flower. He didn't appear to realize how much Athena had been looking forward to enjoying her cheesecake alone, and not sharing it with anyone. Naruto had given her the choice of what she could take home with her. It was hers. Was it something I said? He wondered, unconsciously picking up his fork and bringing a bite of the cheesecake to his mouth. The first thing he tasted was the zest of the lemon flavor and the crumble of the pastry base as it fell apart in his mouth, and couldn't stop the guttural hum of delight from escaping his mouth. That's pretty damn good. Part 14. 5 minutes to go. Naruto muttered to himself, a frown on his face as he stared up at the clock. He stood behind the counter in the fox's den, his arms crossed against his chest as he waited for his reservation to arrive. He had no idea what he was in for, but Hestia had told him he was in for quite the experience. She said it all with a straight face but knew the telltale signs for when she wanted to start laughing. Something of interest was bound to happen within the confines of his workplace but hadn't the faintest idea what it might be. It all started when he agreed to speak with her nephew. The very same nephew who, months before, had been thrown out of the fox's den because he caught him with a young nymph in a very compromising position. If he had his way, the sun god of Olympus would never set foot in the fox's den again. The shinobi of old could tolerate a lot of things, but he wouldn't allow such behavior when families with young children were known to visit daily. Anyone, such as a small child, could have stumbled upon them while hoping to use the facilities. For anyone else, he wouldn't have considered the notion of letting Apollo back in, but his old friend was convincing. Hestia was a smooth talker when she needed to be. And so, 3 days ago, a sheepish-looking Apollo walked inside the den, and his eyes immediately locked with his own. He rarely came across as unwelcoming, but his stone-faced expression made it clear to the god of the sun that he hadn't forgotten what happened the last time he visited. He wanted to make the Olympian sweat a little, or as much as you can on someone who has divine control over the sun. A small group of satyrs had been visiting at the same time, but the moment Apollo walked inside, they took their drinks and left. While his first impression of Apollo had been less than fruitful, he would admit, his fellow blonde did come across as apologetic for his actions. He couldn't feel any negative emotions coming from the Olympian, nor could he detect any hint of deceit in his apology. It appeared genuine. Knowing Hestia, she likely had a stern talk with her nephew, or perhaps his twin had threatened him with violence if he didn't go back and apologize. Hestia spoke to him at length what the reaction had been from the other Olympians, and suffice to say, Artemis had glared bloody murder at him every time they crossed paths on Olympus. When he asked what Athena's reaction had been, Hestia had gone ghost white. She wouldn't say what, but apparently, the goddess of wisdom had been harsh. She motioned her fingers into the shape of scissors and made a snip-snip sound. He understood, and they left it at that. He didn't need an image forming in his head. With the apology made and a promise that such an event would never happen again, Naruto had accepted, though warned that he didn't want a repeat in the future. He was on thin ice as it was, and he would be keeping a close eye on him during his visits. Apollo nodded profusely and promised he wouldn't give in to temptation again. The old shinobi tried not to snort at the claim, knowing the sun god's reputation, but agreed nonetheless. Believing the conversation was over, Naruto had started to move away when he noticed the golden god staring at him, remaining in the same spot. Asking if there was something else he could do for him, the Olympian surprised him when he asked if he could book out the fox's den for an afternoon. He explained his sister had done the same thing over a month ago and wanted to do the same. It didn't take a genius to know that Apollo was talking about Artemis. Apparently, the goddess of the moon was bragging about it to her Olympian siblings. Try as he might to keep the smirk from growing on his face, the corners of his lips edged up at the mention of Apollo's twin. She hadn't visited in a few weeks, but he was always on the lookout for her. He was dubious at first. He only just gave the sun god permission to return to the fox's den, and perhaps he was trying to push his luck a bit too quickly. His initial response was to decline the request and wait until Apollo proved himself good on his promises. However, seeing the hopeful look on the immortal's face, and in a good mood after a restful Sunday off, Naruto agreed and allowed it. Like his previous reservation, Naruto briefly disappeared to his office, before returning with his red business diary, and opened it to May. They were in the final week of May, and Naruto hadn't forgotten about the meeting he was due in the coming fortnight. He and Hestia had briefly spoken about it, but little more needed to be said. They knew what needed to happen. All he needed to do was wait until the goddess of the hearth could confirm a date that she would bring her youngest sibling and king. Putting his future meeting with the god of the sky aside, and getting the fees for renting his workplace for the afternoon out the way, he penciled Apollo down in the diary. A party of 5, including Apollo, would dine at the Fox's Den on the Friday of next week and would arrive at midday. There were no dietary restrictions he needed to watch, which was a bonus, and food and beverages would be covered by the fee Apollo already paid. Apollo didn't offer a blank check like Mr. Black, but it was enough to cover his group. It was still more than he expected. Perhaps the sun god was true to his word. Afterwards, Apollo had run out with a giddy expression thanking him and disappearing down the street. That was over a week ago, and the day of said reservation had arrived. Hestia's had agreed to babysit Talia for him, which meant he didn't need to leave a clone in his place to care for her. The little girl appeared disappointed that he wasn't spending the day with them, but her frown quickly turned into a gleeful expression when he promised to take her to the zoo on Sunday. Before leaving the house, she gave him the biggest hug she could muster before running off into the living room where Hestia was waiting with some more coloring books and new crayons. Patiently waiting and watching as the hands on the clock ticked by, he straightened his back when he felt a flicker of energy come to life down the street. He only had to wait half a minute before the blonde Olympian waltzed on inside. Wearing regular civilian clothes did little to dial back the sun god's natural masculine beauty, his hair tied into a bun like the first time they met and a pair of sunglasses sitting on his face. A backpack was over his right shoulder and appeared in good spirits if the giant grin on his face was any indication. Seeing as this was a fresh start for the pair, Naruto wore a polite smile as Apollo crossed the room, right on time. Midday on the dot? Hey! When I promise something, I keep my word. If I say I'll be there at midday, I'll be there at midday, he replied, taking off his sunglasses and showing off his bright blue eyes. They were practically glowing with excitement. In fact, staring at him, Naruto noticed the blonde Olympian couldn't keep still and was bouncing on the balls of his feet. He looked like a happy golden retriever about to chase his favorite tennis ball. I guess so. He looked Apollo square in the eye. You look like you woke up on the right side of the bed. Something like that. It's a beautiful day to be alive. Do you want to know why? Naruto shrugged. Sure, why not? Apollo leaned forward, his grin widening. Because it's game day. He placed his backpack on the ground and wandered over to the tables. Do you mind if I rearrange your tables? I need a specific layout once the rest of the group appear. The old shinobi gave the sun god a flat stare, moving the tables around before he had a chance to answer. A sliver of annoyance flashed through him, but pushed it away. Sure, go right ahead. He paid to rent the den out, and if he wanted to rearrange some furniture, then he could. Walking out from behind the counter, he gave Apollo a hand in moving tables and pushing spares off to the side. Working together, it only took a few minutes before they had the layout he desired. Soon enough, a U-shape of tables formed, while a second table sat in the middle and a third was a few feet in front of them. Naruto found himself curious about what kind of game they were intending on playing. It wasn't like anything he'd seen before. He was about to ask why, when the next person started to arrive. An eyebrow rose on his face, and he tried to repress a smirk from forming on his face as a familiar dark-haired immortal with elfish features appeared through the windows and entered the Denver. Unlike the last time, he was wearing civilian clothes instead of his postman attire and looked significantly well-rested. The dark lines beneath his eyes were gone, leaving only a healthy light-skinned complexion. Like Apollo, a backpack was across his shoulder. Apollo. The sun god spun around, and both wore expressions of equal excitement. Hermes. The pair of Olympians embraced in a tight hug before both shook their fists in excitement. What day is it? Game day? Hermes ran a hand through his curly dark hair. It's been too long, man. I need my fix. It's all I've been thinking about for the past couple of days. He poked his older brother in the chest with his index finger. You better have something good planned. Hey, it's me. Apollo opened his arms wide. I always deliver on the goods. Don't worry about it, Herm. When do they others get here? Any minute now. I only arrived a few minutes ago myself. Nodding, Hermes looked across the room and only now noticed the blonde shinobi standing there, casually watching as he and his brother conversed. His eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly turned pouty. Naruto could only imagine he was thinking about the last time they met face to face. It's you. Naruto gave a short wave. It's nice to see you again. It's been a while since you were last here. I was beginning to wonder if you were ever going to stop by again. Instead of answering him, Hermes turned and looked at his brother. Does he have to be here? Well, he does own the place. Can't really kick him out of his own business. I mean, we could, but then we'd have to deal with Artemis and Athena, and we both know how that will end up for us. Apollo shook his head, and waved his hands in front of him. No thanks. I like being alive. Forgive and forget, Herm. Keep that chin up. He patted his brother's shoulder. The younger Olympian grumbled but conceded to his brother's point. He had no desire to enact the wrath of the moon goddess again. He had no desire to be on Artemis's shit list even more than he already was. She still hadn't forgiven him for the potato incident and would glare at him whenever they crossed paths, or when he made a delivery to her hunt. I guess, he muttered, looking to and from Naruto and Apollo. Like everyone else who'd visited, he made a note of the similarities between the owner and Apollo. Leaning in, he whispered, Are you sure he's not one of yours? Apollo turned and gave Naruto a glance from the corner of his eye, before replying, I'm pretty sure. I don't feel any of my power lingering within him like the rest of my kids. I think it's just coincidence. He couldn't fault Hermes for asking the question. He wondered the same on his first visit with Aphrodite, before coming to the conclusion he didn't belong to his demigod brood. He doubted Artemis would like him as much as she did if he was. She could be very picky when it came to his kids. If you say so? Hermes looked over at Naruto, who smiled back politely. The Olympian's right hand came up with his middle and index finger forming a V shape and made the "I'm watching you" motion. He wasn't going to let the damn blonde draw another phallus on his forehead like last time. People were still making fun of him because of it. It wasn't long before the pair became a trio. This time a young woman appeared before them, and this one the blonde shinobi didn't recognize. She was short in stature in comparison to the men in the room, barely reaching the middle of their chests. She was young in comparison too. If he had to put a number on her, he would have guessed 16? Maybe 17? Either way, she was younger than he was expecting for the intended party. Her hair was long and black like a raven's feather, and tied in a loose-fitting ponytail, and her eyes a shade of brown like melted chocolate. She was a god, he could tell that much, or in this case, a goddess, though didn't expect one to appear so young. Then again, Hestia enjoyed slipping into her child form from time to time. Despite her youth, she was a pretty little thing. The girl took in the room, appearing fascinated by the interior of the room. When she turned and faced the pair of gods that were watching her, she made a couple of steps forward before tripping over her own feet and face-planting right into the wood of the floor. The pair of gods and the shinobi winced at the dull thud that came with impact, and all three made a motion to move forward and help her. To their surprise, her hand came up, telling them to stop. She pushed herself to her feet and huffed in annoyance. All three watched as she dusted herself off before looking back at Apollo and Hermes with a determined look on her face, and held both her fists in the air in front of her. "Game day. Game day." Both repeated and embraced the young girl in a hug, with Hermes adding, "Glad you could make it, Hebe." A look of understanding crossed Naruto's face, though he quickly hid it. "Ah, so that's Hebe?" he thought. Her appearance now made sense, given her status as the goddess of youth. The youngest daughter of Zeus and Hera, she was a reclusive member of the Greek pantheon when compared to the rest of her siblings. There were few stories about Hebe, with the most prominent being the part she played in aiding Iolaus in temporarily granted him his youth once more to fight Eurystheus. That story aside, the most prominent piece of information on Hebe was being the former cupbearer of the gods, and the wife of the famous hero, Heracles. According to Hestia, Hebe mostly kept to herself, choosing to stay in her temple most days that sat off to the side near her mother's grand temple. "As if I'd miss it. We've got a lot of work to do, brother, so don't mess it up." She waged her finger up at Hermes, who appeared amused by the action as her face puffed out like a chipmunk. "You get too carried away, and I won't let you make any silly mistakes." "Not today." Hermes appeared affronted at the notion. "I get carried away? Who's the one who forgets about personal space when things heat up?" The goddess appeared affronted by his claim, and fired back, "It's not that bad. Don't be so dramatic, Hermes. Last time, you punched me in the eye. Oh, that was a love tap at best. How is it my fault you bruise like a peach? Learn to dodge, Mr. Fastest God on Olympus." The dark-haired god turned to his blonde brother, and motioned, "Can you believe this?" Next to them, Apollo snorted, "She's right, you know. You do bruise like a peach. I can second that. And I can third that. You bruise pretty easily for a member of our family." Two new voices spoke up, and Naruto soon found himself staring at the final two members of Apollo's party. The first was male and stood the tallest in the room by at least a couple of inches. His shoulders were significantly broader than his own, with a deep tan and scarred hands like an old-time fisherman. His hair was black, and tied into a bun similar to Apollo, though unlike the sun god, had a fair amount of dark stubble across his face. The jacket he wore was open too, revealing he wasn't wearing a shirt beneath and showing off his well-kept body. The second person was a woman, with long hair that was kept free from any braid or ponytail, hanging loosely down her back like a beautiful curtain of wheat gold. Her eyes were a shade of green, though much lighter than the man next to her. While his eyes were the color of the sea, hers were more of a mossy shade. A gold bracelet shaped like a laurel sat on her left wrist, while a small pair of earrings shaped like poppies dangled from her ears. She appeared older than Hebe, and was equally as attractive. "Triton. Despoina." The excitement in her cousin's voice was enough to make the Despoina giggle at his reaction. Hebe was the first one to cross the room, grabbing her in a tight hug, while Apollo and Hermes greeted their elder cousin from the sea. He was a rarity to see the son of Poseidon outside of his father's realm. Compared to his Olympian cousins, Triton took his duties bequeathed to him by his father as serious as a god could, and rarely took days off. Although not an Olympian, Triton was respected by most, with many believing it was his work ethic Athena tried to emulate during her days as a younger and inexperienced goddess. Many tended to forget it was Triton who kept a watch over her when she first arrived. There was stability with Triton that few gods in their pantheon could claim to possess. Not to mention, when he had a few of Dionysus's wines in him, he loosened up and became the life of the party. "Sorry if we're a little late." The god's voice was notably deeper than his cousin's and nodded his head towards the goddess next to him idly chatting away with Hebe. I ran into this one, who was gushing over some baked bread in a nearby bakery a few blocks over. Nah, it's cool, it's cool. We just got here too. Hello, Triton. This time, Hebe turned to her older cousin and laughed as she found herself hooking her arms around his neck and dangling off the front of his body without a care in the world. Said God tried to look annoyed but was failing miserably. Despoina embraced her two cousins, before asking, still no Dionysus then. The god of wine and youngest Olympian was a regular member of their group, though was sadly unable to play as of late due to defying his father and not being able to control his urges. Nah, no luck. I tried to convince Dad to give him a pass for one day, but you know what my old man is like. Apollo explained, shivering at the memory of his father glaring at him for bringing the subject up again. He tried every time they all got together, but his father wouldn't budge. Why did Dionysus have to go after that nymph? Even Apollo, the biggest ladies' man on Olympus, would refrain from seducing someone declared off-limits by Zeus. Well, he's only got himself to blame, Triton added, before finally taking note of the third blonde in the room standing patiently off to the side as they had their conversation. Who's the mortal? It came out quietly, watching as Naruto wore a patient smile as the rest of the newcomers took note of him. A menace to society, Hermes muttered, though felt Apollo wedge his elbow into his side. That's Mr. Uzumaki. He generously let us borrow his diner for the day. Naruto nodded their way. Please, just call me Naruto. And did you know, Triton added and made a swirl motion with his fingers. Use the mist? Triton nodded. Of course. I wrapped this place so thick in the mist people will be walking past it without so much as batting this place a glance. It'll cover our conversations too with him, so we don't need to worry about stepping on any glass. The older god seemed pleased. Good. I would hate to have a repeat of Mulligan's Steakhouse. That was 4 years ago. And I didn't know she was clear-sighted. As the three boys conversed, Hebe and Despoina took it upon themselves to walk over and greet the smiling blonde. Of course, like everyone else in their family, they'd heard the rumors floating around this place. The daughter of Demeter heard all about it from Persephone after one of their many afternoon tea sessions with their mother on the balcony of her temple. Her sister never spoke about any mortal business in such high regard before, and though Demeter initially appeared interested, said interest waned when Persephone mentioned how much Hades enjoyed it. For Hebe, it was a similar scenario, though for her it came from the lips of Artemis during one of the monthly gatherings at Hestia's hearth between the goddesses. Any mortal that could make the goddess of the moon swoon and praise him was enough for her to investigate. Sorry for their loudness. I'm afraid the boys in our family don't know the volume of their voices. Despoina apologized, some of the women too. The blonde smiled at the pair. That's okay. I take it this is your first time to the Fox's Den. It is, yes. From beneath the counter, Naruto pulled out a small stack of menus and handed one to each of the women. Here, take one of these and see if there's anything you fancy on them. Since you'll likely be here for most of the day, you can order whatever you want, whenever you want. I'll be sitting here at the counter while you're in the middle of your, he paused, before adding, game. Both girls looked at each other, and broke out into giggles. Apollo didn't tell you much, did he? The blonde shook his head. Nothing at all. Apollo appeared between the two goddesses, wrapping his arms over their shoulders and grinned at Naruto. Yo! Do you think we could get some of those milkshakes I had the last time I was here? Those were the best. He looked over his shoulders. Triton. Hermes. You guys want a milkshake? They're amazing. I'll take a strawberry. That came from Hermes, who took his place around the table. His backpack was on his lap, unzipping the top and grabbing a few items out from inside. On the opposite side, Triton did the same, and replied with, mint for me, if you have it. You got it. Apollo nudged his sister and cousin. Ladies, a vanilla milkshake would be nice. I haven't had a milkshake in forever. Despoina replied, a pout forming her face. Mother never lets me have one where we're together, which is all the time. She loved Demeter dearie, but the goddess of the harvest was too clingy and fussy. She was a grown goddess. She could make her own choices. I think I will have an Oreo milkshake, thank you very much, Hebe answered, giving the menu a quick skim before settling on her choice. And I'll have a chocolate milkshake? Naruto gave a small salute. Alright, I'll have those ready for you shortly. Why don't you guys go start your game, and I'll bring them over to you. With that, Naruto disappeared into the back room to begin the preparations. Meanwhile, the five gods made their way to the tables, and each took their places. And we're done. Naruto muttered to himself, crouched down by one of the tables in the kitchen as he lowered the final cherry delicately on top of the whipped cream floating on the surface of the chocolate milkshake. Together, 5 milkshakes of equal height with the classic red and white striped straws were carefully lifted until perfectly balanced on the tips of his fingers. not too shabby if I say so myself. Pushing the door open, he and re-entering the main room, he wasn't sure what he was expecting to find. Maybe they were playing a board game? Monopoly or something? They all had large bags with them, so anything was possible. He wondered if Talia had played any and if he should get some for them to play in the evenings. Instead, what he found nearly made him stumble from the absurdity of what he was witnessing. At some point, someone, probably Apollo, must have closed the blinds and turning the lighting down. Across the tables he and Apollo put together, black cloth covered them, notepads and various sized dice splayed out in front of the players. Apollo, who was seated at the table not attached to the larger arrangement, was sat with a dark cloak covering his body, the hood pulled up to cover the top half of his face. A cardboard screen was up to shield whatever objects and notes he had laid out in front of him. "Welcome travelers," Apollo spoke as he stood up and looked across the players in front of him. "Welcome to this week's game. As always, I, Apollo, will be your dungeon master. One quick announcement. Like I said earlier, the Diabolical 5 will be without Wisteriax the Tiefling Sorcerer. As we all know, D couldn't keep it in his pants and can't join us until I manage to crack Dad." Around the U-shaped table, the other members of the party, or the Diabolical 5 as he learned, nodded their heads. Each one had a change of attire, and each one of them looked like they belonged with King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. The first he looked at was Hebe, who now had her hair tied up in a bun, and dressed in some form of grey armor with a blue scarf lightly wrapped around her neck. Hermes appeared to be wearing a bright purple shirt and brown pants, with a flute hanging from his belt and his hair slicked back. A white waistcoat sat over the shirt, and he wore something akin to a smirk or a grin. He couldn't tell which. Despoina, meanwhile, was dressed in robes of various shades of green, orange and brown. On her head sat a crown of thorns along with a wooden staff in her left hand. To finish it off, Triton had removed his jacket, and a Viking-like helmet sat on his head. A large axe sat on his back. "Are you guys playing Dungeons and Dragons?" he asked, disbelief very evident in his voice. "Sure am," Apollo said, breaking character as he ushered Naruto forward, his eyes lingering on the milkshakes on the tray. Walking over and handing everyone their shake, he watched as Apollo brought it up to his mouth and took a long swig as the frothy goodness ran down the back of his throat. "Oh man, that's the stuff?" The hum came from Hebe, who beneath the table was kicking the air with her short legs. "It's so good." A milkshake mustache coated the top of her lips, and plucked the cherry from the top of the cream. "How's your Despoina?" The goddess didn't say anything. Her expression was one of bliss, her vanilla milkshake overpowering her in a way she hadn't expected. "Yeah, it's pretty good, I guess," Hermes muttered. He couldn't deny how good the beverage was, though he still kept an eye on the blonde from the corner of his eyes. He didn't want to leave himself open. Triton, who sat opposite the god of messengers, nodded in agreement. The Prince of the Sea thought it was the best milkshake he'd ever had. "So," Naruto started, his mind finally catching up to him, "you guys do this often? When you said you were going to play games, I thought you meant Monopoly or Cluedo." "We tried that, but it got violent very quickly," Triton answered, with Naruto noticing they all turned to stare at Hebe, who huffed and crossed her arms. "Someone doesn't take losing well. I told you all time and time again. Don't touch Park Lane and Mayfair. Those are MY squares," the goddess of youth shot back. "You didn't own them at the time, which means it's all free real estate. You were just angry that I managed to bankrupt you. 'Cause you built hotels on them, which was my plan. We can all get very competitive," Despoina added, her smile returning and gently sipping from the straw in the corner of her mouth, and laughed as Hebe blew raspberry Triton's way, "some more than others." Looking back up at him, Despoina asked, "Have you ever played, Mr. Uzumaki?" With that question, everyone turned and looked at him. Shaking his head, and rubbing the back of his neck, Naruto replied with, "I haven't. I don't know much about the game to be honest. All I know is that it was popular back in the 80s. I think I've seen books on it in local bookshops and the dice. We started playing the game about 5 years ago, and we haven't played much else since. It's very immersive, though we don't get to play as often as we'd like. Our professions and responsibilities tend to get in the way." She put her milkshake down, and Naruto found himself surprised as her voice suddenly changed into one of smooth elegance. "My name is Anoraxia, a druid half-elf and primary healer for the group." She nudged Hermes and gave him a look to follow suit. Sighing, the male god cleared his throat and made his voice sound higher-pitched. "The name's Rolf, a bard gnome and the best damn flute player you'll ever see. Nice to meet you." Next, it was Hebe's turn, who stood up and laid her fist on her chest. "I'm Lena, I'm human, and I'm the." Hebe sighed and whispered, "The cleric?" Naruto took note of how unhappy she sounded about it, and her lips stuck out in a pout. "You don't sound happy about it?" he commented and heard everyone else in the party snort. Hebe sat back down in a huff and crossed her arms. The youngest-looking member was proving to possess a bit of a temper. She's not. Every other campaign we've played, she always picks a barbarian or a fighter. She never allocates herself as the healer, Apollo replied, lacing his fingers behind his head and looking over at his half-sister. So we told her she had to suck it up and be the cleric of the group. So the cleric is a healer? Everyone nodded. Then why is, he looked over at Despoina, anorexia your primary? Again, everyone looked at Hebe, who stuck her tongue out and grinned. Triton, who had a small bead of mint-flavored milkshake running down his beard, went on to explain, clerics have to pick domains to align their abilities with and pick a god to serve as their patron. They're holy warriors to be blunt. Hebe here picked the war domain, which makes her suitable for both healing support and fighting. Guess what she chooses to focus on? And it's a good thing I did. How many times have I saved your sorry butts? Hebe spoke, eyes full of passion. I'm a warrior at heart. I belong on the front line just like Tyrog and Wisteriax. Yes, of course, Tyrog. Naruto asked, though it wasn't too hard to figure out. Putting down his milkshake, Triton was the final member to stand up. He put on a low voice, like waves smashing against a stone beach. I am the one they call Tyrog. He lifted the plastic axe and put it on his shoulder. I'm the half-Goliath barbarian of this group, and the primary ass-kicker and skull-crusher. Need monsters to kill? I'm your man. He grinned and stuck his tongue out at Hebe, who returned the gesture. If the blonde shinobi had to guess, the daughter of the king and queen preferred to play the barbarian. That's the group? Apollo looked up at him from his seat behind the table. We have one more, but he was grounded by our dad, and put on house arrest. Maybe you'll get to meet him in the future. Maybe. Naruto replied, so you guys do this often? When we have time, but we try to do it once a month if we can. The blonde nodded, alright. In that case, I'll leave you guys to play. If you need anything, I'll be sitting by the counter. Making sure everyone around the table had a menu should they decide they wanted anything, Naruto made way to the counter and took his seat. He had a book to read for the afternoon, but something told him he didn't want to miss what was about to unfold in front of him. Watching the group play their game was an experience he was unlikely to forget anytime soon. He knew of the game, but he'd never seen it played before. From what he understood, it was an action role-playing game, with one person acting as the narrator of the story, or campaign in this case, while the rest would play characters they created. They went in depth, like their character's history, personality likes and dislikes. He couldn't speak for anyone else who played the game, but the 5 gods around the table appeared very passionate and committed to the game. 3 hours in, and his book remaining untouched, Naruto found himself leaning on his elbows as he watched them. As you guys push on further northward for another 2 hours through the ever-changing grass, you begin to notice the color of the grass begin to shift and change the further north you go, Apollo described, looking across the room with his fingers laced in front of him. Starting from the deep verdant green we're all familiar with, it changes into a maroon, purplish color. Whoa! What's up with this field? Hermes chittered away, feigning surprise as he looked around the room. It's like some big kaleidoscope. I would like to pop Henry out of my bracelet, Hebe added and tapped her wrist. Nodding, Apollo made a whooshing sound and began describing Hebe's pet wolf appearing. Henry appears on the field, and started sniffing around. Nose to the ground, you all watch as Henry walks over to a small patch of daisies, and begins rolling over the flowers with his body. Ah, Henry likes all the flowers. Hebe raised her hand and pretended to pat a creature that wasn't there. The only one who didn't look amused out of the bunch was Despoina, who lunged forward in her seat, her arms out wide. A frantic look is on her face, her crown of thorns threatening to topple off her head. Don't do that. You'll make the field angry. She pretended to get in front of the make-believe wolf, her arms going wild. It'll be angry for weeks. It might try and hurt us. Triton and Hermes looked confused and amused, while Hebe frowned at her cousin. She pretended to hug her make-believe wolf while saying, Anna, do not yell at my wolf. I was trying to protect him. Afterwards, Apollo begins to describe Henry the wolf rolling through the grass again, with everyone watching as Despoina's expression relaxed and stared at Apollo. Does it seem angry? No, it's all fine. The field carries on as normal. Oh. It went silent for a moment, everyone looking at the blonde goddess and waited for her response. They didn't have long to wait before Despoina's face turned into a mask of fury, as her feet repeatedly stamped on the ground. Suck it, grass. The moment you say that the grass goes from a purplish maroon into a deep red, Hermes dropped his head into his hands, while Despoina looked like a fish out of the water. Oh God. What did you do? I don't know. You said everything was fine. She accused Apollo, pointing at him with an annoyed expression. I said it was fine for a wolf to roll on the grass. I didn't say it was okay to flat out insult the field. Apollo reasoned with. As all of you begin to continue forward, you find the grass is getting denser the further you go and begins catching on your ankles. You're all close to falling over a few times, but you manage to catch yourself. You get the distinct feeling the field wants you gone. Triton sighed, looking at his half-sister with a tired expression. You turned a field against us. Good job. He turned to Apollo. Do we have to fight it? That's up to you. I could torch the field. I think I've got a casket of oil in my bag of holding. From across the room, Naruto watched in fascination. It was preposterous, and yet it was happening in front of him. No. Don't do that. Hebe looked over at Apollo. I jump on Tyrog and cover his face with my hands, stopping him from taking out the casket. Triton flailed his arms around. Ah. Get off me, you pitiful excuse of a cleric. Being the only silent one, as Despoina started doing some strange dance to try and calm down the field, Hermes let out a low sigh, and go Apollo's attention. I'm going to try and reason with the field. He took a sip of water and cleared his throat. Lovely field. I apologize for the rudeness of my compatriots. We will be gentle as we meander our way through you. We will make as little of a mark on your magnificence as we can and enjoy the splendor of your ever-changing colors. You are majestic. You are windswept. You are everything I could hope for in a field of your radiance. It was a delight to set foot on your soil, and thank you for taking such good care of us. Apollo tried to hold in his laughter, as did Naruto, before asking, Ralph. Please make a persuasion check against the grass, while adding the D10 inspiration die. Shall do. Prepare to thank me for saving you all again. Hermes picked up one of the die and rolled it across the table. He pondered over it for a moment before he looked back at Apollo. 12. Your parley with the field was unsuccessful? Fuck. You rolled a 2? Hebe questioned, glancing over at his dice. Hey. We all have bad rolls from time to time. Now let's get the hell out of this field before we piss it off any more than we have. I think I need some cake, Despoina muttered and motioned Naruto over. Could I get some lemon bars please? A short while later, and a couple of empty plates extra, Naruto once again found himself staring quizzically at the fivesome. If anyone was passing by the fox's den at this moment, he could only imagine what their reaction was going to be after hearing the exaggerated screams of the son of the sea. The party of 4 successfully made it through the field without angering the rainbow-colored meadow further and found themselves traveling through a narrow pathway that led up towards the mountain. However, before they could get very far, Apollo described a golem made of stone blocking their path and refusing to allow them passage. Hebe, being the practical joker of the group, decided to use a technique called polymorph and turned the golem into something else entirely. Will someone please get this thing away from me? Triton shouted, holding up a plastic shield as he pretended to get knocked back by an invisible creature, whose plan was it to polymorph the golem into a giant squirrel. You know I don't like squirrels. They have it out for me. He made a bunch of nonsensical noises, which were soon followed by, stop standing there and help me. Hermes stared over at his half-sister since Hebe was the one who cast polymorph on the golem. Why did you turn it into a squirrel? You knew what the outcome was going to be. This is the 4th time it's happened this campaign. And it gets funnier every time it happens, Hebe replied, trying not to laugh at the nonsensical babbling coming from Triton. You'd think he was fighting Rhodosk? Despoina added, focusing partly on the scene in front of her, while happily nomming away on a lemon bar. A squirrel that size would get problematic. I don't know how Fry and the others deal with such an annoying creature, Apollo added, watching his cousin in amusement. It was always good to see his serious cousin of the sea get into role-playing and act like someone the polar opposite. I know Artie had been half tempted to hunt it down on a few occasions. Die. 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 The sea god swung the shield around like a bat. Help me. Is anyone brave enough to jump in and help your poor barbarian? Apollo asked, sitting there in amusement as his cousin got bested by a giant squirrel. Otherwise, this could take a while. Lena. Hermes and Despoina said, looking at Hebe, who appeared to be enjoying the sight immensely. Her shoulders were shaking up and down with Triton's shouts and screams tickling her funny bone. Did you have to make it so big? It was funny. Hebe shrugged, but felt the eyes of everyone else bore into her. Oh fine. I'll turn it into something smaller. She waved a hand in the air. I use polymorph again. What do you turn it into? The goddess of youth shrugged, no idea. How about a snail? He nodded, with a wave of her hand. Lena uses polymorph one more time and altered the form of the squirrel. You all watch as the body of the furry critter shudders for a moment, before it shrinks in size and takes on a new shape. What's left in its place is an ordinary snail, one that immediately begins slowly moving towards Tyrog. The sun god described as Triton let out a sigh of relief, before glaring over at Hebe. Are you all happy now? Hebe asked in character, before turning to Triton. Come on, you big baby. Let's get going. We have a dragon to kill at the peak of that mountain. That thing will stay in that form for an hour, so let's get away from here and conserve our strength. My weapon is burning for some real action. Here's your coffee, Naruto offered, lowering a mug of freshly brewed goodness next to Triton. I added a splash of coconut in there as you asked, and didn't add any sugar. Thank you, Triton replied, taking it eagerly in his hands and taking small sips, trying to avoid burning his tongue. The content hum was low and gave a series of nods. I can see why this place is so popular. I'm beginning to wonder if I should tell my mother about this place. She's been looking for more reasons to frequent New York, and if she knew this place existed, then she would stop by every visit. In that case, I'll have to keep an eye out for her. If you like, you can take a menu with you to show her. I'm still trying to figure out the whole website thing. It was an idea Hestia had offered him. He liked the idea of putting up a website for the Fox's Den so people could view the menu without having to come in. Plus it would give people a way to book the place out for events and alike. He wasn't the most tech-savvy people out there in that regard. I just might. Thank you for the offer. Don't mention it. Looping around the table to pick up some empty plates, he listened in as Hebe held her hands tightly together as she shook the dice around in her palms. He wasn't 100% sure what was happening, having been going back and forth between the kitchen and the group. Everyone on the table suddenly had the urge for a stack of pancakes each, spearheaded by Apollo, while he described the battle they were stuck in with a dragon that could breathe ice. If he had it correct, then Hebe was about to make a roll that could make or break their group. Despoina's character was low on health, having been knocked down once already, while Hermes was hidden behind a boulder, trying to stay out of the way from the dragon's icy breath. Triton had rolled moments earlier and dealt 20 points of damage before Hebe began her turn. The battle as a whole had taken over an hour. Come on, lucky dice, don't fail me now, the goddess of youth whispered, muttering something beneath her breath. Lucky dice? Naruto whispered, but Triton waved it off. She can be superstitious like that. Remember, you can't pray to Taichi. That's cheating, Apollo added, giving her a look. The goddess of youth had performed that little trick in the past, resulting in Apollo having to ban the activity. I won't. Shaking the dice one last time, Hebe rolled them across the table and leaned in. 18. She started going over her notes. Add an extra 5. That makes it 23. 23 points of damage? Apollo whistled. Everyone waited with bated breath as Apollo went over his notes, making some small calculations in his head, before looking back at Hebe. Not bad at all. How do you want to do this? Elated whoops erupted from around the table, though none were as loud as Hebe's, who punched the air and stamped her feet like a happy schoolgirl. If the blonde shinobi had to guess, that meant the group had won the battle, and Hebe got to decide how to kill the dragon. The dragon had exactly 23 health points left. Good job, Apollo commented. So? Rubbing her hands together, the normally happy-go-lucky child of Zeus and Hera rubbed her hands together in a devilish manner, truly giving into her character's bloodthirsty tendencies. I want it to go a little something like this. I want to run to the dragon and climb up its back, using the spikes on its body like climbing hooks. When I get close enough to the head, I'm going to swing my sword and drive it through its icy blue eye. She grinned viciously. Hermes leaned away from her, worried her idle hands might look someone to catch off guard, but I won't stop there. With every ounce of strength I have, I pull it to the ground, the sword still attached through the eye. With its head resting on the ground, I draw it out and pierce it right between the eyes. I kneel, and watch as the light darkens in its eyes. Around the table, everyone just looked at her, though none looked as taken aback than Naruto did. Granted, she was only playing a character, but he never expected to hear something so brutal escape the lips of a goddess who was known to be one of the kindest to be around. All Hebe could do was give everyone a sweet little smile, as everyone half-heartedly listened to Apollo describe the scene back to them. Letting out a yawn, Naruto rested against the counter. Looking at the clock, he could see the hands were drawing close to 8 p.m. As he mentioned to Apollo the other day, that was the cutoff point for the evening. As fun as the day went, he was looking forward to heading home and putting his feet up. When the god of the sun finished his description and turned to his direction, the blonde shinobi gave a quick motion to the clock on the wall, to which his fellow blonde quickly understood. He watched as Apollo slowly started bringing their game to a close. Later that evening. I'm home, Naruto called, closing the door to his home shut and slipping off his shoes. The smell of dinner and baking hung in the air, enough for it to tickle his nose with a delightful aroma. It wasn't long after walking through did the sound of small feet reach his ears and found himself smiling as Talia appeared from the living room, her head appearing from behind the arch. The daughter of Zeus was dressed for bed, and her hair was damp in places, indicating Hestia had already given her niece her nightly bath. Mr. Naruto. The girl bolted down the hallway, and the blonde shinobi found himself catching her and hoisting her up with one arm. Isn't it meant to be your bedtime? What are you still doing up? He asked, smiling down at her. I thought I would find you asleep by now, or did you twist your auntie's arm and convince her to let you stay up later? All he got was a giggle in response, making him chuckle at her reaction. With that comment, the face of Hestia appeared from the living room, and followed after her niece in greeting him. She wanted to be here for when you arrived home. We made an apple pie together today, and she wants to watch you eat it. She worked very hard on making it for you. She patted Talia's hair. We made it from scratch, didn't we? Yup. Did you now? He smiled, bouncing Talia in the air as the little girl nodded. Well, isn't that sweet? He kissed the top of her head, and watched her beam a smile at him. Was it fun? Aha! Lots. Auntie showed me how to chop apples. Well, let's not keep that pie waiting. Do you remember where the bowls are? Talia got the message, and quickly dropped to the ground with a soft thud and darted for the kitchen. Looks like you two had fun today. She certainly keeps things lively, and I can't deny it's not a joy to be around her. Hestia replied, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. More importantly, how was your day with my nephews and nieces? He sighed, and moved past her and walked towards the kitchen where Talia was waiting for him. Your family is so weird, Hestia. Hestia laughed, stepping away from the wall and looping her arm through his. I've been telling you that for years. Now you know what I've been dealing with for over 5 millennia. Part 15. Olympus. Goodness, it's the same every year, Hestia muttered, weaving her way through the line of gods and goddesses that lined the streets of Olympus, queuing outside the temple of Zeus like they did the same time every year. Immortals major and minor, and even some of the nymphs and satyr that looked after Olympus were in attendance. Each was looking for a minute with the king while he was in a good mood. She spotted Artemis and Athena near the front, while near the back was Apollo and Ares, the pair likely having arrived late and didn't appear happy by it if their grumbling was any indication. She wasn't sure why the daughters of Zeus were queuing up when her brother tended to give them everything they needed and wanted regardless. Excuse me. Coming through. Lady Hestia. No cutting in line. Miss Hestia, there's a line. Can she do that? Beats me. She gave everyone her signature warm smile. I'm sorry everyone, but I need to speak with my brother. It won't take long. Some of the other gods appeared pouty, causing her to shake her head. For deities that could live forever, they were sure impatient. Aunt Hestia? I think this is the first time I've ever seen you take advantage of father after his night with Hera. The voice came from Athena, as Hestia came to a stop at the doors of her brother's temple, sparing a glance as Athena tilted her head in her direction, gazing at her with those stern gray eyes of hers. Do you have something you wish for from father? The goddess of wisdom looked perplexed. She'd never known her aunt to ask for anything. Unlike the rest of their family, Hestia enjoyed the simple things and wasn't one for extravagance. She didn't need the fine jewelry, or a giant temple. She too comforts and warmth over grandeur. It simply wasn't in her nature. The goddess of the hearth shook her head, and a small smile appeared on her face as she gently pulled the doors open. No, nothing for me. I've just come to visit my little brother, that's all. Don't worry. I won't keep him too long. She meant to go inside, but stopped and turned back towards her niece. What are you asking for this year, Athena? Athena straightened her back. Many of the world museums are in desperate need of refurbishment. Some go as far as needing renovations, but the mortals in charge are being difficult. I'm merely going to check with father to see if I can go down and hurry things along. Athena crossed her arms. Maybe ask for an additional museum, or maybe a library to be built in a location of my choosing later on. I'm sure you have a list made up for possible locations? Of course. Without lists, nothing would get done. Something's never changed, Hestia thought, before wishing her niece good luck. I hope you get what you're after. Behind Athena, Hestia offered Artemis a wave. The goddess of the moon offered one in return before she disappeared through the doors. She heard some groans as she entered, but could only laugh as the doors closed behind her. Trekking inside, she unsurprisingly found her brother situating himself on his veranda that looked out across Olympus, and down on the mortals' world. The Temple of Zeus was one of the two structures built on the highest point of the fabled mountain, the other being the throne room which took up the left-hand side. The king of the gods was still dressed in his sleepwear, a dark blue robe covering his body, while a mug of coffee sat in his right hand. A range of breakfast food spread across the table, with a copy of the New York Times newspaper off to the side. To her surprise, he wasn't alone, and sat in front of him was the queen herself. Bathed in the light of the morning, it was no wonder why Hera was recognized as the most beautiful goddess on Olympus before Aphrodite arrived on the scene. She appeared to favor her original form with her long black licorice-like hair swaying down freely down her back, untied from any braid she often styled it in. A smile was on her face that matched her husband with small crumbs dotted across the top of her mouth with a half-eaten pastry in hand. Her dark brown eyes shimmed with happiness and amusement. She and youngest daughter were near copies of each other, but there was a regality in Hera's form that Hebe couldn't mimic. Beneath the table, her feet were bare with a golden ankle wrapped around her ankle. She couldn't help notice her foot brushing against her husband's leg. I didn't think Hera would be here. Normally, she retires to her temple after her night with Zeus. Though it appeared that didn't seem to be the case, it didn't hinder her plans. She and Naruto had been planning today for a time and needed to see it through. Hera's presence wasn't going to stop her. Stepping onto the veranda and approaching the table where the happy couple sat, it took but a moment before both sensed her presence and turned their heads in her direction. "Sister." Zeus's voice reached her first. The large god pushed himself out of the chair, a beaming smile on his face as he quickly crossed the veranda and scooped her up in a hug. His beard tickled the top of her head, and she found herself kept there for a few moments before finally getting settled back on her feet. "This is a nice surprise. Come. Join us for a late breakfast." "Zeus is right, this is a nice surprise and a welcome one at that," Hera replied, putting her pastry to the side and dusting off her hands. "To what do we owe the pleasure on this fine morning?" Hestia settled on the chair between them. It seemed Zeus wasn't the only one in a good mood. Her sister looked happier than she'd been in months. Perhaps their yearly ritual of Zeus taking her virginity was the final action needed to repair their marriage, however temporary it may be until something else came along to infuriate the pair. Hopefully, today's meeting wouldn't be that event. "Oh, nothing. I wanted to see if Zeus was free today and if he had time to come into the city with me. Maybe get a spot of lunch." By the look on the god of the sky's face, that appeared to be something he wanted to hear. His broad smile got broader, and his electric blue eyes, the ones Talia's inherited, glowed brighter in delight. "That sounds like a terrific idea. I can't remember the last time we went into the city for a meal. Certainly not this decade." He looked across the table and back to his wife. "Would you like to join us, my love?" For a brief moment, worry filled Hestia's heart. She hadn't counted on Hera attending the meeting with her, and if she did, then it would likely spell disaster. Talia would be there, and since she had been at the center of her sister's ire over the past couple of months, she didn't think Hera would be able to keep herself in check. If she lashed out, not only would Zeus's anger also begin to burn, but Naruto would step in as well. It would be a mess and not one that could clean up with a simple motion of someone's hand. Luckily for her, that worry was not, as Hera shook her head. "I'm afraid I already have pre-existing plans with Hebe and Elethea, though maybe some other time. There's this little place in the city that's been all the rage amongst the gods of late. Maybe we could try it sometime soon." Strangely enough, that's where I was hoping to take Zeus today. Her sister visibly deflated, sticking her perfect lips out in a pout. "How unfortunate," Hera muttered, now looking genuinely disappointed. "Well, never mind. You'll have to tell me what it's like when you return, my love, and we can plan a trip ourselves." "Of course. I would love nothing more, my queen." Standing up from her chair, she walked to the other side of the table, and planted a soft kiss on her husband's lips, a hand gently brushing against his cheek. "Last night was. I know. We haven't had an evening like that in some years. Let's hope we have many more nights like that in the future," she whispered back. The two were acting so lovey-dovey that Hestia started to feel out of place, and tried to look anywhere but the happy couple. She didn't need to hear any details on their night together and gently hummed to herself as she waited for them to finish. Eventually, Hera parted from her husband. "I need to go and get ready. I meet with the girls in an hour. Enjoy your day together. Perhaps try and bring me back something sweet for dinner tonight. Am I not sweet enough for you, my beautiful wife?" Zeus replied, a look in his eye that Hestia didn't like. If she hadn't arrived when she did, the pair would have likely started using the table for something else. "We'd be happy to, sister." With that, the goddess of marriage disappeared in a golden shimmer, leaving the king and his elder sister alone together. Inio won't be joining them? The twin of Ares hadn't visited Olympus in a long time. Many of their family hadn't seen Inio in decades, maybe even centuries. The only person who had any contact with the goddess of war was Hebe. Hera had tried on different occasions to coax it out from her daughter, but with no success. No doubt she would likely try again today. The relationship between Inio and her parents was tender at best. Still no luck on that front. Zeus sighed, and crossed his arms. That girl. She was never an easy one. She was never really the same after being denied a position on the Olympian Council. She remembered that day. Zeus chose Athena over Inio and gave her the seat instead of Inio, a seat which he had promised to Inio for a long time. She could still remember the hurt expression on her niece's face, worsening when Hera, who initially supported Inio, sided with Zeus on the decision. Athena was the better fit for the position. There was no denying that. As the goddess who resided over wisdom, strategy and warfare, The Olympian Council was the best fit for her. Afterwards, they all agreed they didn't need another deity of war, and Io grew bitter and angry as a result. The little girl that would fawn for attention from her mother and father was arguably one of the most bloodthirsty deities on Olympus. Perhaps even more so than Ares, and that was a frightening thought. Zeus didn't say anything. He merely turned his head and looked out across the world that was open to him. He didn't say it aloud, but he missed his daughter. Don't forget you have a long queue of people outside your temple waiting to ask you for things. All the god of the sky did was grumble beneath his breath. He was well aware of the other immortals of his pantheon, as well as the nymphs and dryads used the morning after his night with Hera to take advantage of his good mood. Whether they knew it or not, he caught on to their shenanigans centuries ago, but being the benevolent deity he knew himself to be, he went with it and acted in a manner that wouldn't give himself away. Oh, joy! Who's first? She gave him a look. Who do you think? He sighed. Which one is it this time? A museum? Or a library? Hestia laughed. I think she might be aiming for both, along with some renovations. Maybe I should have given her divinity over greed too, and gluttony to Artemis. I imagine she's out there too. She's second in line. Of course, she is. Letting out a small huff, Zeus quickly drank the rest of his coffee and stood up from his seat. With a click of his fingers, his robe transformed and was soon standing in his usual blue pinstriped suit with thunder dancing across the fabric. All right, let's get this over with, and then we'll head down to the mortal world. He visibly deflated a little, and walked a little slower back inside his temple, trying to look upbeat and happy. Wish me luck. Good luck, Zeus. Underworld. Why are you telling me weeks later? The low and baritone voice of the ruler of the dead asked, his dark and obsidian-like eyes glancing down at his daughter from his throne. Did you not think this was information you should have shared then, instead of now? Suddenly finding the marble tiles of her father's temple more desirable than ever before, the goddess of ghosts avoided eye contact, not wishing to see the coldness that was radiating from them. Why did she have to be so indecisive? She sat on the information about Naruto Uzumaki for well over a month, going back and forth whether to inform the ruler of the dead or not, before finally making her mind up earlier that morning. It wasn't something I thought I would ever discover. I wasn't sure how to approach the subject. It's not every day one comes across a man from the Golden Age that's found a way to defy time. She reasoned, though, by the look on her father's face, an expression of sheer neutrality, he wasn't buying it. The very fact that you came across such a person should have sent warning bells off in that head of yours. Were you planning on hiding this from me? No. Melano replied, stomping one foot on the marble. As I said, I didn't know how to bring this to you. I didn't know how you'd react. A clap ran through the room, the sound coming from the Hades' two hands. Well, now you know. He glared down at her. If you had told me right off the bat when we first visited his place of work together, then perhaps my reaction would have been different. Hades wasn't sure how he would have reacted if Melano had brought this information to him weeks ago, but at least he wouldn't have been feeling angry at his daughter for keeping such information to herself for over a month. You've told me everything you know? You haven't left out any details? That's everything I found out, Melano confirmed, finally raising her face and looking him square in the eye. His relatives live in the oldest part of Elysium, as I said. She started, though thumb led over her wording as she tried to find the right words. The way they describe him. What about it? Well, he doesn't come across as a bad person. They had nothing but good things to say about him. Her hands twiddled together in front of her. He's very loved. I can't deny it wasn't sweet to see and hear. Hades leaned back in his throne, letting out a small scoff before rubbing his forehead with his pale hand. A man of the Golden Age living beneath our very noses for centuries. No, millennia. One wouldn't think it was possible. Despite his birth coinciding with the final decades of that age, Hades never met anyone alive from that generation. He was too busy residing in the stomach of his father and waging war with him. There had been talk amongst his siblings to try and go down to the mortal world and observe them. The mortals of the old age had abilities and gifts those of today could only dream of possessing. Everything they learned and knew about them came from their mother, the Titaness, Rhea. Unlike the other Titans, she had watched them in idle curiosity and fascination from above. How is he still alive after all this time? I don't know, nor do his loved ones in Elysium. They are as confused as us how he still lives. He should have died in the Great Shift. No one from the Golden Generation could have survived the destruction that the Earth Mother wrought upon the world. All he and his siblings could do was watch from atop Olympus as the world beneath them churned and twisted the world into something new. Landscapes changed, and oceans took new shapes around them. The once mighty supercontinent broke into the ones they knew today. The very thought of a single person surviving such an upheaval of the planet was ludicrous to acknowledge. And yet one did. He served his family hot drinks and delicious delicacies, while making idle chit-chat with them, never revealing what he was. He wasn't sure how to feel with this revelation. The man seemed nice enough, and his wife hadn't caught on to anything negative about the man. Persephone was a good judge of character, much like his elder sister in that regard. However, the fact he and Persephone hadn't caught onto the man's emotional ties to those in the underworld, and Melano had, showed him how complacent he'd become. That piece of knowledge didn't sit right with him. Clicking his tongue, Hades stood from his throne and descended the steps. With a flick of his wrist, his attire changed. Gone was his dark robes, replaced with the usual outfit he wore when visiting the mortal world. He needed answers, and he wasn't going to sit around and wait for someone to bring them to him. Sometimes, the only thing to do was to go and get them yourself. Hopefully, none of his family on Olympus would be visiting the fox's den today, though he planned on shrouding his divine signature, so no one stopped by for a visit at the same time. Change your attire, and follow me, Father, Melano replied, watching as Hades moved past her and falling in line a few steps behind him. Where are you going? I mean, where are we going? We're going to the human world, and we're going to pay the fox's den a visit. Melano said nothing but did release a small gulp, her eyes remaining on the frosty back of the Lord of the Underworld. West Village. I can't remember the last time I visited West Village. Admittedly, not much has changed, though I do get a sense of nostalgia fall over me. Zeus proclaimed, walking side by side with his elder sister and glancing all around him. I wonder if that Chinese takeout place I used to like is still there? I remember I used to order from there nearly every day. I remember, Hestia replied. They must have looked like quite the sight with Zeus's enormous height and frame and Hestia's petiteness. Hestia barely came up Zeus's chest. I also remember Hera banning you from going there ever again because your temple and your clothes were beginning to smell exactly like the said restaurant. Oh, yeah. Instead of teleporting into the West Village, the pair had settled for traveling the old-fashioned way, jing down the lift of the Empire State Building, and walking through the streets like a pair of regular mortals. The guard stationed at the elevator that stopped anyone using the Olympian transportation system to Olympus looked ready to have a heart attack at the sight of the king. Clearly, Zeus didn't use this passage very often, though Hestia was a regular during her walks around the city. They walked for a good 40 minutes, taking the long route purposefully to chat as brother and sister. Zeus, being who he was, didn't get as much free time as one would think, while Hestia had been notably absent due to her new commitments. Hestia, being who she was one of the few gods Zeus could drop all walls with and speak honestly and truthfully and would confide about his problems for hours. She was his shrink in a funny way, and a shoulder to lean on when the stresses of being king became too much. Their love, unlike that he had for Hera, and once upon a time, Demeter, was strictly that of siblings. Nothing more and nothing less. She believed her brother needed that female presence in his life. More so than her other brothers. So, I know what Athena asked for this year, but what about Artemis? A soft grunt came from Zeus. She wants an upgrade on her chariot, but Hephaestus is, in her words, being a stupid head and telling her no. So she wants you to convince him to do it for her? More like ordering him to do it for her. Hestia let out a soft laugh. You give in too easily to those girls. Have you ever said no to them? Zeus went to speak, but despite his mouth being open, no words came out. I thought not. I think you need to be a little tougher with them if you want my opinion. You're certainly tougher on the boys. The god of the sky gave his sister a dry look. His sons were, for the lack of a better term, idiots. Where they got it from he had no idea. It certainly wasn't from him. It must have been from their mothers. His daughter didn't give him a tenth of the problems his sons would find themselves in. Stop staring at the beautiful mortal, Zeus, Hestia told him, annoyance laced in her voice. Across the street, a tall and attractive blonde woman proudly displaying her rather sizable assets in a low-cut top had caught her brother's full attention. What made it worse was the pair appeared to be silently communicating to each other with a series of winks and smiles. She could see the woman giggle into her hand, and a grin wove its way onto Zeus's face before a quick clap on the back of the head brought him out of it. Hestia gave him a look, and the king had the good decency of gulping at the ire in her eyes. And you wonder why Hera has to keep such a close eye on you. But she started it. He motioned over to the woman across the street, who appeared to be losing interest quickly now that Zeus's attention was no longer on her. I was just... Oh, I know what you were just. Hestia replied, grabbing his sleeve and tugging him away and towards their destination at a quicker rate. I'm not being blamed for you forgetting your vows again because I didn't keep a closer eye on you. Hera's rage had already encompassed Olympus once this year, and that's already one too many. Do you really want to poke that bear again? Zeus shook his head, took one last look at the blonde woman before ignoring her existence and continuing forward. How much longer until we get there? Not long. It's just up this way. I hope this place is as good as everyone's been making it out to be. Athena and Artemis, in particular, have really been hamming this place up. It's not that far. A couple of minutes, and we'll be there. When a couple of minutes passed, Zeus couldn't help but stare at the brightly colored outside of the fox's den, and couldn't help compare it to that golden monstrosity Apollo called a temple. Orange was a bold choice, especially considering it was the brightest shade of anything for blocks. Hera would have a heart attack the moment her eyes rested on this place. This is the place Athena and Artemis have been talking non-stop over? Zeus asked, pointing up at the building with an incredulous look. It's like a giant Satsuma. Everyone has different tastes, I suppose. Hestia shrugged and reasoned. Truthfully, she thought the outside of the fox's den was a little too bold even for her, but she knew how much her friend loved the color. Shall we go in? Let's. The brother and sister pair closed the gap and were soon just a couple of meters from the front door. Hestia couldn't deny, her heart felt like it was beating like a set of drums against her chest. She and Naruto had been preparing for this moment, but now that it was here, Hestia could only hope Zeus's mind was open to what he was going to learn. It would either end up great or end up very bad. She didn't feel like there was going to be any middle ground today. Just as she was about to reach for the door, Zeus's voice broke the silence, and Hestia couldn't help but note the coldness laced in it. Turning her head, she felt her stomach drop, and her veins feel like ice was injected into them. Of all days, why did he have to appear? Hades. Hestia couldn't stop her voice from sounding like a squeak. The god of the underworld looked across from his sister, a few meters between them with a surprised look on his face. Sister. His voice was as cold and smooth as always. This is a surprise. Yes, it is. I didn't think I'd see you until next winter solstice. Hestia looked behind her brother and noticed the younger goddess standing a couple of feet behind her brother. Melano? Is that you? Her niece/grandniece was a rare visitor on the surface world. She couldn't remember the last time she'd seen the younger immortal, and how rare it was to see her in her normal form, instead of that ghastly ghostly appearance she tended to favor. Good afternoon, Aunt Hestia, Melano replied. Her face was a mask of insecurities. Her dark eyes looked between the three older deities and gulped at how imposing the two sons appeared while squaring off with each other. Times like this, she wished Persephone was here to wrap her arm around her and tell her everything was going to be okay. It was no secret that the eldest and youngest sons of the Titan King did not get on, but if the stormy look on Zeus's face and the look of cold indifference on her father's was any indication, the two were not pleased to see one another. Come here, my dear. Hestia noticed Melano's worry and ushered her over. She put an arm around her shoulders, bringing her closer to keep her calm. It did little to soothe her own. It was times like these she wished Poseidon was here. Though he had a temper like his brothers, the middle son was far more mellow in comparison. He wasn't the type to openly antagonize Zeus and Hades unless provoked first. It took a lot to rile the god of the seas up. Brother. Hades started, glancing at Zeus like the king of the gods was a bug that needed to be stepped on. Seeing his youngest brother was not on his agenda of things to do. What are you doing here, Hades? Zeus's voice felt like booming thunder from far away. Haven't you got the underworld to keep an eye on, or are you beginning to slack in your duties? The same feelings were running rampant through Zeus as well and felt his good mood begin to fade. Seeing his elder brother once a year was already too much. You'd know all about slacking, wouldn't you? Hades looked over his brother's shoulder. What? No, Hera? Did our sister finally let you off the leash again after your most recent affair? I'm surprised she'd let you out of her sight. Be silent, Hades. Do not speak of things you have no part in. Did I strike a nerve? Thunder boomed overhead, and very quickly the clear skies began to darken as thunderclouds started forming across the city. If that wasn't enough, the ground beneath them shook with nearby shadows visibly darkening. Finding her courage, Hestia let out a guttural cough, drawing their attention. Stop it, both of you. She snapped at them. I know you two don't get along, but there are a time and a place, and this isn't it. Cut it out before you accidentally raze New York to the ground. Jingle. All halted their actions and turned towards the now open door of the fox's den, a bell ringing in their ears. Sticking his head through the door, the blonde head of Naruto Uzumaki looked around at the small group forming in front of his store. His blue eyes widened when he saw Hades, his thoughts running rampant in his head, before releasing a sigh. He looked between the two brothers, then at Melano, and then to Hestia. I take it things haven't gone to plan? Hestia snorted. It was a sound the two brothers didn't hear from their sister often. That's putting it mildly. He ran a hand through his hair. Can't do much about it, I guess. He looked back at Hades. By your expression, I'm guessing this isn't a social visit. Correct. By your expression and by the fact you appear to know my sister, Hades glanced at his elder sister. You know who I am, don't you? Naruto nodded. I do. I've known since your first visit with your wife. I didn't feel it was my place to reveal such knowledge. The god of the underworld grunted back and merely stared back at him. Above them, thunder boomed, and all eyes fell on the god of the sky. Zeus had waited patiently, waiting for someone to explain what was going on. However, being out of the loop began to grind on his pride, and glared at Hestia. "What is going on?" he demanded. "Don't glare at her, you idiot." Hades hissed, "She's not at fault here. No one is at fault here, but I think this conversation might be better had inside. We're drawing some unwanted attention," Naruto reasoned, and pointed out all mortals stood out on the streets looking frightened by the crazy weather, and the minor earthquake ripping through the city. Some were hanging on to street lamps as they tried to keep their balance, while others started taking shelter as lightning cracked across the sky. "Come on, let go inside." He put a hand on Hestia's shoulder. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just didn't expect Hades of all people to appear today. You and me both," he joked before both disappeared inside, leaving a gawking Zeus and Hades. The reason their expressions looked so bewildered was simple. Neither had ever seen Hestia allow a man who wasn't one of her brothers or her nephews touch her. "Come on. I've got a peppermint tea brewing for you. You're a lifesaver." "I've been known to do that from time to time." "What in the world?" Zeus muttered to himself. Seeing his beloved elder sister acting cozy with a male was irking him something fierce. Beside him, he noticed Hades begin to move, and motioned for Melano to follow. "Hades?" The elder son didn't bother looking back at his brother as he opened the door and followed the pair inside. "What? I'm not going to stand out here all day," Hades replied, before disappearing inside. It's nice to see you again, Lord Grandfather." Melano gave a quick bow before hurrying after her father. The god of the sky could do little else but follow after them, rampant with questions filling his head. Hestia clearly knew the blonde man and suspected he must have been the one his daughters spoke so highly of. "He looks like a one of Apollo's spawn," he thought to himself, just as many others had done before him. Shaking his head, he let out a loud huff. "I should have stayed in bed with Hera." Now there was an idea he could get behind. He didn't get very far inside and almost ran into the back of Hades. "Hades? What dash?" he started to say, but went silent as his eyes trailed to the spot Hades and Mano were staring at. Sitting on a table in the back with coloring books and crayons scattered across the table was none other than his daughter, Talia. "Titalia," he croaked out, surprise lacing his voice. The little girl looked up, hearing someone say her name, and looked over at the group. Before anyone else could say anything, she hopped off her seat and the three gods watched as she ran behind Hestia and clung to her top. The goddess could only let out a low laugh and patted the top of Talia's dark curls. "No need to be shy, sweetie." Her little face peeked out from behind Hestia, and Zeus could feel his daughter's eyes linger on him before hiding away again. "Hestia? What is the meaning of this? His daughter wasn't supposed to be here. She was supposed to be in California with her mother." If Hera found out she'd been brought to New York again, he was worried his dear wife would do something rash and unforgivable. Not to mention, the gods were not to have any contact with their demigods. The rule was in place for a reason. Granted, Artemis had a pass due to the nature of her duties, as did Dionysus, who was currently helping Chiron in looking after the camp. But no one else should have been. In a lower voice, he asked, "Why is she here?" Instead of answering him right away, Hestia took a seat and gently cupped Talia's face. "Why don't you head on to the back with Mr. Naruto, and have a little nap? I can tell you're getting tired, young lady." A pout grew on Talia's face, but couldn't stop the yawn from breaking out. "But I'm not tired." "Of course, you're not," she smiled. "That's what happens when you stay up too late with Mr. Naruto to watch a movie past your bedtime. Go on now. Mr. Naruto has a blanket and pillow for you in his office." "Okay," was all Talia said before, giving the new people in the den one last glance. Like before, her gaze lingered on Zeus for a moment, before quickly disappearing through the door that led to the kitchen and Naruto's office. Hestia's smile widened as her niece disappeared, and turned back to look at her family. "I think she knows there's something about you that's familiar. They do say children can get a sense of when a parent or someone with a strong connection to them is near." "What is she doing here?" Zeus asked again. Outside, lightning cracked across the sky. He wanted answers. What kind of game was Hestia trying to play? The goddess held a hand up. "I know you're angry and confused, but all will be explained shortly," Hestia replied, and motioned for everyone to take a seat. "Naruto will be out shortly with food and drinks for us." She looked at Hades and Melano. "He'll whip something up for the two of you as well." Hades grunted, and Melano nodded. "I'm still confused to why you're both here, but regardless, it is nice to see you both. I didn't anticipate the two of you being here, but you're here now." Everyone in the room took a seat around the table. The brothers each took a seat on Hestia's side, though opposite one another. Uneasily, Melano took the chair on the other side, stuck between the glaring brothers. This is highly uncomfortable, she thought. She could practically feel the animosity between the pair. Please, stop glaring at each other and calm down. I know this isn't what anyone expected to happen, but please act civil. Hestia told them, before adding, I'll be disappointed if you both start trouble. Both grunted, with Hades leaning back in his chair. I'll be civil as long as he is. His hands rested on the table. I would never dream of upsetting you, Hestia. The goddess smiled. Thank you, Hades. She then turned to look at her youngest sibling, Zeus. Can I expect the same? Zeus didn't say anything right away. He merely kept glaring at his elder brother, unease feeling him. Whatever reason Hestia had for bringing him here for had also gained the interest of the god of the underworld. He didn't know if he was going to like what it was, though his gaze flickered between Hades and the door Talia walked through. What was she doing here? Why wasn't she in California with her mother? For the sake of our sister, I will be civil. However, knowing my daughter is here, I can't help feel threatened with the feeling that our brother may try something against her. Zeus replied. Hestia sighed, and a look of defeat appeared on her face. She didn't need to look at Hades to know what expression was now on his face from the way the shadows darkened across the room. Zeus always had to get the last word in. I think you're getting confused with yourself, Thunderthighs. I'm not the one who goes around blasting children and their mothers out of existence. Hestia and Melano could hear the venom in Hades' voice. Melano was aware of the incident that Hades was referring to, and could see the rage building in her usually composed father. Or have you already forgotten? Your children are dangerous. And yours are worse. I'm thankful Persephone at least doesn't take after you, unlike the rest of your brood. Go hide in your dark holes in the ground, Hades. Go back to Olympus and hide behind Hera's skirt. Both of you stop it. Hestia called for them to cease their bickering, but started dreading the worst when Zeus pushed himself to his feet. Hades wasn't far behind, both breathing heavily. Her words weren't getting through to them. Gods! How stubborn and hard-headed could they be? They were near this hostile to one another at the winter solstice, but then again, she had the other gods to rein them in. Hera would keep Zeus under control, while Persephone, though not a member of the council, would stand by her husband and do the same. Meanwhile, Poseidon would keep an eye on the two, and step between them if called for it. It rarely happened, but there was a small handful of incidents when it did. Would anything go as planned today? My children were innocent. They did nothing wrong. Hades said in a low tone, his dark eyes getting dark by the second. You punished them and their mother for no reason but your paranoia. There is a prophecy looming over us. I took the incentive. Zeus said back, and threw his hands in the air. Bah! They went straight to your realm. What does it matter? What matters is that they didn't even get a chance at life. You took it from them. The two gods started walking around the table, and towards each other. By some miracle, Zeus didn't have his master bolt on hand, nor did Hades have his helm of domination. She wasn't worried about the pair of them getting hurt. They had scuffled in the past, but this time they were in the lower world, and not Olympus. If they fought, New York might never be the same again, and many lives would be lost. Before any more words were said, or a fist could be thrown, a small breeze blew past Hestia's ear. Between Zeus and Hades, another person appeared and threw their arms out to the side, hands pushing against the elder god's chest with enough force that the window shook from the impact. To Hestia and Melano's surprise, both Zeus and Hades got sent sailing through the air. Both impacted the walls behind them and fell to the ground. Both were in a daze over what just happened. I'm only going to say this once. Where they once stood, both the god of the underworld and the sky found the blonde owner, his arms stretched out and palms glowing with gold energy. He looked annoyed, looking back and forth between the pair before they heard him say, in the future when Hestia tells you to stop, you stop. 'Cause if you make her cry, I'll make you pay for it. He then brought one fist into his palm, and gave both a glare, you better believe it. Part XVL. Well, this is uncomfortable, Melano muttered beneath her breath, staring at the forms of her father and her grandfather as they steadily picked themselves up. At first, the surprise of what just happened was all over their faces. One moment they were in each other's faces, a fight potentially about to break out between the two brothers. Before they knew it, a flash of gold took over their sense of vision and felt a hand push them away with such force that neither had time to prepare for it. The pair remained with their eyes locked on Naruto, even after he threatened to beat them to a pulp if they made Hestia cry. Not many would dare say those words to either of them, let alone both. He must have had balls made of celestial bronze. Flashes of rage would dance across the features of the god of the underworld, and god of the sky. To Naruto's credit, he didn't back down, nor did he hide away. He stood there, unflinching in front of Hestia. It was almost as if he was protecting her from what might, or could happen. You would dare? Both gods asked, though glared at one another for copying the other. Yes, I would, Naruto replied, not backing down from the pair as the sky outside darkened, and the shadows in the room thickened. If you two want to fight, do it somewhere else. You don't come here and start tearing everything down. Not to mention, I won't let you upset Hestia. Not on my watch. Beside him, Hestia let out a sigh and left her chair to stand beside Naruto, who placed a hand on her shoulder. The goddess of ghosts couldn't help but notice the irked looks on Hades and Zeus's face from the action. It was certainly surprising to see Hestia allow another man to touch her in such form. Are you two done? Everyone noticed the steel in Hestia's voice, and Melano could already tell by the rise in temperature in the room that her divine power was leaking out more than usual. The older goddess's eyes lit up into two tiny fireballs, glancing two between her younger siblings as if they'd stolen cookies from a jar that said do not touch. The pair of you can't make anything simple, can you? Today is not about fighting, nor airing out your dirty laundry with each other. Both gods straightened their jackets, with Zeus fixing his tie and Hades his collar before walking back towards them. Both brothers had their eyes focused on Naruto, who merely glanced back at them in calm. The blonde felt annoyed, though didn't try to convey it too much. He was telling the truth though when he promised to make them sorry if they made Hestia cry. He could tolerate a lot of things, but seeing his dear and cherished friend upset because her idiot brothers were having a hissy fit with each other was not one of them. If they wanted to start a fight, Naruto promised to be the one that finished it. They were lucky all he did was knock them to the other side of the room. Maybe what it took was sending them on a one-way trip to opposite ends of the city. Now, there was an idea. You need to explain yourself, Hestia, Zeus told her. His voice was quiet, but the seriousness of his words was evident for all to hear. Who is this man? Better yet, why is he here with my daughter? Of whom I still want to understand why she is in New York in the first place. Electricity crackled around Zeus's hands. Watching quietly, Melano gulped at the action, wishing to be anywhere else but here, or perhaps I should ask, what is he? No mortal should have the power to do what he just did. The goddess took a deep breath. Everything will be made clear, Hestia replied, but first you must promise me that there will be no more outbursts or fighting. I did not bring you here to start a fight. She turned to Hades, who'd remained silent throughout the exchange. I want the same from you, Hades. A TSK sound came out from the god, of which Hestia heard. Excuse me? Do you have something you wish to say to me, Hades? In a rare act of defiance, Hestia marched up to Hades and looked up at him, caring little for the height difference. Hades, despite his infamy, had the decency to look worried. Hades glanced down at her, then to Naruto, then to Zeus, before resting back on Hestia. No, I have nothing else to say. I will behave. His expression morphed back into a mask of composure, internally scolding himself for letting Zeus's words get to him. Don't act so rash, you fool. Thank you, brother, Hestia said to him, before turning back to their younger brother, Zeus. For the love I have for you, sister, I will agree. But I want answers. His steely gaze said it all. His love for Hestia was pushing his pride and anger away, though for how long, anyone could guess. All it would take was a flick of a wrist, and everything nearby would become a war zone. And you'll get them. That I can promise you. She looked back over to Naruto. Could you finish the drinks and snacks, Naruto? The blonde nodded, of course. I'll be back in a few minutes. He gave one last look to the pair of gods watching him, before slipping back to the kitchen, mumbling something beneath his breath. Just so you both know, if you try anything like this again, I'm willing to take extreme measures to bring you both to heel. She showed off a bracelet sitting comfortably on her wrist, with a jewel sitting in the middle. To the horror of both Zeus and Hades, they watched the jewel glow purple. I will call her if necessary. In an instant, both Zeus and Hades appeared to settle down at the threat, though threw one last glare their way. Afterwards, the two returned to their seats in silence, trying to look anywhere but at each other. Feeling the situation had been diffused, for the time being, Hestia sighed and returned to her seat. Okay, Hestia. Next time, start with that threat. If she followed through with it, she was sure neither god would dare pipe up. Being the eldest of 6 siblings could be such a pain sometimes. Maybe she needed a vacation? Some isolated beach somewhere would be nice. And some of those drinks with the little umbrellas? They sat in silence for the better part of 5 minutes, which felt like the longest and most awkward 5 minutes of Melano's life. I wonder if Cerberus would jump out of a hole in the ground, swallow me, and then take me back down with him. Anything's better than the tension around this table. How did Hestia stand it? Then again, Hestia had to place peacekeeper every time members of their family came into conflict. Looking at her from the corner of her eye, the goddess remained composed. A smile rested on her face, though she noted how her eyes were still resembling 2 fireballs. Zeus and Hades. Zeus and Hera. Artemis and Aphrodite. Ares and Hephaestus. Hades and Demeter. They were the most dysfunctional family in the world, and that named a few of the quarrels. People wondered why she kept to herself in the underworld. Anything was better than being stuck in this mess. I'm starting to think I should have left all this alone. What felt like the longest 5 minutes in the world, all four deities heard the door swing open and watched as the blonde owner appeared with a tray in hand. Naruto could sense the tension in the room, but pushed it aside and wore his usual smile, appearing next to Hestia. Sorry to keep you waiting, Tia. 1 peppermint tea. Thank you, Naruto. Next came Melano. If I remember rightly, it was a coffee with 2 sugars and cream. He lowered the drink down on the table, with Melano quickly cupping it between her hands. She gave him a small nod. That's right. Thank you, she said quietly. She watched him move to her father next, and inwardly applauded him for appearing so calm. And for Mr. Underhill, Naruto said, staring at Hades and hearing the annoyance laced in his hum as he used his alias name. Hestia appeared amused, though Zeus let out a snort, which drew the ire of Hades, who sent him a quick glare. 1 amaretto coffee. Thank you. 2 words were all Hades said, before falling back into silence. Finally, for Mr. King himself, Zeus, 2 pairs of blue eyes looked at one another. Hestia informed me before today was you like to drink, so I hope this is to your taste. He lowered the final mug onto the table, and a strong scent of spiced pumpkin went across his sense of smell. The king of Olympus couldn't deny it smelled good. Despite his inner pride feeling wounded from the man's earlier shot on him, he pushed it down as deep as he could as he remembered his promise to Hestia. Like Hades, he gave a quick thanks before taking the mug into one hand and bringing it up to his lips. He wasn't sure what to expect, but he couldn't deny the second the drink touched his lips, his eyes marginally widened. It was good. Very good. Some cafes tended to make the pumpkin spice too weak or too strong. Here, it was a perfect balance. He didn't feel the need to scrunch up his face. I'll give that to him. He knows how to make a good drink. It's a good thing I made a lot of these now that there's more of us than thought, Naruto told everyone and lowered a large plate of baked delicacies into the middle of the table. Everyone, including Zeus and Hades, leaned over to get a good look. Zeus, in particular, zeroed in on the lemon slices that sat to one side. Next to them were slices of angel cake and rolls of Battenberg. Each one looked as good as the last. It's almost like someone told him how much I enjoy lemon slices, he thought, and looked at his smiling sister from the corner of his eye. Hestia always did know how to butter him up and keep him happy. Some movement came from the side and noticed Naruto pulling over a chair and took the spot next to Hestia. A frown wove its way onto his face, as well as Hades. Neither appeared to like the idea of another male sitting so close to their elder sister. So, you guys have questions, Naruto replied calmly, looking at everyone sitting around the table. I'll fill in as many blanks as I can. It took no longer than a second before Hades managed to beat his brother and daughter to the punch. How are you alive? Your kind were wiped out years ago during the Great Shift? No one could have survived. To the point and blunt. Hades wasn't leaving any room for backtracking. Though irritated he didn't get the first question, Zeus remained silent, wishing for an answer too, while stuffing his face with a lemon cake. That's good. Yeah, I figured that might be your first question, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head, and chuckling. Honestly, I'm not sure myself how I survived it, though I suspect Gia likely played a part in that too. The hairs on the arms of the deities stood on end at hearing the Earth Mother's names. Even Hestia, who knew the story, never got over the feeling. Gia. Zeus stopped himself from grabbing another lemon slice. What does our grandmother have to do with you? The blonde shinobi stared back at Zeus, a seriousness in his eyes that stood firmer than the ones he showed earlier. She has everything to do with me. He reached over to the table next to them and grabbed a knife from the top. Everyone watched as he slowly dragged the edge across his palm, showing no pain at the metal tore the skin apart. Afterwards, he placed it back on the table and held his palm up for everyone to see. What they saw wasn't blood, but instead, the golden ichor of the gods. Immortality. Naruto Uzumaki was immortal. You're immortal, Zeus stated as a fact, rather than a question. Are you telling us Gaia made you immortal? I am. Zeus's nostrils flared. Immortality was a precious privilege. It was a power all Olympians had but rarely used. To make someone who was immortal, the god had to willingly part with a small piece of their divine power, hence why it was a rarity on Olympus. Indeed, the last person made immortal by the gods was millennia ago. It simply wasn't something that happened anymore. Zeus was king, and Gia had no right to create another. Her actions had enough consequences on Olympus. They didn't need to add one more to the mix. Why? Why would she give you that gift? To his, Hades, and Milono's surprise, the blonde scoffed and leaned back in his chair. It's not a gift, it's a curse. I didn't choose for eternal life. She gave it to me forcefully. His voice was bitter. She doesn't care for what others want. Only her own ideals and desires. You still haven't told us what you are, Zeus asked, digging further into the mystery that was presenting itself. He got an answer, though it wasn't from Naruto. He's a golden man, Lord Grandfather, Melano said quietly, drawing the attention of everyone else. Zeus's eyebrows shot straight up, looking back and forth between his granddaughter and Naruto, a shinobi of the old era that predates the Olympians and Olympus. The ones that were given life by Mother Earth. She didn't want to say the primordial's name. Names had power, and she didn't want to draw any attention to herself. An array of emotions wept over Zeus's face, though his eyes went wide as he looked at Naruto. Of course, he was aware of the golden generation, but to think that one was still alive after so many millennia was unthinkable. He tried to put words together, but nothing was coming out of his mouth. His mind was rampant with thoughts, some negative, and fewer positive. You shouldn't exist, Zeus told Naruto point blank. The time of the Golden Men died before the end of the Titan War, and you should have gone down with it. And I agree with that statement, and yet Jia chose to lump me with immortality whether I wanted it or not, Naruto replied. He felt a hand fall onto his wrist and gave Hestia a smile at her attempt to comfort him. You said Jia gave you immortality by force, and it's something you didn't want, Melano asked, seemingly growing in confidence as the talk around the table became less about Zeus and Hades fighting, and more about the mysterious blonde. Can you tell us how your circumstances came to be? The blonde shinobi turned to look at Hestia, who merely smiled at him back and rubbed her thumb against his skin. It was her way of telling him she was here for him, and he was grateful she was. He sighed, to understand my circumstances, you have to go back years before the great shift happened. He told them, pushing his memory as far back as he could, back to when the Titans ruled. Unlike the people of today, my people wielded a power called chakra. A combination of physical energy and spiritual, that when blended, could allow us to perform feats that few could imagine. To prove his point, he put his two hands together, and everyone watched as bluish energy encompassed his body in a flicker of light. Instead of being warriors, we were known as shinobi or ninja. Different than the ones today in the East, though not without similarities. Throughout a large portion of our time walking the earth, the clans of different families warred against each other for land, power, wealth. The usual cliché thing, until eventually, they came together and started forming villages. When this happened, the Titans took notice. Zeus and Hades, and even Hestia straightened in their seats. How so? Understand, I wasn't born yet, so everything I know was handed down to me later in life. Naruto explained, but through history, the Titans kept an eye on us. When my village, Konohagakure, or the village hidden in the leaves came to fruition, Kronos sent his two strongest warriors to investigate, and put a stop to it. Hyperion and Atlas, Zeus growled out the names of the two titans. The two titans had been a thorn in the Olympian side throughout the war between the two factions. Atlas, the titan of endurance and strength, developed a rivalry of sorts with him. He always sought out the youngest son of Kronos when entering the battlefield, and the pair had some mighty battles throughout it. Hyperion was equally as formidable, and the closest in sadistic tendencies to the Olympian's father. Yeah, those two. Naruto scratched the back of his head, moving his neck from side to side feeling some kinks building up. What I do know, is they were defeated and sent running by the founders of the Leaf Village, who stopped their advancement. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The names meant little to Zeus and Hades. However, they took note that two men of the Golden Age were able to defeat a pair of all-powerful titans like Hyperion and Atlas. On a good day, they would hard-press the likes of themselves and their brother and sisters. They could likely take down some of the younger Olympians, and the rest of the minor gods a part of their pantheon. Atlas was second only to Kronos, with Hyperion not far behind. How can mortals have power equivalent to the likes of titans? The very idea of it is unthinkable, Zeus said aloud. It didn't seem possible in his mind. Mortals could grow, but surely they couldn't get to that height of power. Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju were recognized as two of the strongest to exist. Their lineage makes their chakra and bodies stronger. That whole business is another story in itself, so I'll leave that for another time, Naruto told them, before continuing. The stuff with Kaguya and the sage could wait for another day. Either way, afterwards Hashirama recognized the threat these entities could possess, and thus made sure that every Hokage that came after him knew of their existence. He didn't want the rest of the world to know, to avoid a panic. Hestia nodded in agreement. Smart. I don't think any mortal would want to know that a group of all-powerful immortals are out there, and could try and destroy their homes in a moment notice. It was why the pantheons of the world, including Olympus, didn't come out to humanity. The minds of most mortals wouldn't be able to handle such information, and panic would spread through the world. It would cause more harm than good. Then what? Melino asked, urging him to continue. Hades remained silent, listening intently to Naruto's words. Life continued after the encounter. Villages across the elemental nations, the name we gave the supercontinent, came to be. Konoha was built in the land of fire and became known as the strongest of the 5 major villages. The leader of the leaf was known as the Hokage. In this case, that was Hashirama Senju. For decades, we were in and out of a war with each village vying for supremacy over the other. By the time of the Fourth Shinobi War, the 5 major hidden villages finally put aside their differences to fight a common enemy. Afterwards, we all decided it was time to let old grudges lie. He smiled, thinking back days the 5 Kages got together to keep the peace. Many years after the war ended, it was my time to lead the Leaf Village. Hades leaned forward, finally speaking after remaining silent since the start. You were one of these, Hokage? Naruto grinned, and patted his chest. I sure was. I was known as the 7th Hokage. My teacher, Kakashi-sensei, was the 6th Hokage, and my dad was the 4th. He laughed and rubbed the back of his head. I guess you could say I was bound to get it eventually. That's all well and good, everyone heard, and turned to look at Zeus, who had his arms crossed over his chest. But you have yet to explain where the Earth Mother comes into all this. I know, I'm getting there, the blonde reasoned, putting his hands up. Patience is a virtue, brother. There is no need to rush. Hestia added, giving her brother a knowing look. I think he's getting to the main part of the story. She already knew the story, having learned it all from him millennia ago, but had been some time since she heard it from the shinobi's mouth. Grabbing a lemon slice, and breaking off a piece to put in her mouth, she motioned for Naruto to continue. Her brother could only grunt but remained silent as Naruto continued. It was during my 5th year as Hokage when it happened. I remember meeting her to this day. The image of a dark-haired woman appeared in his mind. I was training when I first saw her. I was there for about an hour when the next thing I know, I hear a woman crying. There shouldn't have been anyone else on the training field, and I would have sensed someone approaching. She just appeared. I walk a little ways off into the trees a small ways away from the field, and there I find a woman in dark robes sitting under a large tree. She's crouched down with her knees tucked against her chest, with her hands covering her face. I've never seen her before in my life. Reaching over the table, Naruto picked up a slice of angel cake, breaking a piece off and threw it in his mouth. So, I go over talk to her, and we start talking. It takes a few minutes cause she's in such a state, but eventually she opens up and tells me she's having problems with her family. They're fighting with each other, and she doesn't know what to do. He looked over at Zeus, and then to Hades. I should point out, I have no idea who she is, or what she is. She hid her energy to appear like a mortal. Immortals such as ourselves are known to do that when we traverse through the mortal world. Hades said, with the other deities each nodding in agreement, though we typically keep a sliver of our power active in the chance something happens. Mortals around us would begin to be affected by the aura our power gives off. Though Gia is different in that retrospect. Zeus added, she is a primordial entity. Her power is next to impossible to read. It's like a sea with no bottom. Her literal body is the very ground we walk on. She's always connected to it. If she chooses to walk the amongst mortals, she can switch the connection off like a light switch in a mortal home, and vice versa. She can hide even from us. Then what happened? Melino asked. Pieces of the puzzle were finally falling into place. I gave her an ear, and we talked. We spoke for hours underneath that tree. I help her how best I can, and we begin to trading information and stories. I assumed she was from the Leaf Village. A civilian. I can't sense any hint of negative feelings coming from her. He looked back at everyone. That's something I can do. I can sense the negative feelings coming off someone. Useful. Very useful. Afterwards, we went our separate ways, and I didn't think much of it. As far as I saw it, I helped someone out. He explained, picturing the memory in his mind. A week later, she reappears. This time, waiting for me at the edge of the training field. This continues for 2 months. 2 months. Yeah. The blonde nodded. Every time, we talk about all kinds of things. Our families, our goals in life. Konoha. We don't leave any stone unturned. In a way, I think we became friends. At least, that's what I believed. His fist clenched against the table, throwing another piece of angel cake in his mouth. I tell my wife, Hinata, about her, and she thinks she must feel lonely with all the chaos going on. I tell her all about our conversations when I come home. She tells me I should invite her over for dinner one evening. Let her be around a loving family. The novelty of his words wasn't lost on anyone. The next time I saw her, that when everything changed. Everyone around the table straightened their backs, paying attention very closely. It started like any other day. The sun was out without a cloud in the sky. There was a gentle breeze grazing against your skin. You couldn't have asked for a better day. He remembered that day like the back of his hand. It didn't matter how quickly the years passed. That day would forever remain fresh in his memory. I made my way to my usual training field, knowing I likely wouldn't get anything done. As expected, there she was. The same dark robe with her dark hair running down her back. This time, though, something was different with her eyes. She looked determined. Almost stone-faced. I asked her if everything was okay, and that's when it happened. She spilt the beans on who she was. On everything. He took a long drawn-out breath. I'd never been in the presence of a goddess before. At least, not a real one anyway. His foot tapped beneath the table against the floor. Gia, she told me her name was, and that she was the mother to all. The creator of humanity. The mother to the Titans. The first true god. She explained the family drama was her children were in a war with their children, her grandchildren, and that they were trying to take over and lay claim to the world. The Titanomachy. The children of the Titan King looked at one another with Hades speaking up. This means Gia was truly awake during it all. I always thought she was in a state of slumber during our war with the Titans. When the shift happened, I believed it was her creating a new landscape for a new era. A clean slate. Hestia nodded. That's what we all believed. Sadly, that was not the case. Naruto shook his head. It wasn't. What did she want from you? Zeus asked, his blue eyes staring intently into Naruto. Why would the Earth Mother go to all that trouble? The god of the sky has remained quiet for the most part as he listened to the story. Questions formed in his mind. She wanted me to enter the war under the banner of children, and fight off the invaders that sought to take their home from them. 3 sets of eyes widened at the declaration, while Hestia merely nodded sadly to his side. She wanted me to come to fight for the Titans and help destroy the Olympian gods. The hairs on the blonde's arms stood on end, a feeling of static in the air as he looked over at Zeus. The king of Olympus didn't appear to like that piece of information. And you said no, right? Melano questioned. A piece of lemon cake dangled from the side of her mouth. The blonde gave a half-smile. Well, I'll put it this way. You guys won, didn't you? And the Titans are the ones locked away. This time, Hades asked the question. Then why did you say no? Why would I bring my people, who have fought 4 wars up to that point, into a war they have no place in? Naruto reasoned. The 4th Shinobi War had been terrible, but it was the event that ultimately led to the 5 great villages uniting as one and putting aside their differences. Dragging the shinobi world into another war, this time against literal gods and monsters, would have spelt the death of thousands, if not more. The cycle of peace they'd create would be in tatters, and it would fall to him as the one who destroyed it. So I told her no, and inadvertently sealed the fate of my people. There was a heavy air around the table, and the blonde felt Hestia's knee beneath the table gently nudge against his own. She knew they were getting to the climax of the story, and wanted her friend to know she was still there with him. The gesture wasn't lost on Naruto and smiled his thanks. That's when Gia showed me who she really was. It was like she'd worn a mask, and my answer caused her to throw that mask away and show her true colors and intent. Turns out, he looked at Hades and Zeus. Mother Earth doesn't enjoy being told no. Zeus snorted. I could have told you that. Where do you think Old Thunder Breath over there gets it from? Hades added, earning a growl and a glare from his younger sibling. Boys, you've been doing so well. Hestia sighed, massaging her forehead. Please don't ruin it. Hade let out a low hum, but apologized. Sorry, Hestia. He looked back at Zeus and found the god of the sky gently itching the side of his eye, his middle finger clearly on display. The elder narrowed his eyes back but didn't react. After that, it felt like a cold chill ran up my spine, and the ground beneath me began to shift. Naruto could picture himself on that training field, the Earth Mother standing just feet from him. I remember this look on her face. It was this mixture of anger, sadness, and resolve. She started shouting at me how ungrateful we were, and that my rejection of her plea cemented that it was a mistake to create us all those years ago. If we wouldn't help the one that made us, then we would be shown how easy it would be to wipe the world clean. The Great Shift? The 4 deities all said. The Great Shift? He confirmed. It was like the whole world was getting turned upside down. As if we were in a snow globe being shaken around from side to side. I told her to stop what she was doing, and put my hands on her shoulders, only to watch as her body crumbled into dirt and leaves. The screaming came next. Buildings across Konoha started to give way as the tremors got stronger. The blonde's expression turned pained. I could feel my wife and my children in our home. I could feel their fear. No one around the table said anything, letting Naruto come to the end of his story. The next thing I knew, I felt weightless. The ground beneath me swallowed me up, and all I remember is falling to infinite darkness. I used every drop of power I had to push myself back to the surface, but every time I thought I saw a needle of light above me, I felt myself being crushed beneath the endless weight of her body, pushing me back down further. I'm not sure how long I was crawling through dirt, but it felt like days. Maybe weeks. He could still feel the walls of dirt and soil pushing against him on all sides. I begged to die, and I guess Gia heard me and had different plans for me. Instead, I felt a surge of power like nothing I'd ever felt cocoon around me. Before I knew what was happening, my body got pushed out of the earth, as if reborn from the dirt. Naruto released a sigh. I saw the devastation with my own 2 eyes. In the no time at all my people were gone. My wife. My friends. The people I swore to protect. All gone without a trace. I am the last of my kind, and I've wandered the world for millennia. Seen all the ages and come out the other side all the same. He put his hands together. That's my story. Along the way, I met Hestia. He gently nudged his friend with his elbow, making the dark-haired goddess smile. That's a lot of information to take in. Both Zeus and Hades massaged their foreheads. Melano, to her credit, took it in her stride, munching away on the final lemon slice. She'd managed to grab it before the god of the sky could lay claim to it. She was going to need a refill of her drink too. Luckily for her, she wasn't the only one, and Naruto was quick to notice. Looks like you guys are out of drinks. Do you all want a refill while you digest everything I told you? I need to check on Talia too. Hades and Hestia both nodded their thanks, though Zeus frowned as he watched his cup taken away. We still need to discuss my daughter after this. Of course. The moment Naruto disappeared, the 4 gods began to discuss, quickly being led by Zeus. I don't like it. Hades snorted. There's a shocker. The god of the underworld would be more surprised if Zeus winked at the blonde and gave him a thumbs up. However, he couldn't deny he was a little unsettled at everything they just learned, though, I can't say I'm happy about it too. If he's been alive for as long as he's telling us, why didn't he reveal himself to sooner? That's what I'm saying. For once, the pair were in agreement with each other. Naruto's presence was unsettling at best. He was strong. Not just anyone could separate them the way he did by forcing them away from one another. Many of the other Olympians would dare get between them, other than Poseidon, or possibly Hera. Zeus's electric blue eyes stared over at his sister. You two appear friendly with each other. You've known one another for a long time. Hestia nodded, a very long time. We met 10 years after the Titanomachy ended, and we've been friends ever since. Outside of our family, my strongest relationship is with Naruto. And the two of you are just friends? Hestia's eyes narrowed. What are you insinuating? Her eyes lit up like fireballs once more. She didn't like what Zeus was trying to imply. Gulping at Hestia's obvious annoyance from the question, Zeus steeled his nerves. It's as I said. Your friendship has never evolved past that of friends. The fire in Hestia's eyes grew brighter. Don't get angry. It's a fair question. My relationship with Naruto is that of friendship. Do I love him? Yes, I do, but it's strictly platonic, and vice versa. Naruto knows of my vow to never take a husband. To never sire children, and has always been respectful of that decision. She gave her brothers a pointed look. I don't need the two of you telling me who I can and can't spend my time with. Both nodded. Are we clear? Crystal, sister. You vouch for him then? You can vouch that he does not intend to harm Olympus. She rolled her eyes, before voicing to Zeus, if he wanted to harm Olympus, he would have done it millennia ago. The idea that the blonde would wage war with the Olympians was laughable. He didn't care about such things, and he didn't hold the pride or pettiness to do so. He disliked war in all forms. He stayed under the radar because he wanted to. Not all of us like being the center of attention. The king of Olympus grunted but conceded her to her point. Besides, look how many of our family have visited this place and spoken so highly of him. Apollo, Hermes, Aphrodite, Persephone, she gestured to Hades, our brother, Hebe, Triton, and we can't forget Athena and Artemis. It all started with her two nieces. Even Hera mentioned she wanted to visit at some point. Melano, once again remaining silent, felt the need to add, his family in Elysium also speak of him in the highest regard. Maybe a little biased, but it's worth noting. Why you saw my family? Melano nearly jumped out of her seat at Naruto's voice. Turning around, she looked up at the blonde only to find the most vulnerable expression she'd seen on the man. Hope and the need to now more shone in his eyes. She nodded her head. I did. Who? Who did you see? Melano recounted who she met, your wife, Hinata, and your two children. The blonde looked ready to crumble then and there, threatening to drop the tray balanced in his hands. Your parents were there too. Your sensei and godfather, along with the giant-chested Hokage woman with blonde hair. A heartfelt chuckle escaped his mouth. G. Grandma Tsunade. Big-chested woman? Zeus and Hades asked simultaneously. The goddess of ghosts nodded, and made a motion across her chest, bigger than Lady Demeter. Both gods looked surprised, given their sister was known to have the largest bust on Olympus, and enjoyed reminding people of that fact. Giant bazookas, I'm telling you. Zeus and Hades looked intrigued and turned to Naruto for confirmation. who merely shrugged back, "Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen someone bigger in this day and age." Naturally, anyway. The bust of the fifth Hokage was typically a topic forced on him by Jiraiya, who familiarized himself with every part of Tsunade's body, despite never having been with said woman. "You don't say," Zeus replied, suddenly having the urge to make a trip down to the underworld. Even Hades, who loved Persephone more than anything, couldn't help but wonder if Melino's words were true. A cough brought them out of their thoughts, finding Hestia giving both of them an irritated expression, and tapping one of her index fingers on the table. "I'm sure Hera and Persephone would be pleased to know the two of you have taken a vested interest in another woman's breasts." The pair had the good decency to shake their heads. "That won't be necessary, sister," Hades said back. "What Hera doesn't know won't hurt her." She didn't appear convinced but would let the matter slide for now. Turning back to Naruto, Hestia asked, "Taliah still napping?" The blonde nodded, "Yeah, she's out like a light. Cute little snores and all." The shinobi turned to face Zeus. "I guess you'd like to know how Taliah ended up with us now, huh?" "Yes, I would." The king insisted. "Why is she in New York? And where is her mother?" "California, I'd imagine," Hestia replied, before the pair took it, in turn, to explain the story to Zeus, and how Taliah ended up with Naruto. To Zeus's credit, he didn't interrupt. He sat and listened to their tale, taking in the information with his daughter's face pictured in his mind. She appeared nervous around him when he entered the fox's den, but then again, she was only 4. Children at that age were typically shy around new people, and Taliah was no exception. The last time he'd seen Taliah was little more than a year ago. Despite what the other gods said about him, he did care for his children and their mortal mothers and tried to watch out for them whenever necessary and possible. Namely, to ensure Hera didn't try anything once she learned of their existence. Though justified in her anger, she could be capriciously cruel to his demigod children and their mortal parent. If she wanted to aim her hate at someone, he'd prefer she took it out on him. His child was innocent when it came to the mechanics of their creation. As he listened, he was unaware of his right hand holding his mug with a clenched fist. His knuckles steadily turned bone-white as his annoyance grew. "Damn it, Beryl. What were you thinking?" When she walked out, I contacted Hestia, and we came up with the plan to inform you of what happened the day after your renewed vow to your wife, Naruto told him, with his hands were clasped together on the table. "Hestia told me it was the best option given the good mood you'd be in." Zeus groaned and gave his sister a look. Hestia merely smiled back. Though things didn't go to plan. Everyone looked at Hades and Melino. "Oh, sorry for spoiling your top-secret meeting." Hades feigned an apologetic tone, his expression betraying his words. "Either way, that's everything. How I met Taliah and why she has been with me." The blonde smiled. "She's been a joy to be around. She made my home life a lot more colorful, that's for sure. And I've been checking on her regularly. I stop by a few times a week. I've developed a bit of a relationship with my dear niece," Hestia added. "Stop by? You practically live at my home now. You have a room and everything?" Naruto replied, and watched Hestia shrug her shoulders. The pair of brothers narrowed their eyes, though didn't say anything. "So," Melino started looking across the table, "where do we go from here? What do we do?" Her elders all looked at one another. They weren't sure either. Even Zeus was at a bit of a loss. "This whole situation is rather troublesome," Hades admitted, scratching the back of his head, and not noticing Naruto look away to contain a chuckle. The god of the underworld was sporting some Nara-like tendencies. "We discovered far more than I imagined we would." He looked back over to Hestia, who met his gaze with her own. "You trust this man with your life?" Hestia didn't hesitate when she answered, "I do." Hades hummed to himself, half nodding at the answer and closing his eyes. Everyone just watched him for a moment, wondering what was going through the head of God. The information churned around in his head. After a minute, he sighed and nodded again. "I guess that's enough for me to know." "It is?" Hestia, Melino and Zeus all said, while Naruto looked somewhat surprised. He wasn't sure what to expect from the god of the underworld, but he wasn't thinking Hades would make that decision so quickly. If Hestia trusts him, then I guess that'll be enough. For now, at least. He looked at Naruto. "Could you get us some more of those lemon slices?" Blinking a couple of times from surprise, the blonde jumped up. "Sure." Naruto quickly whisked away into the kitchen to get more of the baked goods. "You would trust him like that?" The god of the sky had a skeptical look on his face, and couldn't hide his incredulous tone. He had figured his brother would put up more of a fight. How could he be so trusting of a person with all the information they just learned? Hades leaned back in his chair. "It's as I said. Our dear sister is a good judge of character. If she can put her faith in him and trust him, then I shall at least put my trust in her words." The god of the underworld smirked. "Besides, I won't be leaving him idle to his devices. I will have someone keep an eye on him for a while, to ensure our sister's safety and his intentions are pure. I don't need a babysitter, brother. Hestia replied, though leaned forward. However, what do you mean? Coming out of the kitchen, Naruto appeared with another tray of lemon slices and angel cake, and placed it in the middle of the table. It's a good thing I made extras. What I mean is, Hades' hand rose in the air, and came down to rest on an unsuspecting Melano's head. I will have Melano remain in the human world to keep an eye on him. Ha, ha. The head of said goddess swiveled around to stare at her father, eyes wide. I am? What? No. The others, including Naruto, appeared surprised. You can't go around offering my services like that. Yes, I can. I'm your father, and lord. So what? Offer your own damn services. Not me. I think it's a lovely idea. It will be nice to see more of you, Melano, Hestia added, appearing pleased with the idea. She rarely got to see her niece. Seeing her today was a treat. For the sake of keeping the peace, I don't mind, Naruto told them, putting his hands behind his head and looking up at the ceiling. I've been thinking it could be time to hire a waitress, or two. I could focus on the things in the kitchen that way. I wouldn't have to explain why there are multiple versions of myself running around back there. The three immortals blinked in surprise, while Hestia merely smiled at his words and drank her tea. There are more of you back there. For more. It's a technique I use a lot. The shadow clone jutsu. Sounds handy, Hades admitted, not appearing too bothered. Sounds like when we split our essence. Can we rewind, please? Do I not get a say in this? Melano shook in her chair with her hands running through her hair. She wasn't pleased in the slightest. Eventually, after another minute of hearing her name getting thrown around, the goddess of ghosts sunk in her hair and rested her forehead against the table. I've made a huge mistake. Smirking at his daughter as she accepted her fate, the rest of the trio looked over at Zeus, who'd remained quiet during the whole ordeal. The god of the sky was merely toying with his coffee mug and tapping the side with his fingers. Any thoughts, Zeus? It was Hestia who asked. It was rare for him to be so silent. The king of Olympus had plenty of thoughts, but he didn't know where to start. A powerful immortal that predated Olympus was sat in front of him and ran a cafe under his nose. Remaining hidden for millennia until now, Zeus couldn't help but feel trepidatious. Just because Hestia knew him and vouched for him, that didn't rule out the possibility that the blonde could be a grave threat to Olympus. Anyone who had a connection to Gaia was a cause for concern. After all, look at what happened with the Titans and Typhon, and then the giants many years later. He didn't want to invite more problems to Olympus's doorstep. However, all of the gods that visited the fox's den had expressed their delight, namely towards the owner. Impressing the likes of Artemis and Athena was impressive, as the pair were good at discerning when a threat was nearby. Not to mention, his relationship with Hestia. He just wasn't sure. He wanted to blast the blonde into oblivion and be done with it all, but that wouldn't fly this time. Talia, Zeus mumbled out, she's been well under your care? She has, the blonde nodded. The first couple of days were an adjustment, but having Hestia around helped. You've developed a soft spot for her? Zeus looked to his sister, who nodded in his question. I have. I kept an eye on her as you asked when I could spare it. Sadly, I wasn't watching when Beryl decided to leave her, but I've been there since. This time, Zeus nodded, and for a moment, fell silent. Despite what his brethren thought of him, he did care for his half-blood children. Although their lives were fleeting compared to the lives of his godly children, he did want their lives to be somewhat happy, however possible that was. That's why the children of the gods went to stay at Camp Half-Blood. In truth, I am unsure what to do. On one hand, your very existence could spell trouble for Olympus. An unchained anomaly with power that rivals the gods. Zeus was upfront, though Naruto did not appear to take offense to his words. It was understandable given his position as leader of his family. On the other hand, my daughter is in your care, and appears healthy. Zeus rubbed his brow with his hand, briefly looking Hestia's way and felt her dark brown eyes lingering on him. As Hades stated, Hestia, vouching for you works in your favor. If it were not that, I would blast you into oblivion. Somehow, I don't think that'll work, Hestia thought but didn't voice it. If, Zeus started to say, and looked at everyone around the table, if I allow this to slide, and continue to allow my daughter to remain under your care with Hestia providing a watchful eye, you can guarantee her safety? Naruto didn't hesitate for a moment, before responding with, I can. A few monsters have already tried, but I sent them packing. Zeus grunted. Good. She will need to learn how to defend herself. If she's like my other demigods, some of her powers will start showing up sooner. I noticed since whenever she sneezes the electrical appliances at home go off. Zeus sighed, I'm guessing that's a common one. Very common. The king of Olympus sank back in his chair. If things are to remain as they are, it will mean the other gods of my pantheon will be unable to visit here in the future. Hestia watching over Talia, while Melano keeps an eye on you will draw enough attention. Having gods constantly flocking here is unwise, and will later spell trouble in the long run. The rules I created millennia ago are for a reason. Naruto and Hestia looked at each other and nodded. Yeah, Hestia warned me that might be the case. Know this, Zeus looked Naruto square in the eye, I might not be around, but that doesn't mean I won't be keeping a close eye on you as well. Your existence is unnerving, given how long you've gone unchecked. Your ties to Gia make that even more prevalent. The first sign of trouble, I'm taking Talia and sending her to Camp Halblood. Zeus let out a low huff, earning a roll of the eyes from Hades. I might even have Chiron stop by your home and visit from time to time. Naruto wasn't looking to argue with the king of Olympus, and shrugged, if that's what you want, then fine. Just know, I'll protect Talia from whoever I deem a threat to her life and happiness. This tie, the blonde stared right back at Zeus, and I do mean, everyone. Noted. A sigh of relief escaped Hestia, happy that overall the meeting succeeded. She tried to ignore the groan and complaints coming from Melano, who was still unhappy with being forced into playing the role of Naruto's babysitter for X amount of time. Well, it started rocky, but at least everything ended on a good note, she thought and looked back at the bracelet sitting on her wrist. I'm glad I didn't have to resort to the big guns. I fear Mother would have taken the opportunity to make Naruto sweat and critique his food. The tetanus never failed in making the blonde feel on edge. Her thoughts and everyone's once conversations were quickly halted as an iris message started to form next to Zeus. Hestia motioned to Naruto, who was quick to disappear in the back, leaving the deities to deal with whoever was calling. Zeus. Zeus. What the hell is going on? Why were there thunder clouds encircling Manhattan, and why was the ground shaking? Oh, boy, everyone thought, as the concerned, yet annoyed visage of Hera appeared through the portal. Everything's fine, my love, Zeus reasoned, putting his hands in the air to show everything was fine. The goddess of marriage didn't appear convinced. She gave her husband a look while crossing her arms, causing the god of the sky to point across the table towards his elder brother. Said brother rolled his eyes, mouthing the word, coward, as the portal spun around and faced the god of the underworld. Instantly, Hera's face soured. Oh. You're here? Nice to see you too. Thrown any puppies off Olympus recently? Hades asked, staring at his younger sister with an emotionless gaze. Whether his words had any impact on Hera was debatable, as the woman had mastered the skill of keeping a neutral face. Though, she did turn her nose up at him and swish her hair to one side as the portal turned back to Zeus. Never mind. I think I can see what angered you, just don't take it out on the city. I wouldn't want to see Manhattan razed to the ground. She looked to Hestia. Please, keep them both in check, sister. I always do, Hestia replied. I'll return to my previous engagement. Do try and have a good time, husband? I'll try. Oh, Hera, before you go. I have a message for you. Once again, Hera turned to her elder brother. What? Everyone watched as Hades reached into his pocket, fumbling around for a brief moment, before pulling out his hand. His fist was clenched, though his middle finger was riding high for everyone to see. You look fat in that dress? Before Hera could say anything, Hades snapped his fingers and forced the portal to disappear. The last image he saw was his sister's expression turning murderous before vanishing. Looking smug with himself, he looked to Hestia, who merely shook her head. Very mature. I hate you so much, Zeus muttered, glaring at Hades. No doubt Hera would be in a foul mood when he returned to Olympus, and he was the one who would have to deal with it. The god of the underworld merely smirked to himself, while mentally patting himself on the shoulder. Today turned out more fulfilling than he imagined. Part XVLL. Must stay awake, Zeus told himself, leaning against the back of his throne as he half listened to Athena. Said goddess was on her feet, dressed in a traditional Greek chiton that was once all the fashion back in ancient times, a long scroll in her hands that reached all the way to the floor. He loves his daughter, but she tended to take charge during solstice meetings and took it upon herself to air her grievances and list every tiny detail that was rattling around in her endless mind. The first couple of times it was cute, but now, millennia later, it was little more than exhausting to hear. Hence why he often left Athena's speech to last. Blue eyes drifting away from the goddess of wisdom, the whole room looked to be in the same state to himself, though some hid it better than others. Apollo and Hermes' posture was similar to his own, though at some point they sank further into their thrones with their legs spread out in front of them and shoulders dropping to the height of the armrests. Hermes even had the nerve to let out a yawn, briefly making his elder sister stop mid-sentence and direct a glare his way before continuing. Since she didn't summon her spear, he had to imagine she was close to finishing. His other sons weren't much better than the pair. Dionysus was already asleep and had been for some time. Maybe an hour, but that was nothing new. The youngest of his Olympian brood couldn't go an hour into the solstice meetings before falling asleep, which was why he had him as one of the first to speak on current affairs related to him. The god of wine was dressed still in his camp attire and clearly looked unhappy with the situation. Not that Zeus cared. His son had brought it upon himself. If he wanted someone to blame, all he needed to do was look in the mirror. Near to Dionysus was Hephaestus, who now and again would look Athena's way to appear like he was paying attention. In reality, the god of the forge was tinkering away with some device, trying to hide it from his sister. Rubbing his face, his son was none the wiser to the oil smears across his face, flecks of metal glittering in his long and shaggy beard. Then again, maybe he did know but didn't care. The latter was most likely the case. Though, he would sneak glances at the goddess of love, who sat further down the line of thrones. Unsurprisingly, Aphrodite was paying no attention to Athena's speech, though, unlike her ex-husband, she didn't try to hide it. Sporting long blonde hair that ran down her back like a golden waterfall, the goddess of love decided it was a good time to paint her toenails. A small tube of hot pink nail polish sat perfectly on the edge of the armrest, her petite feet resting on the edge of her throne. A rare look of concentration was on her face as she ran the brush over the nails, giving Athena a deadpan expression when she felt the younger goddess's eyes on her. She even brushed off the glare Artemis was sending her way. Speaking of his daughter, Artemis was one of the few in the room who remained upright and appeared to be paying attention to her sister's speech. Like her sister, Artemis was dressed in a chiton like the old days, though silver, instead of white. Her bow rested on the side of her throne along with her quiver of arrows at the ready. Sitting in her hand was a small knife, which she spun between her fingers. The glare she was sending towards the goddess of love and the look of defiance she got back made her toy with the weapon dangerously. Those two truly are each other's worst enemies, Zeus thought. He'd all but forbade them from getting in a fight with one another during the solstices. Despite Artemis being the superior fighter, Aphrodite was scrappy. She wasn't against using underhanded tactics to get the better of the moon goddess. The last time the pair got into a serious physical altercation, they broke San Francisco. The two were on thin ice for over a decade and weren't allowed back to the city ever. The rest of the gods in the throne room of Olympus weren't much better. Ares was staring up at the ceiling while one of his many knives, toying with it in his meaty hands. His eldest son and the god of war was as uninterested in the meeting as always. If the atmosphere was calm, he'd be the one to instigate a battle just for the hell of it. On more than one occasion walked in to find Ares trapping one of his brothers in a headlock or full Nelson. Everyone knew it was Ares teaching Aphrodite holds to put Artemis in on the occasions they fought. He couldn't stop himself from shaking his head. Of all his children, Ares was the one that disappointed him the most. He and Hera spoiled their firstborn. What a mistake that had been. If they'd been firmer with him, maybe he would have turned out different. The last two of the Olympian pantheon, Hera and Demeter, sat beside one another, making idle chat as they waited for the meeting to end. Unlike his wife, whose dark hair tied into a neat braid down one side of her body, Demeter wore her long golden hair unimpeded. It flowed like a golden waterfall with straw and wheat woven in certain places. Her chiton, while conservative, was a light green color, showing enough skin to leave most men fawning over her. Demeter looks very beautiful today, he thought to himself, until quickly shaking those thoughts out of his head a moment later. He and Demeter had a long history with one another, given Persephone was their firstborn child to both of them. For the most part, they were on good terms, but now and again, when autumn and winter set in and Persephone set off for the underworld, things got chilly between them. The king always felt it was best to give his older sister her space during those months, letting her fawn over her other immortal children as a distraction from her favorite. Speaking of his siblings. A yawn came from his right and spared a glance at his elder brother, the god of the sea. Like the rest of the gods, Poseidon had one hand resting against his face as he willed himself to stay awake. As always, he was wearing those ridiculous Hawaiian shirts he loved, along with a pair of flip-flops. The contrast in style between them couldn't be more different. Everything Zeus wore was stylish and smart and spoke volumes on where he was on the leadership hierarchy. Poseidon, meanwhile, looked like a beach bum who forgot to shave and spent his day fishing at the harbor. "Stop staring at me," Poseidon's voice muttered. Zeus noticed the sea-green eyes of his brother looking at him from the corner. "Stop yawning. Athena won't be much longer. Tell that to the rest of your brood. Most of the room looks half asleep already." Zeus grumbled but couldn't fault his brother's words. Sitting upon his throne and straightening his back, the god of the sky let out a mighty clap as he brought his two hands together. For a split second, the room flashed with light as lightning danced across the sky around Olympus, and thunder boomed in their eardrums. The effect it had was instant. Apollo and Hermes both jumped in their thrones. Dionysus slid off his throne in surprise. Hera and Demeter's chat came to an end. Ares dropped his knife, nearly landing and piercing through his thigh. Hephaestus dropped his doohickey and grumbled to himself. Aphrodite missed her foot completely, smearing pink nail polish across her skin. Even Athena and Artemis were caught by surprise, with Athena fumbling her notes in her hands and Artemis' bow clattering to the ground. The only one who wasn't surprised was Poseidon, who merely rolled his eyes and sank further into his throne. Need I remind you all, this is the summer solstice. I expect you all to pay attention when a member of this council is speaking. He narrowed his eyes predominantly over his children and Aphrodite, all of whom had the decency to gulp and make themselves look presentable. He turned and looked at Athena, who nodded to her. Continue with your report, Athena. A small smile wove onto Athena's face. Thank you, father. However, I have just finished. The papers in her hands disappeared in a flash of golden light, teleporting back to her temple. Falling back on her throne, she smoothed down the front of her chiton and crossed her sandal-clad ankles over each other. She turned and glared at her brothers, having tried to ignore their lack of respect moments earlier. Your attention spans need work. Falling asleep in the middle of a council meeting is deplorable. You say that like you haven't done it, Hermes muttered, earning another glare from his older sister. I haven't. The god of the sun looked to his sister. You never get on Uncle P's case. He's just as bad. Don't drag me into this, Apollo. Poseidon scolded. The last thing the elder god wanted was getting dragged into his niece and nephew's war of words. Athena could grate on his nerves daily if he hadn't grown a tolerance to her barbed tongue. Ignoring her when she got high and mighty was the best option for his eternal sanity. Athena turned to her uncle, her gray eyes shining. I don't get on his case, Apollo, because I know a lost cause when I see one. Tilting his head in her direction, the god of the sea leveled his niece with a glare. She could be as annoying as his brother. Worse even, once she got going. Centuries ago, he would snipe back at her, and the two would have fallen into another pointless argument. Now, he settled for scratching his eye with his middle finger, in full view for Athena to see. Watching her face scrunch up in annoyance was enough to make him half-grin before turning away. All Zeus could do was sigh. I guess that's it for another year, Hera announced, standing up from her throne and rubbing her shoulders. Let's call it a day. I'm good with that. Same. Finally. I thought that was never going to end. One by one, his family got up from their thrones and began making their way towards the large set of golden doors. They formed small groups, with Athena and Artemis pairing together, while Hera and Demeter did the same. Aphrodite was whisking Ares away, whispering something in his ears that made the god of war grin like a maniac. Hephaestus trailed behind them, annoyance on his face, while Dionysus slinked away, knowing full well his destination was back to Camp Half-Blood. The only one who didn't move was Poseidon, who looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You've got that look on your face. What more is there? Again, the god of the sky let out a loud sigh. Moments later, he clapped his hand again to gain their attention. Lightning dancing across the sky with the sound of thunder booming into their ears. The action was enough for everyone to freeze their advancements and turn back to their king. We're not finished yet, Zeus announced, giving them all a poignant look. Take your seats. A loud groan came from his sons, with Hermes voicing his annoyance. Come on, Dad. Is it really that important? Can't it wait? No, it can't. But surely dash. Hermes didn't get to finish as lightning raced across the sky again and fell silent under Zeus's intense gaze. One by one, the Olympians on their feet dragged themselves back to their thrones, some of them flopping down with clear annoyance on their face. What this all about, Zeus? He heard Hera ask as his wife returned to her throne next to him. A delicate eyebrow was raised, with her intense brown eyes looking into his blue ones. You did not mention anything about another announcement this morning at breakfast? The summer solstice was an all-afternoon affair. You'll understand why in a moment, he thought, before beginning to speak. It has come to my attention that in recent months, many of you have been frequenting a small cafe in the West Village, known as the Fox's Denva. Everyone in the room who's visited the establishment perked up, notably Athena and Artemis. Their curiosity instantly intensified, wondering what in the world their favorite spot in the city had to do with their meeting. What about it? Apollo asked, looking confused. Are we all going there after this meeting? 'Cause, I'd be cool with that. Same here. Hermes pipped up, as did a few of the others in the room. No, Apollo. We are not going to the Fox's Den after the summer solstice meeting. In fact, none of you will be returning to that place ever again, he announced and watched as over half of the eyes in the room suddenly widened. As of today, the Fox's Den in the West Village of New York City is off-limits to Olympus. The room went silent for a brief of moments before a group of them jumped from their thrones in disbelief. What? You can't do that. That's not fair. My D&D group were planning another game day in 2 weeks. Where am I supposed to stop for coffee in the early hours of mornings on my delivery runs? How am I supposed to wrap these legs around that hunky body of his? Zeus groaned and tried to ignore the voice of Aphrodite, who was describing all the things she planned to do to the blonde. The goddess of love was none the wiser to the annoyed expression of Ares's face or the rolling of the eyes coming from her former husband. Apollo and Hermes were yammering on endlessly, but when he looked at Artemis, he found the goddess of the moon was seething. Her face was flushing gold as the ichor rushed to her head from how angry she was. He knew she would be angry, but he'd never felt his youngest Olympian daughter glare at him with such anger before. The only one who wasn't speaking was Athena. Her gray eyes were speaking enough by the way she was gazing at him. Gods, this is troublesome. Husband, this is a most peculiar decree. Weren't we meant to visit this place next week? Hera asked, confusion written all over her face. The goddess of marriage had been looking forward to visiting the little café since word of mouth started reaching her ears. She finally found room in her busy schedule to make a lunch date for the two of them. Persephone and I were planning on going tomorrow. You've dashed our plans? Demeter chimed in, my little flower was looking forward to visiting. What am I supposed to tell her now? Not that I'm bothered by the announcement, Poseidon started, but is there a particular reason? It's a bit strange to bar us from going to a cafe. Granted, his brother could make the oddest laws and forbid them from doing some of the weirdest things, but this was a little strange even for him. The god of the sky grumbled, my daughter, Talia, has fallen under his care. Until she is ready to attend Camp Half-Blood, she will remain with him. Therefore, I'm barring this pantheon from having any communication with either of them. Silence quickly fell through the throne room, and unconsciously, all the eyes in the room drifted to the queen. Whatever expression she held a moment ago instantly vanished. A look so frosty and cold the oceans would have become a frozen wasteland was evident to everyone. Even Poseidon had the good decency to know it wasn't a good idea to poke the bear when she was angry. Father, you can't be serious. Artemis yelled, breaking the silence and continuing to glare at her father, your demigods are powerful. A demigod with such a potent scent with a mortal with no training? Monsters will come for them constantly. It's a death sentence. I have to agree with Artemis. Athena finally spoke, to place young Talia with Naruto Uzumaki is foolish. Not to mention dangerous for both of the individuals. They're more at risk than ever before. It would make more sense to send Talia straight to the camp. Hermes frowned, for is a little young, don't you think? There have been younger. It's a sad truth, but sometimes it's for the best. In this case, Talia should go to the camp. Chiron would watch over her, as would Dionysus. Athena turned and looked at her youngest Olympian brother, who again slipped asleep, losing interest in the conversation at hand. Well, maybe just Chiron? This matter is not up for discussion. Zeus declared, standing up from his throne and looking out across the room, if it makes you feel any better, know I have charged Hestia with keeping an eye on them both. She is well acquainted with the owner and kind enough to watch over them. Our sister is acquainted with a mortal man? Poseidon asked, looking confused. He wasn't aware his sister had friends outside of their family circle. Yes, they have been well. Zeus scrunched up his face, friends, for many millennia apparently. Artemis and Athena looked ready to retort, but the words died in their mouth as Zeus's words sunk in. Similar looks wove onto the faces of the rest of the council. Millennia? What? Aphrodite asked, wondering if Zeus misspoke. The king smoothed down his jacket and tie. What do you mean they've known each other for millennia? He's what? 25? 30 at a push? She looked over at Athena and Artemis for confirmation, but the two goddesses were frowning too. They didn't know either. The topic of his age surprisingly never came up in their conversations. They always assumed he was no older than 30, given his appearance. Hermes and Apollo were shrugging too. They had no idea. Zeus ran a hand through his beard as he looked at the stumped expressions of his children. Naruto Uzumaki is not mortal. He's a relic from before Olympus. The last golden man left in existence. He's immortal, he announced and watched the looks of disbelief run across the faces of his family. Even Hera momentarily dropped her frosty expression, glancing at her husband in wonder as she took in the information. His most intelligent child looked as if her brain was about to go into overload. You can't be serious? Poseidon replied, his tone of voice more serious. A golden man? Surely, you jest. I'm not. Hestia was with me, and she confirmed everything he told us was true. Hades was there too, as was Melano. Why were they there? Apparently, Melano discovered information about him before that day and informed her father. They turned up when we did, so they were part of the conversation. Zeus revealed, calling out back to the conversation. Hades was unsettled by the revelation as I was, and commissioned Melano to watch over him as Hestia does. So that's why he was there, Hera muttered, not forgetting about the little insult her older brother threw her way that afternoon. Grumbling to herself, she was still trying to think of a way to get back at the walking corpse she called a sibling. The gloomy idiot ruined her day. There was also the fact that Zeus's illegitimate spawn was now living in New York for the foreseeable future. At least, with the girl in California, she was far from Olympus. Now, she was on their doorstep. It was less than ideal. Hold on. Let's rewind, Artemis announced, still trying to absorb the information and process it accordingly, though appeared to handle it better than her older sister. Are you telling me, Naruto isn't a mortal who makes delicious baked goods? Everyone gave her a flat expression, but an immortal who comes from an era that predates us. Yes, that's right. And Aunt Hestia has known about it all along? Again, yes. According to Hestia, the two are, Zeus looked pained to say the next word, besties. Poseidon didn't look pleased by the news either, a frown settling in on his face. The following noise to come out from his daughter was a growl, fists tight at her side. A moment later, she scrunched her face up, and spun around and started marching out of the throne room, picking up her bow sitting next to her throne. Each step was very dramatic, like a child who didn't like being told off. Artemis, where are you going? To beat up that jerk, and tie my bow around his damn neck. Zeus rolled his eyes at his daughter's declaration. Return to your throne, Artemis. It took a minute of coaxing, but the moon goddess returned to her seat, her expression locked into one of anger. The image of his daughter wrapping her bow around the blonde's neck was very appealing. Everyone appeared to be trying to find words, but so many of them couldn't find the right ones. It was a rather big bombshell to drop. The only one who hadn't spoken was Athena, whose thoughts must have been a jumbled mess in that head of hers. Are you all right, Athena? Artemis was the one who spoke and leaned over her throne to tap on her shoulder sister's arm. The goddess of wisdom didn't react. Instead, she just continued to stare at the floor, worrying her father and amusing other members of the family. I think you broke her, Dad. Apollo joked as a camera flash went off across the throne room. The god of war grinned before handing over a camera to the love goddess, Dite. I've never seen her look speechless before. I want to savor the moment. She turned and winked at Ares. Thanks, honey. You get a special treat later. One of her hands reached up and patted his cheek. Looking pleased with himself, the god of war's eyes lit up into tiny balls of fire, similar to those of his aunts. Anytime, babe. Swoosh. Ow. Aphrodite held her hand between her knees, tiny droplets of golden ichor spilling onto the floor alongside the destroyed camera. A hiss escaped her lips, feeling the cut now running across the side of her hand. She glared over at the goddess who fired the arrow. What was the for? Leave her alone. I won't let you make a fool out of Athena. Can't you see she's trying to collect her thoughts? Artemis defended. That's exactly why I wanted a photo. I want to remember that expression of hers. Do you want me to rearrange your face? 'Cause I'll happily oblige. Zeus ran a hand over his face as the two troublesome deities got into another one of their arguments. Granted, he wouldn't fault Artemis for stepping in to defend her clearly dazed sister, but he didn't need them getting into another fight. Speaking of Athena, it was tough to imagine what was happening in her mind. He was well aware of how much she loved going to that little cafe. Her smile was present more often after returning from a trip there. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, Athena had developed a soft spot for the immortal who owned it, as did Artemis. Betrayal was likely on her mind, having been duped by the man all this time about his true origins. He heard Poseidon shuffle around on his throne, turning to look at his brother. Are you sure leaving your daughter with someone like that is a good idea? He asked quietly. I don't know much about the race of men created by our grandmother, but I know they were stronger than all the other generations. Not really, but I trust our sister's judgment. Zeus didn't like it, but Hestia had convinced him the best place for Talia was with Naruto. He's strong. Strong enough to keep Hades and me from coming to blows. I don't know the full extent of his powers, and I don't know if I want to know. I have a feeling he might be a thorn in our side. What form that will take, only time will tell. Do you really think your children are going to listen? The idea of Zeus's children following the new decree was laughable. Each one of them inherited his stubbornness and pig-headedness. A snort broke from Zeus. What do you think? I have no doubt they will find a way to go back there. Hopefully, Talia will have a couple of years of normalcy before that happens. I trust something will divert their attention for a while. Hopefully, some normalcy for once will befall Olympus. The god of the sea felt his brother was being optimistic. There's no such thing as normal when it comes to this family. Preaching to the choir there, brother. Zeus reiterated before a commotion broke out in front of him. Artemis. Get off, Aphrodite. Our bodies are not supposed to bend that way. 6 months later. Thank you, and have a Merry Christmas, Naruto said as he watched a pair of customers exit the Fox's Den and return to the cold New York streets. It was safe to say December had thus far been his busiest month as he approached the first anniversary of opening his cafe. There was something about the holiday of Christmas that made people crave warmth and delicious baked goods. Dressed in a festive Christmas jumper and wearing a Santa hat that covered most of his blonde hair, he'd freely admit he was getting into the spirit of the holiday this year. In the past, he treated Christmas like any ordinary day. It was a day for spending with your family and loved ones and spreading joy. All it did was serve as a reminder of what he didn't have anymore. However, this year it wasn't an option for him to wallow in his own self-pity with a very excited little girl now living with him. It was safe to say the daughter of Zeus was beyond excited for Christmas. With Hestia's help and guidance, the pair decorated his home into a Christmas haven with a big tree standing tall in his living room. "Uncle! Uncle!" He heard and turned to smile at Talia, who dashed over and jumped in the air, only for the blonde to catch her mid-jump. The dark-haired girl giggled as he bounced her in his arms. "How much longer until we can go home?" "Not long, Talia," he replied, smiling at being referred to as uncle. "You and Aunt Hestia are heading home first, and I'll be home in another hour. I have to tidy up." "Ah, can't Mel do it?" "You always have to do it," she asked, a pouty expression on her face. "Now, I wouldn't be a good boss if I left it for Melano to do alone, would I?" With that said, the door to the kitchen pushed open and out walked the goddess of ghosts, dressed in mortal clothing and a bright Christmas jumper on her person. It had taken about 2 weeks and a lot of prodding by Hestia before finally caving in. The daughter of Hades wasn't the jolliest of people, preferring to wear only the color black. He watched as said goddess walk to her customer's table and placed 2 small wrapped boxes next to an elderly couple. Both contained mince pies, though one was traditional, and the other was a pineapple and rum variation he concocted. "Here are your orders. Have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see you in the new year," she said in a sickly sweet voice that was slowly decaying her insides for even performing. The young goddess was very rough around the edges during her first month, and more often than not, Naruto would find customers sprinting out of the fox's den for fear of their lives. It took some time and training on appropriate customer service until he was confident he'd drilled the do's and don'ts into her skull. Once the customers were out of the building, her gloomy expression returned. "Thank my father that's over with," she muttered and turned to look at her employer and his charge. "Please tell me it's almost over. 10 more minutes, and that's it? Thank the gods for that." "Uncle, why is Mel always grumpy?" Talia asked, turning to look up at the blonde. "That's a good question, Talia," he replied, looking at the little girl in amusement. "I don't think she gets enough sleep. She stays up long past her bedtime and listens to music that's too loud. There is nothing wrong with my choice of music. It's not my fault you and Aunt Hestia only listen to oldies. Who listens to Chubby Checker these days?" Across the years, as music evolved, the best friends had enlightened themselves with music from each generation. From Chubby Checker to the Supremes. From Elvis Presley to David Bowie. From The Who to Aretha Franklin. If there was one thing the pair could praise Apollo for, it was the evolution of sound over the recent century. There was nothing like it back in Naruto's time in Konoha. Nothing close. On Friday evenings after the den was closed, the immortal shinobi and the goddess of the hearth would find themselves in his living room with a bottle of wine and music from all decades playing. Sometimes Talia was fast asleep, and other times the daughter of Zeus was shaking her little booty alongside the two. The other night, Hestia showed her niece how to do the twist. Motorhead, and Black Sabbath. Now that's music. It's rude to question someone else's taste in music with such negativity, Melano. The younger goddess nearly jumped in the air before turning to find Hestia staring at her from a couple of feet away. Her ever-present smile was on her face, which only served to frighten Melano more. She dressed in winter gear, with a long coat with a fluffy hood. It was a light pink, which Aphrodite would have approved. A bag of presents was in her hand, all of which had Talia's name written all over them. Tomorrow was the 21st of December. That meant it was almost time for the winter solstice. Such an important event meant little to Naruto and even Hestia, who saw it as little more as a meeting for her siblings to bicker amongst each other. In particular, Hades would be visiting, which meant there would be a small queue of people looking to pick a fight with the god of the underworld. She would put in her time there to play peacekeeper between her family as she always did, but this year, she was more invested in the 22nd. The day after the winter solstice happened to be Talia's birthday, and Hestia had already retrieved the little girl's birthday presents, as well as Christmas presents. The whole week, the daughter of Zeus was going to be spoiled rotten. Together, Naruto and herself were working on her birthday cake. All 5 layers of it. It might have looked over the top, but it was a memorable birthday. Even Zeus, who'd been kept on a very tight leash by Hera since the summer solstice, managed to subtly give her a present to give to his daughter, without the other gods noticing. She said he was welcome to join them, but the king declined the offer. If the other gods caught him breaking the rules, he'd never hear the end of it. Just because we don't share the same taste in music doesn't make that a bad thing. It's good to have variety. I know. I completely agree. She waved her hands in the air to reason with the older deity. Behind her, Naruto and Taliah looked at each other before the dark-haired demigod started giggling. She jumped down from the blonde's arms and grabbed Melino's free hand. It's okay, Mel. I know Auntie Hestia can be scary sometimes, but Uncle says she's a big softie at heart. He says she's like a big bowl of pudding. A nervous chuckle escaped Naruto's lip, feeling the eyes of the goddess turn in his direction. A big bowl of pudding, am I? Her eerie smile strengthened. I'll try to remember that piece of information the next time I decide to make us a family dinner. Maybe I'll throw in some spice for next time. A real fire breather. It was a jest, that's all. Taliah knows I was only kidding. The daughter of Zeus shook her head, Then Uncle said that when Auntie gets mad, make her some tea, and she calms down. Did he now? The blonde grumbled and shot the little girl a dirty look. All he received was a big smile in return. You're lucky you're adorable? He muttered and ruffled the girl's hair. Anyway. Are you girls heading home? Both looked dressed to leave, with the goddess eyeing the weather conditions. We are. I assume we can expect you home in an hour. She crouched down and pulled up the zip on Taliah's coat. She didn't want her niece to get cold. Then, much to the daughter of Zeus's displeasure, grabbed a woolly pink hat from her pocket, neatly putting it on her head. It wasn't so much the hat that bothered the girl, but the color. Pink was a no-no color, but Taliah would have to endure it for now. Yeah, that's the plan. The blonde shinobi rubbed the back of his neck. 2 more days before he would be closing his doors for the remainder of the holidays. The Fox's Den wouldn't be reopening until the January 2nd, leaving him with time to spend with Hestia and Taliah. He was sorely looking forward to the time off. All right, don't push yourself too hard, Hestia told him. He worked far too hard, in her opinion, and didn't take enough time to himself. She took her niece's hand. Come on, sweetie. Let's get your backpack from the office, and we'll head home. Okay. Chuckling at Taliah's eagerness as the pair walked to the back, Naruto turned his attention to the room. There weren't too many people left, most having left over an hour ago. It was doubtful he'd get any more customers. Most people wanted to be with their families since it was so close to Christmas, and he couldn't fault them. Scanning the people, he turned his attention to the young woman sitting at the back of the room with his back to him. If he remembered right, she ordered an oolong tea and a small piece of carrot cake. That was 30 minutes again. Straightening his shirt, he walked over to find the woman looking out the window with her chin resting in her palm. After almost half a minute passed, Naruto let out a short cough to get her attention. The reaction was instant, and the woman jolted awake and turned to look at him. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say something? She asked, an embarrassed expression appearing. My head was elsewhere. Naruto smiled. I just wanted to check if you wanted anything else. I think you finished your tea a little while ago. Would you like a top-up? The woman looked down into her mug. No. I'm okay, thanks. The woman started to say. Naruto watched as she turned her attention outside and noticed her staring at another woman walking along the pavement, a young girl no older than Taliah holding her hand. Both looked happy, with bags likely filled with presents in the woman's other hand. A sigh escaped her mouth, and her fingers tightened around the handle on the mug. Naruto didn't need to be telepathic to know something was on her mind. Something on your mind, I take it? She nodded, something like that. It's kinda hard to explain. She told him. Actually, wait. It's not hard to explain. It's just something I wasn't expecting. The blonde shinobi frowned, tilting his head. She started as if trying to find the words. I hadn't been feeling too good these last few days. I thought it was just a bug, but it turns out it was morning sickness. I'm pregnant. Oh. Congratulations? He replied and noticed her uneasy expression. That's good, right? She didn't look too sure. The woman looked down at her mug. I think so, she said, before looking unsure again. I don't know. Having a baby is supposed to be a joyous moment, you know? It's meant to be one of the biggest moments in a woman's life. She shook her head, causing her dark brown hair to wave across her face. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be saying all this to someone I don't know. Naruto waved his hands in front of him. Don't worry. It's good to vent. Keeping it all locked in usually doesn't end well. He held out his hand to the woman. I'm Naruto. I'm the owner of the Fox's Den. The woman eyed him for a moment before tentatively shaking his hand. Sally. She replied and eyed him curiously. I've never met a Naruto before. I'd be surprised if you did. It's not a name you find on this corner of the world, he admitted, before turning back to the previous subject. So, I guess your pregnancy wasn't planned? Sally's hand returned to her mug. Not at all. I always knew I wanted children, but I didn't think I'd be starting so young. I only turned 22 a month ago. Coincidentally, that's when I met him. The father? He asked, with Sally nodding. Have you told him? No, though I'm sure he already knows. Sally got a faraway look in her eyes. Not that I'll ever see him again. She looked back at the blonde. Our time together was a bit of a whirlwind. Where is he now? Somewhere at sea, I imagine, Sally muttered, her eyes becoming half-lidded, lost in a wave of memories as she remembered her whirlwind time with the father of her unborn child. Naruto went to open his mouth, but her words lingered in his mind. His eyes traveled down to her stomach, where one of her hands rested, gently stroking her currently flat belly. Why did this scenario sound so familiar? A young and beautiful mortal woman. A whirlwind romance. Unplanned pregnancy. Father nowhere in sight. Yep. Definitely familiar. And she said somewhere at sea? He thought, before letting out a low groan, one hand rising to massage his forehead. As much as it could have been a coincidence, the blonde shinobi doubted it. This guy you had a whirlwind romance with? He asked, watching Sally turn her attention back to him. Black hair? Tanned? Neatly trimmed beard and looks like he lifted weights all his life? Has an unhealthy obsession with Hawaiian shirts? If he had any talent in painting, the picture of Sally would be similar to the scream. Her jaw dropped so low it was a surprise he didn't have to pick it up from the floor. Why you know Padash? Never met him, but I've met his brothers. The elder, and the younger one? He revealed, running a hand through his blonde hair. My best friend also happens to be his sister, who is currently walking into the room right now. A moment later, Hestia, along with Talia at her side, appeared through the kitchen door, and he wasted no time in ushering them over. If possible, Sally went as pale as a person could go, her face a mask of disbelief and shock as she watched arguably the most beautiful woman she'd ever seen approach their table. Hestia didn't say anything, but as she drew closer, Naruto watched as her attention shifted from him to the young mortal woman on the other side of the table. Her eyes, usually calm and serene, became distant as they trailed down Sally's body until resting on her stomach. Sally didn't move, nor did she react as Hestia's free hand moved forward and hovered over her womb. A shroud of warmth blanketed over her body and watched with nerves of steel as the goddess's eyes grew brighter. Sally, meet Hestia, Naruto muttered, though he had a feeling the young woman was putting the deity's identity together already. It was a wonder just how much she already knew. The goddess of the hearth just stood there for a few moments before retracting her hand. Hestia? Hestia took a calming breath. That idiot is in so much trouble when I get my hands on him. Yikes. I would not like to Poseidon right now. He didn't want to think what the woman would do to her brother once she got a hold of him. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he let out a low sigh and leaned back in his chair. What was it with this family and their problems ending up on his doorstep? Well, so much for peace and quiet in the foreseeable future. Part XVLLL. For years later. Are you sure this doesn't feel too small? Naruto asked, leaning against the glass cabinet and holding a slim black book in his hands. He toyed around with it, running his fingers across the smooth leather, feeling the tiny indentations in the material with the tips. Was the old menu really too big for the customers? I thought people like variety. Behind him, the goddess of the hearth gracefully moved between the tables where customers were enjoying their drinks and snacks. A tray rested between her left arm and her side, coming to lean against the side of the counter with him. Dressed in clothes similar to Naruto's, a white dress shirt with an orange apron tied across the front, the deity had made some not-so-subtle touches in the past couple of years to the Fox's Den. Truthfully, he was beginning to wonder if it was such a good idea to let her work here. Not that he'd ever say that to her. Naruto, we've been over this. I know, but still, the blonde started, looking back and forth between Hestia and the new menu. I liked the old menu. There was nothing wrong with it. An exasperated sigh left the goddess's lips. The menu was growing out of control. You kept adding too much into it, and you weren't taking anything out in return. The old menu, while nice, had grown to the point where Hestia had to put her foot down. When she started working at the Fox's Den, she originally agreed she wouldn't micromanage the cafe. Admittedly, she did point out a few areas where the Fox's Den could improve, and the small changes she made had been for the better. Naruto was happy to work alongside his best friend, but there was a line in the sand. The condition of the menu proved how stubborn both parties could be when they disagreed on something. Hestia wanted to downsize the menu, and Naruto felt it was fine as it was. Inevitably, Hestia's persistence defeated Naruto's stubbornness, and the blonde conceded to make some changes to the menu. Now half the size, the new menu was much more customer-friendly and didn't leave customers at a loss of what to order from having too many choices. They kept the special of the day, of which Naruto and Hestia would take turns in choosing and making. More often than not, the pair would find themselves competing with each other, keeping track of how many were bought and eaten by customers and comparing who got more by the end of the week. They would tally up the result on Sunday, the one day a week the fox's den wasn't opened, and the loser would have to cook Sunday dinner. Yeah, I guess I did, he admitted. Melano, was the menu too big? Yes, the goddess of ghosts was still working as a waitress for Naruto, though she wasn't showing open disdain for the job, nor was she scaring customers away. At least, not as often. Melano had fallen into the role as a waitress rather well in the last 4 years, and despite Naruto and Hestia telling her she didn't have to keep working there, the younger goddess continued to appear. Hades had confided in his sister 2 years after finding out about the blonde he dismissed his daughter from keeping watch over him months earlier. She didn't need to be there, but it appeared the reclusive daughter of the underworld enjoyed being in their company. Not that she would ever admit it out loud. The old menu was big enough to be a life raft for someone lost at sea, she replied, appearing amused as the blonde's shoulders dropped. The new one is far superior. Much more classy while remaining affordable to the masses. The customers like it more too. No one wants to read a menu the size of a novel. A triumphant look washed over Hestia's face. Fine, fine. I concede. The new menu is better. That was hard for him to admit since he'd solely create the original, but he'd concede the new one made more sense than the previous. But no more changes, please. I like my little cafe just the way it is. Hestia giggled and pinched his cheek, only serving to get a pout from the blonde. All right, you big baby. No more changes. Thank you. The door to the front of the fox's den chimed open, and Naruto was ready and waiting as someone barreled into him. His clone had dispersed a minute ago, alerting him to their arrival as he found the blue eyes of Talia Grace looking up at him. Hi, uncle. Hello, Talia, he said while patting the top of her head. How was school? The 9-year-old didn't answer immediately, first turning and embracing her aunt, whose arms were open and ready to wrap themselves around the form of her darling niece. The little girl that was abandoned at his doorstep so long ago had grown so much. It was okay, I guess. I have to read chapter 4 of Matilda tonight and discuss it with the class tomorrow. Miss Carter said she'd be asking everyone in the class questions tomorrow, so she'll know if anyone hasn't read it. Then we'll go over it tonight before your bath. Hestia offered, happy her niece was informing them of the work set. At one point, Talia had been hiding the fact homework was set for the class. Mainly when focused on reading. It wasn't all surprising Talia had an aversion to reading. Minds of the demigods that came from her pantheon were wired for Greek rather than English and caused a great deal of struggle for a demigod of Talia's age. It took years of practice to get a grip on reading in the common tongue of the country. They spoke with Talia privately in the space of their home and promised to help her with her homework, her reading in particular. Okay, Talia replied, shrugging her shoulder, though not appearing happy about it. There had been some tantrums in the past when it came to Talia's reading, but the little girl knew she couldn't get away with anything when her aunt was around. A moment later, another pair of eyes were looking up at Naruto and Hestia. Instead of blue, they were tiny pools of sea green, reminiscent of the Mediterranean Sea. Hi, uncle. Naruto smiled and picked up the small child before plopping him down on the counter. Hello, Percy. The little boy then turned to his aunt. Hi, auntie. A giggle escaped Hestia's lips as her hand smoothed down her nephew's jet-black hair. The son of her brother, Poseidon, looked very much like his godly parent. The same eyes, hair, and even his nose were the same. Hello, Perseus. You two didn't leave your mom behind again, did you? The door jingled, and a voice replied, they did. Walking into the fox's den, Sally Jackson appeared, looking out of breath, likely trying to catch up with her 3-year-old son and his 8-year-old cousin. Percy, what did I tell you about running off? She asked, taking off her jacket to reveal a similar uniform to Hestia and pulled out a black scrunchie to tie back her hair. Not to. And what did you do? Run off. Percy tilted his head to one side, making him look cuter than he usually appeared. Sally's expression softened at the look, as did Hestia's, while Naruto patted his head. Naruto wasn't a betting man, but he had a feeling the young son of Poseidon was going to be a real heartbreaker when he was older. Sally sighed. What am I to do with you? She asked, softly running her fingers through her son's dark hair and kissing his forehead. Much to his delight, you're going to stay with Aunt Hestia and Talia while Mommy works. Be good. I will. I'll get my jacket, and then we'll be on our way. Hestia disappeared with the two demigods trailing close behind, with Percy quickly grabbing onto his older cousin's hand. The act was enough to make Naruto and Sally smile. The pair looked more like siblings than cousins. You know, Melano and I can handle things today if you wanted an early night. You look tired, Sally. The brunette mortal waved off the worry. I'm fine. I was up late trying to finish a report that's due this morning. It took longer than I thought it would. A lot had changed for Sally Jackson in 5 years, ever since that fateful meeting during the Christmas holidays. Finding out she was pregnant with the father absent from her life, a job that wouldn't support her financially with a new baby and no family to call on for help, she'd never felt more lost in her life. She'd wandered through New York aimlessly for what felt like hours before eventually ending up the Fox's Den. Unbeknownst to her, she'd wandered into the right place and met people that ultimately helped her get her life in order. Naruto had been, for the lack of a discretion, a guardian angel to her. She was never religious by nature, but a small part of her felt like some unknown power had guided her to his doorstep that day. He changed her life for the better. Through him, she met Hestia, Melano, and of course, Talia. Said little girl had been a constant presence in her life as she grew heavy with her son and seemed to find some kind of fascination that a baby was growing in her tummy. Needless to say, some of the questions she ended up using left the blonde a spluttering mess and looked to Hestia to solve the issue. Sometimes the goddess of the hearth came to the rescue, while other times, enjoyed watching the blonde squirm under the gaze of the 5-year-old and her endless curiosity. They were with her every step of the way. They helped her get an apartment near where they lived in the West Village. They gave her a job and financial stability to support her and Percy once her son was born, and even helped her apply for courses at the local community college. When she was away studying for her business management course, either Hestia or Naruto would keep an eye on Percy for her. The blonde even went as far as to teach her some of his recipes, with the goddess occasionally adding her 2 cents in. She couldn't help but wonder how those two had stayed friends for so long. Sally was no expert, but she was sure she sensed chemistry there. Even Melano looked after the pair a few times, though often found her son and his cousin in very precarious situations. A few weeks ago, when she arrived to collect Percy from Naruto's home, she found her son being held by his ankles in the air by Talia while his head was dunked in a fish tank, babbling nonsense to the goldfish. She almost had a heart attack, though her son's grinning face when he spotted her was enough to tell her he was fine. Naruto's hand rested on her shoulder and guided her to the kitchen. "Come on. Let's head to the back and see how well you remember the triple berry Nutella cupcakes recipes." On the building across from the Fox's Den, perched on the edge of the roof that looked down over the streets, 2 sets of eyes watched the interior with keen looks. One stared inquisitively, while the second looked longingly. 2 birds sat motionlessly, one a beautiful brown-feathered owl, the other a hawk of similar coloring. "This is stupid. Why are we even here? This is towing the fine line Father set up when he forbade us from visiting. SSSHHH, stop talking, or we'll be spotted. I think we both know that's not going to happen. Unless mortals can climb up vertical surfaces like a spider monkey, I'd say we're safe." The gray eyes of the owl stared in the silver ones of the hawk, and if she didn't know any better, could have sworn a bead of drool was slipping through her beak. "You have a problem. You know that, right?" Inside the Fox's Den, they watched the blonde immortal walk across the interior and place down a small tray of cupcakes in front of the customer. Artemis let out a short gasp and a groan of longing. Double chocolate peanut butter filled cupcakes. "Oh, that mortal is so lucky. What I wouldn't give to be them right now." "Your stomach is truly made of celestial bronze," Athena replied. Although, deep down, she had to agree. They did like delicious. In the last 5 years, the goddess of wisdom would like to say she'd followed her father's commands to the letter and stayed far away from the Fox's Den, but that would be a lie. It took 6 months, impressive in her own mind for having the willpower to stay away, before she inevitably found herself spying on the cafe and carefully watching the blonde owner. Naturally, she was full of questions. "We could sneak in, right? We would be caught the moment we walk through the door. Aunt Hestia would recognize us immediately, as would Melano." Naruto, her gray eyes gazed back through the window and watched the blonde as he brought out another tray of yummy goodness. "Well, there's no telling what would happen, but I imagine he would know it was us too." A sigh escaped Artemis. "It's not fair. I might be angry at the blonde fool for lying to us, but I still miss the food. I overheard Aunt Hestia mention that they've created a new menu together. Could you imagine what those two have cooked up together?" Naruto and Hestia double-teaming in the kitchen were enough to make Artemis go weak at the knees. There was no telling what kind of scrumptious goodies they were cooking up in the kitchen. Knowing she couldn't reach out and devour them was torture. I'm still surprised Hestia went to work there. She spent more time at the Fox's Den and Naruto's residence than she does on Olympus these days. Now that she doesn't need to hide her friendship within him, we hardly see her. All of the other gods on Olympus noticed the lack of the hearth deity. Zeus, in particular, would grumble about his beloved older sister spending time with that uncouth blonde in the mortal world. Honestly, who said uncouth anymore? Their father could get jealous easily, and seeing Hestia enjoying the company of someone that wasn't one of them felt otherworldly. He didn't like it but wouldn't voice it unless he wanted to earn his sister's ire. Poseidon, Hera, and Demeter were less put off by it, but still, the absence of the gods of the hearth had been felt by the siblings in particular than the rest. Only Hades didn't appear to be putting up a front about it. Then again, Artemis was sure Melano was transporting precious cargo back to the underworld for their uncle and occasionally Persephone when it was time for the goddess of spring to take to her second home. I know. It's so unfair. Artemis whined, trying not to glare at the mortals leaving Th Fox's den with boxes of goodies secured comfortably in their grasp. Just imagining what might be in the box was enough to make Artemis's stomach growl. Before either could say another word and before Artemis could swoop down and steal the mortals' boxed baked goods from their hands, a shroud of warmth appeared from behind them. Athena and Artemis felt something warm grab them by the scruffs of the neck and hold them in the air, unfazed by their attempts to wriggle out of the grasp. They found the warm and curious eyes of their aunt staring at them, one eyebrow raised. A soft glow of fire illuminated around her body with two tendril-like arms sprouting from either side and responsible for grabbing the sisters and holding them in the air like grapes on a vine. "What are you two doing here?" Hestia asked, her voice calm, though with a hint of annoyance clear for both to hear. "Aunt Hestia. Fancy seeing you here. What brings you to this part of the city?" Artemis stammered out. Hestia's face didn't change but did turn to Athena rather than Artemis. "I know you're not going to pretend to be stupid. I know how beneath you that is, niece." She felt the goddess of the moon deflate in her grasp at her words. "You both know you're not supposed to be anywhere near the Fox's Denver. If Zeus catches wind that you're here, there will be trouble. I don't particularly want a thunderstorm hovering over the city. Not when I'm about to walk home with the children." Their father was constantly reminding everyone of the rule in recent memory. It wasn't just Athena and Artemis that tried to sneak a peek, but the others Olympians too, with Apollo and Aphrodite being the two biggest culprits. The god of the sun tried to sneak in the early morning in disguise, covered head to toe in clothing he'd never be seen in that covered up his dashingly handsome good looks and masking his godly energy. Twice this year Zeus came down from Olympus, grabbed his son by the scruff of his neck and dragged him back home. Apollo would end up grounded for a month, only allowed out to drive the sun chariot across the sky. Aphrodite, on the other hand, had been trying to sneak into his home, morphing into a dove and sprawling herself out across his bed in not-so-subtle lingerie, hoping to seduce the hunky blonde into her awaiting arms. Instead, all she found was the goddess of the hearth waiting for her, grabbing her by the ear and dragging her back to Olympus. The goddess of love was persistent in her attempt to try and seduce Naruto. "I know, but the only reason I'm here is to stop Artemis from breaking the rules. The rules don't state we can't watch from a distance," Athena replied, trying to hold her ground against her aunt but feeling herself wither at the glance she got back. "We're not technically doing anything wrong. I think we both know that's pushing it." Hestia snapped her fingers. Artemis and Athena both felt their forms shift and return to their normal states. "I suppose I should be impressed you managed to last this long, unlike your brother and Aphrodite." The glow around Hestia vanished. "Don't lump us in with those buffoons," Artemis muttered. Gods, she didn't want to be compared to those pair of airheads. Hestia shook her head and rubbed her forehead. "Go home, both of you. I don't like splitting my essence like this when I'm meant to be watching over the children." Talia and, a look of distaste washed over Athena's face, "Poseidon's boy. I'm still surprised that child and his mother ended up in Naruto's care. It's almost as if the fates are trying to align the paths of the children of the big three to him. Well, if there's anything I've learned since knowing Naruto, it's that he has a habit of attracting people from all walks of life. Both have flourished with him around and taking an active role in their lives." Hestia moved towards her nieces and looked down at the shop below them. "He's started teaching Talia to bake, you know. She's quite good at it. We both think she has a knack for it. The daughter of Zeus has a preference for cupcakes with lots of icing. They had to be careful they didn't let her eat too many. Otherwise, the girl would find herself bouncing from wall to wall with the electricity across the block going crazy. The last time she had a sugar rush, all the electrical appliances in their home and the next two homes blew up. That's nice and everything, but I think there's a conversation we haven't had since news of Poseidon's son became public to Olympus." Athena crossed her arms and hardened the look in her eyes. "Is it wise for Talia Grace and Percy Jackson to be allowed to remain so close to each other when their scent alone attracts the biggest and most dangerous monsters that plague our children and descendants? I have yet to see Naruto's skills in actions and have yet to see how he would handle such a foe." Hestia remained tight-lipped about the capabilities of the blonde. Neither could get their aunt to answer many of their questions, nor the other gods for that matter. Both of them, as warrior deities, wanted to know how well he could handle himself. To be able to put himself between their father and their uncle and walk away alive was a feat in itself. What they had managed to piece together was the fighting capabilities of the old ones. The men of gold that reigned during the era of the Titans were far greater than that of mortal in this day and age, with powers and skills that few could dream of. It would be like something out of a fable or comic book. But he was a man of gold like no other. Someone Gia herself visited to aid the Titans in defeating the Olympians during their rise to power. They knew he was strong, but how strong? Both wanted to learn that answer. None more so than Athena, who hated seeing a puzzle she couldn't solve. To their surprise, Hestia merely smiles and let out a low chuckle. Trust me when I saw this, sweet niece. There is no one on this planet more capable of fending off the monsters that plague the children of the gods than the man currently teaching Sally Jackson the correct way to make triple berry Nutella cupcakes, Hestia informed. Naruto was an iron wall between Talia and Percy and the monsters that might try to harm them. They wouldn't be able to go over, beneath, around, or through said wall. They would merely be blocked every time and sent to their doom for trying to reach the children. He was a protector. A guardian. How sure are you? I'd bet my essence on it. Every last drop of it. The statement was enough to make the sisters look at one another. Now, go on, Hestia made a little shoe motion with her hand. I'll keep this little visit our secret, but next time I will inform Zeus. Rules are here for a reason, and I won't always bend them for you. Leave it be. Giving one last smile, Hestia warped away in a swirl of fire, leaving the sisters alone on the rooftop to ponder everything she had said. It was the elder of the two who acted first. Come on. Athena huffed, grabbing her sister by the sleeve of her shirt. Let's go before Hestia makes good on her promise. I don't feel like getting confined to my temple anytime soon. Fine. Artemis groaned but followed along. Do you think we can convince Hera to make us her famous shepherd's pie? At the same time as the goddess of wisdom and the goddess of the moon were making their way back to Olympus, a very different immortal also found themselves in New York City, though this one was visiting for a different reason. Knowing New York was technically under the jurisdiction of the Olympian pantheon, he didn't appear to care as he teleported his way to Midgard and threw himself into their backyard. He wasn't afraid of any Olympian, but he ensured his arrival was subtle, lest he wanted to face the wrath of his father and mother. They were far more frightening than some puny god like Zeus or Ares. Their arms were twigs in comparison to his own. A deep, bellyful laugh broke the calm silence as men and women peacefully going about their afternoon through Central Park were caught unaware. All stopped and couldn't help but marvel at the sight they were seeing in front of them. Come on, one more. No, 5 more. Better yet. 10 more. Let me show you my great strength. A pair of large and meaty hands ushered a woman forward, soon followed by a squeal as he hoisted her up and placed her on his wide and powerful shoulders. I'm sure I came here for a reason, but I'm having such fun with you, young mortals. Some laughed at the exuberance that vibrated from the man, while others looked at him as if he wasn't human. Was he one of those strong men that competed in lifting competitions? It would explain the physical strength he was displaying to everyone. He had the body for it, with arms like tree trunks and standing somewhere around 6.5 feet tall. 4 women sat on his enormous shoulders, 2 on each side with his arms extended out. It looked as if he wasn't even trying, and all 4 girls looked as if they were having the time of their lives, with one being so bold to run her hand beneath his vest. There wasn't even sweat on his brow. His shoulder-length red hair wasn't even sticking to his skin. You Midgardians are so light. It's like I'm lifting little more than feathers. He tried to usher another woman over, claiming he could fit another one on those wide shoulders of his, but none dared to step forward. There are none who can match my strength throughout the 9 realms. Just who in the world was this guy? A few more minutes passed before the jovial man appeared to have enough as a look of recollection appeared on his face. Letting the 4 women of his shoulders, he gave one last laugh and eyebrow wiggle before a determined look was on his face. He swept his hand through his long hair before asking, I'm looking for a place known as the West Village. I'm in search of a man who runs a shop of sorts. He calls it the Fox's Den. He fumbled around in his pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. A crude drawing of a blond man with whiskers was on full display, though it looked as if it was drawn by an 8-year-old, rather than a grown man. He looks like this. Everyone looked at him funny as they stared at the drawing, though none dared to voice a joke about the man's lack of drawing talent. By chance, one of the girls that were on his shoulder had visited that very afternoon and was good enough to point him in the right direction. You're sure? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's the guy behind the counter. The red-haired man gave a loud laugh and surprised the woman by planting a big kiss on her lips, leaving the woman swooning and baffled at the same time. He was overjoyed and didn't remain for much longer before everyone watched as he took off at speeds that should have been possible for one as large as himself. The last thing any of them saw was the man reached for his waist and pulling up a hammer with a large trapezoidal-shaped iron slab. He waved it in the air as he pursued his target. Naruto tapped his chin as he inspected the cupcake, taking everything in over its form, smell and taste. Smell? Check. The wave of chocolate wafting around his nose was perfect. Not too overpowering, nor was it too sickly. The ratio was just right. Texture? Check. Nice and fluffy, just how they were meant to be. It didn't want to fall apart with the slightest bit of pressure and wasn't too hard that it became uncomfortable to eat. The most important part, though, was the taste. Everything rode on how well the cupcake tasted in his mouth. The last batch Sally made was passable, but that wasn't enough to serve their loyal customers. A standard was set by the blonde, and later on, Hestia when she officially joined them. Some could say it wasn't fair to put such pressure on Sally's shoulders, but it wasn't like they were asking her to master a dozen recipes in a short time frame. Sally had asked for them to teach her a thing or two about baking, and by Olympus, they would do just that. Speaking off said woman, she stood a few feet to the side, ignoring the clones at work around her and gazing nervously at her boss. If she was to work at the Fox's Den, then Naruto had to warn her about some of the strange things she would see. It wasn't every day a mortal, even a clear-sighted mortal like Sally, came across a dozen or so carbon copies of the man who employed her, working around the kitchen. To her credit, she took it on the chin and fell right into the craziness, as if she belonged there from the very start. One of her hands gently pulled on her sleeve, trying to take a calming breath as the blonde lifted one of the cupcakes up to his mouth and took a bite out of it. She tried not to look too visibly nervous, but she didn't want to let Naruto nor Hestia down. Both had shown her on multiple occasions how to make the cupcakes and felt she was getting closer and closer to perfecting them. Was it strange that she wanted to make them proud? She didn't think so. They'd done so much for her that she wanted to show them every day that their time and effort had been for nothing. She heard him say aloud, licking his lips as he tried to gather up any loose crumbs, "I gotta say, Sally," he turned and looked at her and smiled, "They're perfect." Sally's eyes lit up, "Really? They are?" "Yep. I can't taste a single fault with them. If I didn't know any better, I'd say Hestia or myself made these." Rubbing his hands together, he took a step forward and rested a hand on Sally's head. "Good job, Sally. I'm proud of you." "Why you are?" the former lover of Poseidon asked, doing her best not to get misty-eyed at the compliment sent her way. "Of course. Whatever Hestia, myself or the world for that matter has thrown at you, you've adapted and worked hard. You never stop trying to better yourself, and it shows in the food you make." He picked up the tray with the rest of the cupcakes and handed them back to Sally, who grasped at the edges eagerly. "I think these deserve to go in the cabinet, and make sure you tell people who made them. I'm sure they would all be very pleased to eat anything made by your hands." Sally was very well loved by the regulars who dined at the Fox's Denver. For many of them, they'd watched Sally prosper into the confident young woman she was today. Even better for Naruto, who got to watch her blossom as an incredible mother to young Percy. He'd been there in the waiting room at the hospital when she was giving birth to the son of Poseidon. According to Hestia, Sally kicked childbirth's ass. All 19 hours of it. He still didn't understand how women did it all these years later. Kudos to them. Minutes later, the back door that led to the alleyway swung open, with Naruto walking out with a trash bag gripped in one hand. Whistling a jaunty little tune with a slight skip in his step, he moved to the nearby bin and threw the bag inside. "I wonder what Hestia's making Percy and Talia for dinner tonight. I know Talia has her hopes on burgers, but I doubt she'd make them 2 nights in a row." He laughed, imagining a patient-looking Hestia with her arms crossed as Talia stomped unhappily in front of her, her fingers in her ears and trying to hold her breath. The daughter of Zeus had certainly inherited her father's stubbornness and often tried to get her own way by acting out, but Hestia was no stranger to such dramatics. If she could handle one such as Zeus, she could handle a young girl. He didn't know what the record was, but Hestia was overwhelmingly in the lead, whilst Talia only had a victory or two over the past 4 years. "Huh. Found you." Blinking in surprise, Naruto had little time to react as he jumped high in the air, using his chakra to stick to a nearby wall as a large object flew past the spot he was previously standing. Turning his head to the entrance of the alleyway, he fought back a groan when he spotted a familiar deity blocking the way, his hand outstretched. "Thor. What are you doing here?" A jovial laugh escaped the god of thunder as his hammer, Mjolnir, flew back into his hand in the blink of an eye. A grin was plastered on his face and swept his long red hair back as his intense blue eyes stared down the blonde with unfavored glee. "My old friend. I've spent the better part of a month trying to track you down until I finally got the word you were in the city." He swung his hammer in the air, his smile turning into a grin. "I've come to challenge you. It's been centuries since we last fought. Let us shake the heavens with our fists one more time." Naruto wanted to groan, "We are not fighting in the middle of New York." The answer he got was another laugh from the god of thunder and watched as he jumped high in the air with his hammer held high. He meant to crush it into the blonde's skull but instead found himself getting drop-kicked square in the chest and forced higher into the air. In the blink of an eye, Naruto landed and pushed himself back into the air and grabbed Thor before his body could exit the alleyway. When they landed, Naruto didn't give Thor a chance to act and promptly dragged him over to the nearby trash can and threw him inside. He threw the lid down with a loud resounding echo and flashed away with the bin and Thor in tow. A bitter chill ran across his face as he landed on the steep mountainside of the Matterhorn in Switzerland. This would do for the time being. As I said, you idiot. We're not fighting. I like New York. I'm not leveling another city with you. He blinked away, leaving the God of Thunder groaning inside the bin as he tried to gather his bearings. Naruto flashed back again, twice. We did that twice. He flashed away again, returning to the fox's den to hurry his customers home and abruptly close his business for the evening. This was not how his day was meant to end. Part 19. Lifting the ladle from the pot, Hestia brought it halfway to her lips when she stopped as a flash of yellow appeared out of the corner of her eye. After years of seeing the technique used, she recognized the user instantly, though was understandably confused why he was home so early. Turning to face him, she found he wasn't alone with Sally stood by his side along with Melano, though the mortal woman looked visibly confused as well as her niece. Her blonde bestie, however, looked visibly irritated. What's going on? It's far too early for you to be home? She asked, what about the customers? I'm equally as confused, Sally admitted. 1 minute I'm serving customers, and the next thing I know, Naruto is ushering them out of the building and locking all the doors. It was all very sudden. He hasn't told me what's going on. I wouldn't mind an answer myself. You made me spill coffee down the front of my apron. She motioned to her apron with her hand rather dramatically. None of their questions got answered right away, though the three curiously followed him as he peeked his head into the living room. Inside, Talia and Percy were present, with Percy drawing a blue dinosaur while Talia watched television. That was good. Naruto, what's going on? The blonde shinobi turned to look at Hestia. You haven't felt a new power signature arrive in New York recently? He looked at Melano and asked the same question. Melano shook her head, and Hestia replied with a resounding, no. Nothing out of the ordinary. Beneath his breath, they heard him curse. Damn. He's gotten better at hiding his energy. Who has? Naruto sighed and looked at Hestia. Thor is in New York. He stopped by the fox's den about 10 minutes ago, but I managed to throw him in a trash can and teleport him to Switzerland. It should get him out of our hair for a little while. Hearing the God of Thunder's name, Hestia's eyes initially widened before her face dropped and a rare scowl appeared. Oh joy. Back up a moment. Melano put her hands up, a look of panic on her face. What do you mean Thor's in New York? I thought gods from other pantheons weren't meant to trespass on each other's turf. The last thing Mano wanted to witness was the famed God of Thunder duking it out with gods of her pantheon. Why is he here? And you put him in a bin? In Switzerland. I have an idea why he's here. The tone of disapproval was evident in Hestia's voice. So much so she almost sounded like Hera. He's here because he wants a fight, doesn't he? Naruto nodded and sighed. Yeah. The next thing he knew, he felt Hestia slapping his arm repeatedly. Ow. Quit it. I told you centuries ago it was a bad idea to let Thor goad you into a fight, but you had to let him get under your skin. It went on for a few more seconds before Hestia relented, though her stern expression didn't leave. Does he know this address? I don't think so. To be honest, I was more focused on getting him out of the city than asking 20 questions. Thor isn't the subtle kind, and I don't need your brother or any of the others knowing he's in the city without the permission of Olympus. Hold on. Hold on. The three immortals turned and looked toward Sally, whose arms were in the air, a look of panic and disbelief written all over her face. Thor? As in the Norse god of thunder? Son of Odin and Frigga. An Aesir god. Do you know anyone else by that name? Melano asked, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. But they're real too. I thought it was only the Greeks that were real. The goddess of ghosts turned her head to look at the older pair with an eyebrow raised. You never told her about the other pantheons? We may have skipped over a few details, Naruto admitted, rubbing the back of his neck. It was a conversation we were going to have for a later date, Hestia revealed. Given New York is under Olympian jurisdiction, the gods from other pantheons have to inform us when they'll be stopping by. It doesn't happen often, so we didn't see the need for that topic to be brought up yet. Then again, we didn't take Thor's idiocy into account. Do you know him well? Melano asked, but quickly went silent at the irritated aura she could feel around her. It didn't look like the goddess of the hearth was the biggest fan of the Norse god of thunder. Aunt Hestia. They all heard and watched as Talia appeared through the doorway. The 9-year-old stopped and stared at the 4 adults huddled together in the hallway. Huh? Uncle, when did you get back? I didn't hear you get home. The TV remote was still in her hand, and behind her, Percy followed after his cousin. A big smile lit his face when he spotted Sally and was quickly moved around the older demigod and clutched his mother's legs. "Hi, Mama." Sally smiled, picking him up and placing him on her hip. "Hello, Percy." Her face looked a little pale. She tried not to give away that anything was wrong and put on a brave face for the kids. "We just got back," Naruto replied to Talia's question. "Is something the matter?" "There's some weird guy outside running up and down the street waving a hammer around," Talia revealed, making the four adults look at each other. "He keeps shouting to come out and fight." "Who do you think he's talking to?" "Oh, boy," Naruto muttered before he and the girls all made their way to the window and looked outside to the front of the street. Just as Talia said, there was Thor in the middle of the street. The god of thunder was looking a little grubbier than usual, likely on account of being shoved in a bin and left on a mountain in Switzerland, and didn't appear happy that Naruto had duped him. "Come out and face me. Face the might of thunder," he bellowed. People walking past hurried past the scene as quickly as they could. Cars passing nearby slowed down to get a view of his wild actions, though one found themselves an unlucky victim of Thor as the red-haired god climbed atop and stood on the bonnet of the vehicle. "Let us duel to Helheim and back." "That's Thor?" Sally asked, staring intently at the man. Naruto sighed. "Yeah, that's him. I always pictured someone blonder." She tilted her head, though, physically, he's everything else I imagined. "He's as big as Poseidon." Melano hummed with a hint of disapproval. "I can't say I've ever met the guy before, but he acts as exactly how my father described him." "Hades met him?" "Centuries ago, though I don't think Thor left a good impression on him." "Then again, who does when it comes to my father?" There was a scream outside, and everyone winced as Thor lifted his hammer and tapped the bonnet of the car with his hammer. The effect was instant, with the front half of the car suddenly buckling under the force behind it and became little more than a crushed piece of debris pancaked on the road. The driver said nothing except scream as he stumbled out of the car and ran in the other direction. "Oh, geez." Naruto ran a hand over his face, annoyance growing as the god of thunder continued making a scene. The last thing they needed was someone calling the police. That would make matters far worse. I should probably go out and sort this out. Even if this is going to be a real pain in my ass. He turned away from the window before voicing his surprise when he noticed someone was missing. Hestia. Melano and Sally both looked at where the goddess of the hearth had been standing moments ago before everyone heard the front door open. The three of them turned back to the window and watched as the eldest member of the Olympian family descended the steps and made her way over to Thor. The blonde couldn't see her face, but judging by the way she was walking, almost like a female Terminator zeroing on their target, she wasn't happy. Eventually, they all saw Thor turn in her direction, and the man had the decency to stop his destruction and appear pleased by her presence. He threw his arms in the air and jumped beside her. However, before he could say a word, Naruto, Melano and Sally all winced as the right hand of Hestia lit up in fire and slapped the larger immortal in the cheek. The connection of palm to face was loud, and the god of thunder had the decency to stumble back a step before finding Hestia's hand locked around his ear and dragged back to the house. "Ouch. That hot a sting," Melano muttered, looking in disbelief that the kind and sweet Hestia had it in her to slap someone like Thor. Who knew she had it in her? "Unhand me. Goddess of the hearth you may be, but I am the mighty Thor." "Oh, shut up, you buffoon. Before you cause any more damage." Footsteps reappeared in the hallway as the front door closed. The voices drew the attention of the two demigods, who turned and looked at the hallway. Talia made to head out and find out what was going on, but instead found herself being lifted by Naruto by the scruff of her neck and deposited back onto the couch. "Hey! Stay here, Talia. Aunt Hestia and I need to have words with an old friend of ours." Closing the door behind them, he made a beeline for the kitchen and was treated to the sight of Hestia still with her hand locked around the god of thunder's ear and pushing him into a chair. "Unhand me, woman. One does not pinch the ear of the son of Odin, lest they wish to feel my wrath." When the blonde walked into the kitchen, the Aesir's annoyance appeared to leave him, excitement washing over his face. "Ah. My friend. That was a sneaky trick you pulled, but dropping me on a mountain is not something I haven't survived before. Come, let us battle." Though he tried to stand up, the larger man found himself releasing a high-pitched squeal as Hestia twisted his ear in a position it wasn't meant to go. "What did I just tell you?" Hestia barked back. It was uncommon to see Hestia get riled up, but Thor had a knack of doing so to calmer immortals. Naruto sighed, rubbing his forehead with his palm. "Look, Thor. It's good to see you, but I'm not fighting you. New York isn't exactly a place built for a battle like ours. A bit of warning would have been nice too that you were coming, but my friend. Our battles are legendary. When our fists collide, the very foundations of the 9 realms shake in anticipation. You can't tell me you don't wish to feel that again. Naruto made a face and shook his head. Sorry, but I'm not interested. I only fight when I have to. Not to satisfy the whims of a god who constantly loses his hammer, which also happens to be one of the most powerful weapons in all creation. Like a child, Thor let out a whine and blew a raspberry. You're no fun. I came all this way expecting you to indulge me. This is incredibly disappointing. Thor crossed his arms and winced as the tightness around his ear remained. Please let go of my ear. He turned and looked up at the goddess. I'll behave. There was a glumness to his voice. Do you promise not to cause total mayhem and not pick a fight? Yes, I promise. The hand left his ear, and he brought his own up to gentle soothe it. I really can't tempt you in a bout of fisticuffs? Nope, tough luck. Go pick a fight with a giant, or something. We both know they're not nearly as fun. Then go pick a fight with a fire giant. Those guys are always looking for a good fight. That's right up your alley. Bah, this is the god of thunder? Sally asked, leaning over and whispering in Melino's ear. He's not exactly what I pictured. Are all gods from the Norse pantheon so idiotic? Whose knows? We mostly keep to ourselves. Gods don't normally mingle with other pantheons unless it's strictly business. She looked at Thor and watched in distaste as he picked something out of his ear. This one though, he's an idiot of the highest order, Melino replied, appearing less than impressed at the Norse god. Her father's description of the man was on point. No wonder he didn't have a good thing to say about him. Hearing their voices, Thor looked past Naruto and Hestia and found the younger goddess and the mortal woman staring at him. His eyebrows shot up and Naruto and Hestia watched as he hung his hammer back on his waist and stepped forward. Sally barely had a moment to react before she found herself under Thor's gaze, the god towering over her and placing his arm above her as he leaned on the wall. A tiny smirk was on his face. So, tell me, mortal. Aside from being drop-dead gorgeous, what do you do for a living? And do you by chance like the gun show? The muscles in his arms flexed, showing off his powerful arms. How about we get out of here, and I'll show you how the god of thunder treats a woman. Oh, gods. Melino wanted to gag, and the expressions on Naruto and Hestia's faces weren't any better. Sally didn't appear to know what to do with her face flushed from his comments and found herself stepping back in surprise as the goddess of ghosts got between them. Back off. She's not interested, Sparkplug, duh. Who are you? He looked Melino up and down. I don't recognize you though you smell of the underworld. He rubbed his chin. Someone connected to that old fart, Hades, I assume? You're as pale as he is, though you're much better looking. He shrugged, before saying, I suppose you can come too. I have energy plenty for both of you. Behind him, a hand wrapped in flames grabbed his ear and yanked him away and made the god of thunder bellow in agony as he was forced back into the chair. Hestia stood behind him, looking positively wrathful at the comments he made to the point where Naruto had to stand behind her and keep her from melting Thor's face off. You really can't help putting your foot in your mouth, can you? Naruto muttered. They're not interested, so don't flirt with them. That was also the cheesiest pickup line I've heard in years. I think every love goddess in existence would be hunched over in agony. I thought it was pretty good, Thor whined. It took a minute for Naruto to calm Hestia down before she finally let go of Thor, though the man's ear was red all over with burns. Your grip is still like an iron claw after all these centuries, Hestia. Would you smile if I said it was good to see you? Oh. Well, no matter. He turned and looked at Naruto. So, really no battle? Naruto shook his head, afraid not. Thor visibly deflated but ended up shrugging his shoulder. Oh, well. Maybe in another century? Thor stood up back up, idly keeping watch of Hestia to ensure she didn't grab him by the ear again. He extended his hand towards the blonde, and after a moment of hesitation, Naruto shook it. It's been a long time, my friend. It has. You haven't visited Asgard or Vanaheim in centuries. I know many in my pantheon would love to see you again. Thor nudged his elbow into the blonde. Lady Freya always asks for you. She says she misses your presence in her halls. I'm sure she does. Naruto rolled his eyes and caught Melino looking at him. What? You've been to Asgard and Vanaheim? She asked, looking visibly surprised at this new piece of information. And you know Freya? When were you going to share that with the rest of the class? Naruto shrugged. Now, I guess. Honestly, he hadn't thought to mention it. The two pantheons tended to stay out of each other's way, although he heard a few confrontations and interactions occurred over the years. The only Greek god who had any interaction with them was Hestia, and that was through him. I lived there for a century. Vanaheim, I mean, but I visited Asgard on occasion. Melino let her jaw drop while turning to look at Sally. This guy. Can you believe him? Sally didn't appear to be baffled by the revelation. I mean, is it that surprising? She looked at the blonde. Vanaheim is the Vanir version of heaven, right? She didn't know much about Norse mythology, but she knew some things. Deciding to learn all she could about the Greek pantheon after finding out one of its gods knocked her up, she dove deep into the lore surrounding them. Sometimes her mind wandered and she wondered if any of the other pantheons existed too. It appears she was correct. What's Freya like? Freya? She's nice enough. We got on well, though she wasn't very pleased when I chose to leave and return to Earth. Naruto scratched the back of his head. I haven't really heard much from her since then. Freya can be quite petty. She reminds me of your love goddess, whom I've never had the pleasure of meeting. She doesn't take people rejecting her very well, Thor added. At least, she's not as persistent as Aphrodite is, Hestia muttered from Naruto's side. Honestly, the Olympian goddess of love didn't understand the concept of being rejected. Yeah, tell me about it. He was thankful he hadn't had a run-in with the love goddess since the pantheon got barred from visiting. He was well aware of her sneaking into his home and his bedroom, but Hestia dealt with her accordingly. Since you're here, do me a favor and don't destroy anything. Do you not trust me, my old friend? Is that a serious question? Before Thor could answer, the door to the kitchen swung open, with Talia walking inside to join the rest of the adults. The little girl was rather confused with everything that was going on. She could hear raised voices coming from the kitchen and decided to investigate. Uncle? Auntie? What's going on? She asked and found herself staring up at the large red-haired man who'd been shouting fighting words in the street. Talia had never seen someone so massive before. He was even bigger than her uncle. The god of thunder's attention turned from the adult to the young girl and started smelling the air. A scent he was familiar with floated through the air, one he recognized as the scent of the ozone. He'd smelled it faintly when he got dragged into the house by Hestia, but it was overwhelming when the girl appeared, attacking his sense of smell. So, she was the source of it. He pointed towards Talia in a rather dramatic fashion, a child of Zeus. He looked over at Naruto again. Are you taking in more strays, my friend? Don't call her a stray. Don't forget, the last demigod I took care of was your daughter. And I am forever grateful. He sniffed the air and looked at the stove. Do I smell food? Are you cooking? Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. No, that's Hestia who's cooking tonight. He gave Thor a look. Why? All Thor did was give a slightly pleading look and patted his stomach. He hadn't eaten since that morning and was overdue for his next meal. He didn't feel like waiting until he returned to Asgard, and plead with his darling wife, Sif, to cook him up something. Hestia and Naruto turned to look at each other. Naruto held up his hands and shrugged, trying to ask the goddess of the hearth to be reasonable. Her dislike of the god of thunder was evident for all to sense, even for said deity. The staring contest went on for a few moments, with Hestia trying desperately to convey how unhappy she was with the idea of Thor staying for dinner. Eventually, her shoulders slumped, and she released a huff. Fine, but only for tonight. You leave as soon as your plate is clean. Thor let out a chant of success while Naruto put his arm around his best friend's shoulder. It's just one evening. Hestia pouted, putting her hands on her hips. It's better be. At the same time the Norse god of thunder was visiting the Uzumaki home, another had followed her father as he trekked through the 9 worlds, using the world tree and narrowly avoided the overgrown squirrel that took up residence along its branches, and landed in Central Park just as Thor had earlier that day. This world has changed much since I was last here. The figure was female, though she stood out compared to the Midgardian women who walked past her, looking up and down her form. It was as if they'd never seen a Valkyrie before. Standing 6 foot in height with pale silver-blonde hair tied in a braid, the young woman looked no older than 18, though her eyes and the way she carried herself spoke of a person far older than she appeared. A leather set of Valkyrie armor adorned her body, though she visibly looked uncomfortable wearing it as a sheen of sweat quickly covered her brow as the June sun shined down on her. A golden necklace with a hammer emblem sat comfortably around her neck, and strapped to her back was an extendable spear and a shield. Her pale blue eyes looked around the area. She didn't remember such large buildings existed in Midgard. They were almost as high as the clouds, though her gaze did rest on the Empire State Building that stood off in the distance. She could feel the thrum of power that came from the Olympian pantheon, making the girl somewhat uncomfortable at being so close to a pantheon that wasn't her own. Mixing with other pantheons wasn't encouraged, though sometimes it was known to happen. None sought out these instances more like her foolish father, who loved nothing more than to poke and prod the other gods when he got bored. Sometimes she wondered if fighting was his true love and not the goddess of war that awaited him back home on Asgard. Her father sometimes infuriated her, but she could say confidently she knew him like the back of his hand. There is only one man father would have sought out for a fight after all this time. She muttered to herself, groaning as the image of Thor getting chucked around by a familiar blonde appeared in her mind. Her father was not the only reason she was in Midgard, though. There was another reason she was in New York, and it required the man that raised her all the same. You there? Answer thy question. Grabbing a nearby mortal, she held the unsuspecting man by the collar of his shirt, his eyes going wide as he was held by the large blonde woman. Yes. I'm looking for an establishment known as the Fox's Denver. It's run by a man known as Naruto Uzumaki. Give me its location, or feel the wrath of the daughter of Thor. She tightened her grip on the end's collar. The man blinked and looked at her funny. The Fox's Den? I think that's a place in the West Village. Which way is the West Village? And why there is a village in the heart of a city? That seems counterproductive for all you've built here. He looked at her funny. It's not an actual village. Are you an idiot? The next thing the man knew, he was finding himself getting thrown into the air and dangling from a tree, flailing around as his pants got caught on one of the branches. You there. Where is the West Village? And have you heard of a man known as Naruto Uzumaki? This series of questioning went on for a good 5 minutes, with more people, men and women, finding themselves thrown into trees or a nearby bush when they questioned the blonde woman's intelligence. One girl even made fun of what she was wearing and soon found her very lacy thong pulled so high in the air she started seeing stars. Mortals are useless, the girl commented with a huff. I know where you can find Naruto Uzumaki. Turning around at the voice, her eyes widened as the most beautiful woman she'd ever seen looked back at her. Her blonde hair fell past her shoulder blades and hauntingly beautiful green eyes one could get lost in. She was dressed for the weather in a frilly pink summer dress that stopped just above the knees and a pair of high heels that looked impossible to walk in. Her smile was coy and spoke of giddy mischief. With her heels on, she was the same height as the daughter of Thor. Gunilla stopped and stared at the beautiful woman. She could sense the divine energy rolling off her body. The smell of fresh jasmine was all around her. She couldn't help but swallow thickly. She was mesmerizing to look at. She could have sworn her appearance would shift with each blink, and long tresses of black hair and emerald green eyes would flicker into being. Remembering where she was, she approached cautiously. Why, you are an Olympian, aren't you? Of the Greek pantheon? The woman smiled and held out her hand, showing her knuckles. The goddess of love, Aphrodite. What's your name, young Valkyrie? Gunilla. Trepidatiously, Gunilla took Aphrodite's hand and kissed the knuckles, getting a widened smile from her. You said you know where Naruto is? I do. I believe I saw him entertaining your father, Thor. At least, that's who I believe he is. The scent of ozone lingers around him much in the way it does around Zeus. The woman walked around Gunilla, her shoes clinking as she moved. You have the same scent, though it's not as potent. It was very bold of you to come here when you haven't gained our permission. Then again, your father did the same. Gunilla grimaced. My father does not always think things through and does things on a whim most days. However, I'm here on behalf of Lord Odin to ensure my father doesn't cause trouble and to meet with Naruto Uzumaki. Might ask why? I'm rather fond of him, even though he's managed to avoid me these last few years. I'm not at liberty to say anything. Oh? You won't even tell little ol' me? Aphrodite fluttered her eyelashes, and Gunilla felt her willpower take a hit. Swallowing thickly one more time, she crossed her arms and held her own. Even you? I can be very persuasive. Aphrodite looked Gunilla up and down again. I've never been with a Valkyrie before. I can't help but wonder. Gunilla didn't say anything. Half expecting to be blown away by the Olympian, she was surprised to find the goddess shrugging her shoulders with her smile still present on her face. Very well. I'll only find out in due time. Elegantly spinning on the thin tip of her heels, Aphrodite skipped off, ignoring the looks of hopeless dedication rolling off the mortals she moved past. Come along, young Valkyrie. I'll show you the way. Gunilla didn't need to be told twice and quickly followed after the goddess of love, hoping no one else from the Greek pantheon showed up and caused a problem. Then again, she couldn't help but feel uneasy being led away by the Aphrodite. She knew the stories that floated around the beautiful deity and knew what a tricky individual she could be when things didn't go her way. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of connection she had to her blonde target. Haha. She's so tiny. Are you sure she's a daughter of Zeus? Thor asked, looking jovial, as he held Talia in his hands and dangled her in the air. Said girl was looking unimpressed, her arms folded and cheeks puffed out. She has his eyes, I suppose, but does she have his right hook? Duh. He put her down on the ground and crouched in front of her. Punch me right here, little one. That appeared to get Talia's interest as her earlier disapproval disappeared. Okay. She clenched her fist and readied to land a punch on the awaiting deity. There will be no violence in this house, thank you very much. Hestia admonished, guiding her niece away from Thor and leading her to her seat around the table. Dinner was being served up, and the god of thunder had invited himself for dinner. Go sit down in your usual place. I'll be serving up food in a moment. Okay, Aunt Hestia? The daughter of Zeus marched to the table like a good girl while Hestia directed a huff Thor's way. You've been here all of 5 minutes. Behave, or you'll be out. She reaffirmed. Just because Naruto was okay with Thor being here, that didn't mean she was. Oh, she and the God of Thunder had met numerous times, and each time she was reaffirmed why they were like oil and water. Throughout the millennia, the duo of herself and Naruto would constantly get interrupted by a small number of deities who were aware of the blonde's existence, but none more so than Thor. They were the polar opposite of each other. She was quiet. He was loud. She was gentle and patient. He was violent and brutish. He reminded her too much of Ares. Ares was her nephew, therefore she had some amount of love for him. Thor, on the other hand, was a member of another pantheon who seemed to enjoy getting on her nerves. Wherever he appeared, he caused a mess and didn't appear to care about the consequences. Hestia didn't openly hate anyone, barring her own father, but she could say with confidence she didn't really like Thor either. Tolerate was likely the best way she could describe it. She tolerated him because, for some reason, Naruto was friends with the man and enjoyed his company when he wasn't trying to swing a hammer into his skull. Go take a seat around the table, Hestia told him. A ladle appeared in her hand and pointed at him, but one whiff of trouble, and you're out. Gods. She sounded like Hera. For once, Thor had the sense not to say anything stupid and merely gave a salute as he wandered into the dining room. Sally and Percy were already in the room, with the said boy taking a keen interest in the large man he'd never seen before. He gave the God of Thunder a small wave. Hello. In response, Thor waved back similarly. Hello, tiny human. I'm Percy. Who are you? I'm Thor, God of Thunder. He pulled out Mjolnir and showed it to the son of Poseidon, and this is Mjolnir. One of the mightiest weapons in the known universe. He grinned, giving it a quick spin and feeling the air push against his skin. I have killed many monsters with my hammer. Some as large as mountains. Percy looked up at him in awe. Whoa. He reached his hands out. Can I hold? Of course, Thor started to say before feeling two sets of eyes bearing into his skull. Sally and Molino looked at him as if telling him to think twice and choose a different answer. The hammer was already halfway across the table when he pulled back. Perhaps when you're bigger. Nah. Percy pouted and stuck out his lower lip. Please. Percy Jackson. Sally said next to her son, looking at him with a stern expression, it would be much too heavy for you. No means no. As Sally spoke with her son, the God of Thunder looked in Melino's direction but quickly turned away as the goddess of ghosts leveled him with a dark glare. Perhaps it was best not aggravate the daughter of Hades. Thor could have sworn there was a dark aura floating around her body, but he was sure that was a trick of the light. The chill running up his spine? Yeah, that was probably her. Feeling a tug on his shirt, he turned and looked down at the seat next to him. Talia was next to him, her big blue eyes looking up at him full of curiosity. Yes. Do you know my dad? Thor made a small humming noise, of sorts. We've met a couple of times. What's he like? You've not met him? Talia shook her head. Uncle and Auntie said there are rules that stop him from seeing me. I don't really get it. Talia scrunched up her face. Does he not love me? Thor's mouth opened, yet no words came out. As much of a blockhead as he was, how in the world was he meant to answer that? It was like getting pushed between a giant and a hard place. What was he supposed to say? What was he meant to do? Naruto and Hestia were still in the kitchen while Sally was talking to her son. The daughter of Hades appeared to hear the question but was merely watching him in mild amusement. Her coal-like eyes sparkled in sick glee. Was she enjoying the fact he was squirming beneath the questioning gaze of this little girl? Like daughter, like father, I suppose? Trying to come up with an answer as quickly as possible, he let out an audible groan of relief when the sound of the doorbell rang through the house, distracting Talia and making the girl hop out of her seat. She made a beeline through the dining room and ducked beneath Naruto's arms as she raced to answer the front door. She didn't appear fazed as she heard her aunt call her name as she reached for the door and swung it open. Hello. Talia, Naruto said with a hint of sternness in his tone as he came up behind her. His mouth opened, but before words could come out, a strangled noise appeared. Aphrodite. The blonde-haired beauty gave him a dazzling smile. Hello, you hunky man, you. Long time no see. She walked straight past Talia, whose only thoughts was who the heck is this lady? The sound of Aphrodite's heels clacked against the hallway, and Naruto soon found himself just inches from the divine goddess. You look more delicious than the last time I saw you. Then again, I didn't think my window of opportunity with you was an eternity. Naturally, the blonde did the only thing he could think of in this situation and called out, Hestia. Get out here. What? He heard from the kitchen as Hestia's head appeared from around the corner. Her eyes zeroed in on the goddess of love. Oh, for goodness sake. What is it with you all today? Hestia stormed out of the kitchen, face showing how unamused she was as yet another deity visiting during dinner time. Aphrodite proved quick as she skirted around Naruto, using the blonde as a shield to avoid Hestia's hand as she released a Tinkerbell-like giggle. Don't be like that, Hestia. I'm merely visiting. She replied, narrowly dodging one of Hestia's hands. You've been keeping Naruto all to yourself for so long. I just wanted a little peace. That's all? You know as well as I do, that's not the kind of relationship we have. An uncommon growl escaped from Hestia. Will you hold still? What's going on out here? Melino's head popped around the corner. Oh. She was soon followed by Thor, Sally and Percy, who appeared from behind his mother's leg. Oh my god, she's beautiful? Sally whispered and turned to Melino. Is she a, you know? Yeah, that's Aphrodite, goddess of love and the most irritating woman in my overly large family. Wow. I wouldn't compliment her too much. Her ego's big enough already. Sally couldn't help it, but when she looked at Aphrodite, her eyes kept flickering from blue to sea green. She wondered why that was. Even her hair was going back and forth between blonde and black. The god of thunder, to his credit, didn't linger on the Greek love goddess. His focus shifted when another figure appeared by the door. Daughter. Did you follow me all the way to Midgard? Naruto's eyes widened as a familiar young woman came into view, awkwardly standing in the door. Gunilla. Hi, uncle. She gave a short wave as Naruto steadily made his over to her until he was a foot away from her. Sorry to come on and the blonde Valkyrie didn't get to finish her sentence as the shinobi brought her in for a tight hug, his arms resting around her shoulders. Very quickly, whatever awkwardness Gunilla had vanished, and a beaming smile lit up her face. You know you're welcome here anytime you like. You'll never get turned away. He gently cupped her face. I haven't seen you in almost 50 years. You haven't aged a day. I could say the same. It's one of the perks of being a Valkyrie and living at Hotel Valhalla. Aging isn't much of an issue. A downcast look appeared. I'm sorry it's been so long since I last visited you. With my duties as the leader of the Valkyries, it doesn't leave me with much free time. The blonde shook his head. That's okay. You're here now. That's what matters. He put his arm around her shoulder and led her forward. Let me introduce you to everyone. You remember Hestia, right? For one as formidable in appearance as the daughter of Thor, it was a surprise for all to see her act in such a shy manner. I do. It's nice to see you again after all this time, Lady Hestia. She gave a polite bow but was waved off by Hestia and once again embrace. It's lovely to see you again, my dear. Hestia gently cupped her face. It's nice to see you didn't inherit much from your oaf of a father in terms of appearance. Hestia's smile widened when she heard Thor grumble behind her. You must stay for dinner. We're about to serve up. I would like that, thank you. She replied before Naruto introduced everyone else. That's Melino, the daughter of Hades and Greek goddess of ghosts. Melino gave a nonchalant wave, and that's Sally. The little boy next to her is her son, Percy. It's nice to meet you, Sally greeted. Percy merely gave a small wave, poking his head out from behind Sally, acting all shy all of a sudden. Aphrodite, you already know, Naruto muttered and leaned in close to whisper. Dare I ask how you met? I ran into her at the Park of Central. She offered to show me the way here. Though, I did feel like she had an ulterior motive. She gave the love goddess a side glance, with the said woman being scolded by Hestia, who hadn't forgotten her fellow deity was there. She wants something from you. Naruto snorted, of sorts. He wasn't going into any detail before gently pulling Talia to stand in front of him with his hands resting on her shoulders, and this is Talia. She's been under my care for 5 years now. She and you have a lot in common? The daughter of Zeus didn't say anything. She merely looked up at the blonde girl with widened eyes, her expression showing off an odd look. Who was this girl? And how did she get so tall? And strong? She looked like she could bench press a car. Talia had never seen another girl look so tough. Gunilla could feel Talia's eyes resting on her and knelt on one knee, getting a good look at the girl. Her hands came up and surprised the younger demigod by taking her hands into her own. A kind expression, one she only displayed to those close to her got to see, took over on Gunilla's face. When I was a little girl, Uncle looked after me just as he looked after you and showed me right from wrong. Talia tilted her head to look up at Naruto before quickly returning to Gunilla. Really? Gunilla gently squeezed her hands. Are you happy here? This time it was Talia who nodded, conviction written all over her face. Uncle is the best. Talia looked up at Naruto again, who smiled back happily. If Uncle looked after both of us, does that make us sisters? Ah. The innocence of a child. Gunilla laughed, as did some of the adults. Melino even let out a small sound, though, would readily deny it to anyone. In a way, I guess it does. I think I'd like that. I think I'd like that, too. She gave Talia one last squeeze before standing back up. When Naruto looked at her, her expression changed again, this time into one more serious. I wish I could say I came here for personal reasons, but I'm afraid I'm here on business. Lord Odin has asked me to come and find you. Naruto blinked in surprise and felt the eyes of everyone else in the room on him. Find me? Why? We've run into a small problem. A problem on Jotunheim? Ah. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, the problem being who I'm thinking of? She nodded, that's right. One of them is picking fights with the giants and running amok. Gunilla explained, I tried to stop him myself, but he doesn't listen to me. Lord Odin tried to reason with him but was promptly ignored. Gunilla pouted, he still just sees me as an annoying brat. Yeah, that sounds about right. You'd think after all these millennia, he'd have calmed down some of his more extreme tendencies. The blonde sighed, well, it's not really a question if I'm going or not. I'm the only one who can reason with him. I guess I'm heading to Jotunheim. That damn idiot? Whoa! Hold up. Melano replied, making everyone turn in her direction. What do you mean you're going to Jotunheim? And who's she talking about? What other kind of secrets was he keeping from them? Hestia smiled, I think I have an idea. She gave Naruto a knowing look. You're probably thinking right? Naruto chuckled, patting Talia on the head as she said inquisitively up at him. To answer your question, Melano, I have these friends who originate from the old era just like myself. 9 of them, in fact, and each one is as quirky and bizarre as the next. It sounds like one of them is causing trouble, and that means I need to leave for a few days. Part 20. I'm not sure I like this. Naruto lifted his head and looked at the goddess of the hearth. He was down on one knee, his hands toying with the laces to Talia's shoes as he made the bunny ears. She didn't appear overly pleased. Her arms were crossed over her front and held the posture of someone who wasn't happy, but her expression told a different story. Her face appeared apprehensive. The reason she was worried? Because Talia would be traveling with Naruto and Gunilla and visiting Jotunheim for the first time. According to Naruto, he'd been thinking about taking Talia to visit his old friends once she was old enough, but with this new situation, there was no time like the present. Plus, he'd introduced Gunilla to them when she was not much older than the daughter of Zeus. They were standing outside his home. Gunilla was right there with them, having stayed with them for the past couple of days, waiting for the weekend to come. They wanted to go earlier in the week, but they didn't want to take Talia out of school, so they waited. Thor kept his promise to the goddess and left after dinner, though he did help himself to most of the cooking that evening, devouring everything he got his hands on. Melano was at the fox's den, running the ship that morning until Hestia went in later in the afternoon. He made sure to leave a few clones in the back to help them with the kitchen duties. Sally and Percy, meanwhile, were visiting Montauk for the weekend, having some mother-son bonding time away from the craziness they'd witnessed earlier that week. He couldn't blame them. It was a lot to take in. The blonde stood up, ruffling Talia's head and stepped forward towards the deity. He put one arm around her shoulders and gave her a quick squeeze. Don't worry. Nothing's going to happen to her. I'll be right there with her, and so will Gunilla. I know, but still, Hestia bit the side of her lip. Isn't she too young for this? Not to mention, she has homework. We finished her homework last night, remember? It was rather amusing to see Hestia's worry, but Naruto wanted to alleviate her worries and ushered Talia forward. Talia, can you tell Aunt Hestia the main rule while we're away from home? The little girl scampered forward. Oha. The golden rule is that I'm not allowed to wander off. I have to stay with Uncle or Big Sis Gunilla at all times. The blonde gave Hestia a proud look, watching as her face was a mishmash of thoughts and emotions. Are you sure I can't convince you to let her stay? He gave her shoulder another squeeze. She will be fine. I'll be right there. It's not like the others will do anything, and any giant will run a mile if they see Gunilla. Hestia gave a little hum but still didn't appear convinced. You know, for someone who claims she doesn't have a motherly bone in her body, you sure are worrying like one. There is nothing wrong with having a little apprehension to the notion that my niece is off to another world. Hestia replied in a matter-of-fact tone, it's not like it's a place I'm able to visit on a whim should something go wrong. Only the Norse pantheon had access to the other 9 worlds that sat connected thanks to the Yggdrasil. The world tree was so ingrained within the Norse pantheon, it became rare, if not impossible, for a deity of another pantheon to gain access to it. She'd seen it once, back in the early days of the Greek pantheon, long before any of Zeus's children came into being and first made contact with the Norse. It would be correct in thinking the relationship between the two were frosty at best, with both sides keeping to their own, except for a few instances when either side met by chance while out in the world. Well, it's a good thing nothing will go wrong. He grinned and let out a silent laugh as Hestia gently pushed him away and started smoothing down the jumper Talia was wearing, muttering something about not getting the creases out of the fabric. Hestia could be such a worrywart. Leaving Talia to be fretted over by her aunt, Naruto stood next to Gunilla, who was staring at the pair. You okay? Gunilla nodded. I'm fine. I guess I'm still just a little surprised at your new situation. I know it's been some time since we last saw one another, but I didn't think you would accept another demigod into your care. Especially, one not from the Norse pantheon. The older blonde shrugged. Well, it wasn't planned. When I came to New York, it was under the guise of keeping a low profile. I figured I could stay here for a decade. Maybe 2, if I was lucky. He chuckled. I didn't expect the Fox's Den to become so popular with the divine. He nodded towards Talia. One day, Talia's mother visited, and when she left, Talia fell into my care. She walked away and didn't look back. I still don't understand how a parent can do such a thing. Gunilla's lips thinned. Where is her mother now? I don't know, he answered honestly. I don't think Hestia checks on her anymore. She has no reason to, now that Talia is here. I think she would have some choice words to give Beryl Grace if they ever met again. I think there are a lot of people who would say the same thing. Talia is very loved. She has only benefited from her mother's abandonment. Think what state she could be in if she was still under her care. I try not to. He put one hand on Gunilla's shoulder, but you're right. She's happy here, and that's what matters. He looked up at the sky. I only wish her father would come down from time to time and visit his daughter. He turned back to Hestia and Talia. Are you finished mothering her yet, Hestia? Oh, shush, you. She stuck her tongue out at the blonde before kneeling and wrapping her niece in a hug. Be good. I want to hear all about your trip when you get back tomorrow. She kissed her niece's forehead. I've put a few sweet treats just for you in your backpack. Don't eat them all in one go. Okay, Auntie. And don't worry. I'll be fine. The goddess of the hearth sighed while standing back up. I know you will be, but I worry all the same. She gave Naruto and Gunilla each a look. Both of you keep a close eye on her, please. When both blondes nodded, she brought both of them into a hug. In that case, enjoy your time in Jotunheim, and I'll see you when you get back. I've packed some food for you all for when you get hungry. Naruto, there's a thermos with coffee inside and another with hot chocolate for Talia. You're the best, Hestia. Gunilla held a hand out to Talia, which the girl promptly clasped onto. We should get going. The sooner this mess is sorted out, the better. Agreed. Where is the closest point to the World Tree? Hestia asked. In order for the trio to make their way to Jotunheim, they would need to travel across the branches of the Yggdrasil that connects the 9 worlds. They could have taken the Rainbow Bridge or the Bifrost as it was also known by, but that would alert Zeus and the rest of Olympus that someone not from their pantheon had entered their territory without asking. Boston, Gunilla answered. Lord Odin hoped to have an access point created in New York centuries ago given how integral this city is to the world, but your council vetoed that decision when proposed. He didn't want to ruffle any feathers by creating it without their consent. Luckily, I have some of my Flying Thunder God technique markers set up in Boston, so we can get there in a flash, Naruto added. You couldn't set up a marker in Jotunheim? I do, but I can't flash between worlds. The technique doesn't let me dimension hop, in a sense. When we get to Jotunheim, I can flash us to where we need to go. Naruto tied the strap of his backpack around his waist. We have a meeting point for when I visit. I'll flare out my chakra, and they'll head over. They'll sense it immediately. Taking Talia's hand in his own, he felt Gunla's hand rest on his shoulder. We'll be gone for no more than a day. We'll get this whole mess sorted out. See you tomorrow, Auntie. Goodbye, Lady Hestia. Before Hestia could say a word, the trio was gone, leaving the goddess behind. She released a small sigh before turning around and walking inside. She noticed the sky seemed to darken and gray. The weather over New York typically altered with her brother's ever-changing mood. She couldn't help but wonder what was causing Zeus's mood to fluctuate so much. With her circle of privacy, she doubted he was spying on her. He knew better than to try that. He'd made that mistake once and promised he would never do it again. Closing the door behind her, she rested the back of her head against the wood. Well, at least it means I get a night to myself. Whoa! This place is so cool. Talia yelled at the top of her lungs, perched on the back of the daughter of Thor, looking out across the vast void the World Tree occupied. It's bigger than the Empire State Building. The trio didn't linger when they flashed into existence into Boston and made a beeline for the nearest entrance to the World Tree. Naruto's marker brought them straight to the Kendall Square roof garden, where the hidden entrance sat written in the bark of a tree. It took Gunilla a wave of her hand and muttering a few words beneath her breath before a portal, no bigger than 7 feet high and wide, opened up in the air, revealing a mishmash of colors awaiting them. Walking through, they found themselves standing on one of the branches of the Yggdrasil. The branch alone was the size of a freeway and stretched on behind them as far as the eye could see. Gunilla turned her head to look at the dark-haired girl. The Yggdrasil is likely the biggest object of power within the 9 worlds. She told her. Her lower arms were wrapped tight around Talia's legs to keep her in place. Naruto and Hestia had both informed her that Talia was not a fan of heights, making walking across the branches of the World Tree far direr in the little girl's eyes. it connects the 9 worlds, creating a bridge between them and allowing those of the Norse pantheon to use its branches to move from one to another. How did it get so big? No one truly knows. Well, Gunilla stopped for a moment, a thoughtful expression on her face. Perhaps Lord Odin might know. If he does, he keeps such information to himself. As the god of wisdom, there is little he wouldn't know. When the 9 worlds was born, so was the Yggdrasil. I have no idea which is older. They're both older than the gods of our pantheons. Older than those that came before them. As old as the primordials that make up the first age of immortals. A loud explosion rang above them. Something heavy soon collided with one of the branches on the right side of them. Talia frowned, peering over Gunilla's shoulder. The Valkyrie didn't appear the slightest bit bothered by the sound and kept walking forward as she headed for one of the entrances that would take them to Jotunheim. "What's Uncle doing?" Talia asked, her index finger coming around to poke the blonde Valkyrie on the cheek. "He just took off when we arrived." "Is he not walking with us?" "Oh, I'm sure he would walk with us if he could." Gunilla soothed, patting Talia on top of the head. "You see, there's a creature that lives on the world tree known as Ratatosk. Think of squirrel but one that's bigger than a truck." Talia's eyes went wide at that, urging her to continue. "Ratatosk's goal is to bring down the Yggdrasil, and he's been trying for a long time. No one knows why he wants to bring it down, but to those who use the world tree to get around the 9 worlds, Ratatosk will always intercept them and try to cause mayhem. He also spends his time spreading lies and rumors between the dragon, Nidhogg, at the roots of the tree and the anonymous eagle and Vedrfolnir at the top." "Oh. So, that's what Uncle Naruto is doing. He's keeping us safe by drawing Ratatosk's attention towards him. He and Ratatosk have met previously, and I don't think he's overly fond of him." "How come?" "I'm not sure, but I think Uncle Naruto might have stolen Ratatosk's nuts on more than one occasion. The mighty squirrels of the world tree never forget a face, nor any slight made against him." As she said that, the very person they were talking about landed next to them, making spider web cracks appear on the bark as he landed. "You two, okay?" Naruto asked, wiping his brow as looking the two over. "We're fine. I was telling Talia about your history with Ratatosk and why he dislikes you so much." Talia looked up at him with all the innocence of the world residing on her face. "Did you really steal the big squirrel's nuts, Uncle?" The blonde snorted. "I didn't steal anything of his, Talia's. His nuts did go missing, but that's because Thor stole them as a joke and blamed me for it. Now, that damn overgrown furball goes for me every time I use the Yggdrasil. Admittedly, I don't use it often, but still," he shrugged and turned to look at a neighboring branch a few hundred feet away from them, "it's still annoying." Soon enough, Talia found herself fixed at the furry beast running along the thick branch next to theirs. It was massive in size and appeared larger than how Gunilla described it. Its thick grayish-brown fur stood on end with a bushy tail almost as big as the rest of its body. Its eyes were beady and black like coal, and the daughter of Zeus could have sworn she could feel it glaring in their direction. It opened its mouth, and all that came out of it was a series of barks that made the air around it waver and shimmy. "His language is appalling," Gunilla said, shaking her head as the blonde shinobi frowned. "If Lady Hestia came with us, I fear she would burst a blood vessel if she heard his words. I'm glad they've never met. You and me both. I dread to think what would happen if that day ever came." He made a familiar hand sign, and half a dozen cones sprung to life and dashed across the branches and towards Ratatosk, who scurried across his branch to intercept the incoming pests. "I'll see you shortly." He patted their heads, much to Gunilla's mixture of amusement and annoyance. A moment later, he took off after his clones to join in keeping Ratatosk entertained. The two girls ideally watched from afar as the clones jumped on the giant squirrel before the blonde shinobi skidded to a stop, threw his hand back and allowed Rasengan to swirl to life in his palm. It grew and grew until it was the size of a small truck and threw it forward to collide with Ratatosk squarely in the abdomen. The effect was immediate, and Ratatosk found itself flying through the air, launched off his feet. He soon smashed into a higher branch with a resounding impact. Talia scrunched up her face. "Doesn't that hurt the big squirrel?" she asked, watching closely as the giant squirrel shakily started standing back up. The expression on its face made it appear angry as it glanced down at its burnt fur. "I wouldn't worry. Ratatosk is incredibly durable. I've seen him take a lot worse and get back up." On cue, the furry beast wobbled to his feet, the fur on the front of his body scorched from the impact with an incensed look upon his face. "See. He's fine. What if he falls off the side?" Talia didn't dare look down, but the younger girl pictured it being a long way down to the bottom. "Does the world tree have a bottom?" "There is no bottom," Gunilla explained, "but if someone fell from the branches of the Yggdrasil, they would fall through an endless void until eventually falling through a gate that led to one of the 9 worlds. Like Midgard and this Jotunheim place we're going through." "That's right. The last thing you want is to fall into worlds like Muspelheim or Niflheim. One is a world of fire and lava, while the other is an endless winter of unbelievable harshness. Both are inhabited by giants of the elements of their world. They are prickly to outsiders, especially Muspelheim. Gunilla turned her head to look at Talia, and then you have Helheim, the realm of the dead. I do not know much about that world, for I have never had to venture there in my 500 years of life, but it's controlled by the goddess, Hela. She does not take kindly to the living scouring upon her realm. I've heard she can be difficult to reason with, so most tend to avoid her. Another explosion and both girls watched as Ratatosk sailed over them and impacted another branch far off to the left of them. The squirrel of the Yggdrasil was taking some heavy punishment, though both girls ignored him and carried on their way, even as their blonde protector pounced over, drop-kicking said beast square in the jaw. Jotunheim. Man, that was irritating. I forgot how much crazy stamina that squirrel possesses, Naruto muttered, stepping through the portal in the bark of the Yggdrasil. He dusted himself off, ridding himself of pieces of bark and debris that came from his tussle with Ratatosk. Once done, the first thing he did was take a deep breath. The air in Jotunheim was cool and clean in a way that reminded him of home. Untainted by the technological advancement of humanity and the constant growth of cities, the world of the giants remained untouched. Great mountains and forests stretched across the world for as far as the eyes could see. Nature untouched and lakes untainted, it was as if he'd stepped back in time when the earth, or Midgard as the Norse would call it, was once the same. He stood there for a moment, taking it all in and letting his mastery of senjutsu weave the power of nature across his body. It made him feel strong. It made him feel alive. Rejuvenated. Perhaps coming to Jotunheim was a blessing in disguise. Wow, he heard a few meters in front of him. Gunilla and Talia stood side by side, the young daughter of Zeus now on her feet and eyes full of wonder as she stared at the various mountains that surrounded the land. They'd arrived moments earlier before the blonde stepped through the portal into Jotunheim, and Talia had been quick to jump off Gunilla's back and stare at the new world around her. He and Hestia had taken her away to spots around the United States in the past 5 years, but they couldn't compare to the lands of Jotunheim. That was my first reaction when I saw Jotunheim for the first time. Of the 9 worlds, it's one of the most beautiful. The only ones that surpass it are Asgard and Vanaheim, though many may disagree. Naruto spoke, putting his hand on Talia's shoulder as he came to stand next to them. The mountains are so high. Everything is so big here. Even the trees were enormous, standing as big as the tallest buildings in New York City. Now that we're here, where do we need to go to meet your friends? The answer she got back was her guardian pointing towards one of the mountains off in the distance, which happened to be one of the larger ones. We're heading right there. Naruto pointed off in the distance, towards a tall solitary peak that sat away from the rest. It was so far away that if Talia held out her thumb, it would be no bigger than her fingernail. That's kinda far, isn't it? Talia asked, before feeling herself getting hoisted onto Naruto's back. Huh? If we walked, it would take us 2 or 3 days to reach the mountain. That's why I'm going to run and carry you. He grinned and looked at Gunilla. I can make a clone to carry you too if you like? Gunilla adamantly shook her head. Nah. Why not? You loved it when you were little? I'm not some child you can throw on your back all willy-nilly. Besides, Talia watched in amazement as a set of wings sprouted from Gunilla's back, golden like the sun and each side bigger than Talia in size. I can just fly there, myself. Naruto nodded, impressed at the little showboating Gunilla was showing. Well, okay, if you're sure. We'll be waiting for you at the top. Before Talia or Gunilla could say another word, the blonde shinobi took off from the ground like a bullet and sped across the branches of the trees, his form barely more than a blur. All one could hear was Talia's screams becoming more and more distant. Gunilla didn't hang around and took off into the air, her golden wings gliding her across the air currents with the grace of a swan. Midgard. Goodness, it sure is quiet without those two around here, Hestia muttered to herself, flicking on the lights of Casa del Uzumaki as she quietly closed the door behind her. Her day at the Fox's Den had been largely uneventful. The usual busy periods came and went with Melano not so subtly making offhanded comments about her boss and manager gallivanting across Jotunheim. If Hestia didn't know any better, she would have thought her brother's child was jealous, not that the younger goddess would ever admit to such a thing. Making her jacket disappear into her closet up in her room, Hestia found herself standing in the hallway, unsure of what to do. Normally, she'd be getting dinner ready by now for Talia and Naruto and afterwards, ensuring her niece was ready for bed. She'd developed a routine since taking up part-time residence, but now, she wasn't sure what to do with herself. I suppose I could head back to Olympus for the night. She muttered to herself before hearing another crash of thunder booming across the sky, the lightning lighting up the city. On second thought, I think I'll stay here. It sounds like Zeus has been in one of his moods all day. The weather progressive got worse as the day went on. Despite wondering what was causing her brother to have such a hissy fit, her main thoughts were with the blonde and dark-haired little girl currently a world away. Kicking off her shoes, she stretched out her arms and climbed up the stairs. How about a nice long bath with candles and bubbles? She told herself, smiling at the prospect as she removed a hairpin and let her long and luscious hair flow down her back. I think I've earned an evening to pamper myself. She didn't do it often, but she liked to treat herself when time afforded it. With Naruto and Talia away, why not spoil herself? Minutes later, as the bath began to fill up, Hestia found herself walking through the first-floor hallway in a white bathrobe, her hair swept down one side. A book was in her hand, one she'd been reading over the past fortnight. Before bed, she spent 30 minutes reading as a way of calming her mind and letting her body relax into the bed. It was a little habit she picked up from Athena. A thought hit Hestia that made her stop. There's no one around. I'm the only one home. Her free hand came up and played with the robe that covered her body. A playful smile was on her face. I mean, who would ever know? Biting her lip and waving her hand, forcing all the shutters and curtains to cover the windows in the house, Hestia undid the knot that kept her robe tight on her person and dropped it to the ground. Oh, my! Look what happened! She feigned surprise, one hand cupping her chin with an innocent look washing over her face. My robe came loose. How terrible! Standing in the hallway, her body uncovered and bare for no one but herself to see, I'm standing in the middle of Naruto's home, naked. A glass appeared in her hand, steadily filling up with wine. I'm about to drink wine in the middle of the hallway. I'm naked. She took a sip and smiled before heading back to the bathroom. Now, I'm skipping to the bathroom. Still naked? She laughed and closed the door behind her. Jotunheim. Landing on top of the single peak that was her destination, she was unsurprised to find Naruto and Talia already there waiting for her. It was peculiar to see Naruto was sitting in the middle of the peak, his hands together forming a hand sign, bluish energy rolling off him like flames. What was rather comical was seeing Talia clutching the ground like a lifeline, almost as if she was hugging the earth. Land. I'll never leave you again, she heard the little girl say. She had to assume the daughter of Zeus was not a fan of Naruto's form of travel. So, Talia is not a fan of the way you travel by foot? Gunilla stated. I can't blame her. You never knew the meaning of restraint. I'm surprised her hair managed to stay in shape. She patted the younger girl's hair down and took a seat on the ground beside her, looking out across the vast world of Jotunheim atop of the peak. Are you giving them the signal? I am. I should only be a moment longer. The aura of chakra around Naruto increased for a split second, tripling in size and making the peak crack and rumble from the sudden intensity. A moment later, it cut off entirely, the aura around the blonde disappearing. That should do it. I imagine the first will be here within the next hour. The big blue eyes of Talia looked up at him as he came sat on her other side. You still haven't told me who we're meeting. Why ruin the surprise? Naruto replied to her, giving her a wink and took off his backpack. It's been a long day. I can't believe how quickly it's flown by. Unzipping the top, he reached in and pulled out the thermos Hestia prepared for them. How about a hot chocolate and a sandwich? Talia nodded and watched as her uncle took off the cap and poured the warm contents of the thermos into the lid. The scent of the chocolate quickly tickled her nose and she couldn't help but hum in delight, taking it in her hands. She took a quick sip, and her shoulders slumped in joy. For most children, being at the top of a mountain would have been seen as the coolest thing in the world, but she wasn't one of them. She didn't like heights, and there was no way she was looking over the ledge. She didn't want to think about how she was getting down. She didn't fancy the idea of getting a piggyback from Naruto again. Once was enough for a lifetime. What do you think Aunt Hestia is doing back home? A thoughtful expression appeared on the blonde's face. You know, I'm not sure. She's probably enjoying the peace and curled up in bed with a book. Uzumaki residence. Oh, love ya, baby. The goddess of the hearth sang, still without clothes and holding a hairbrush in her right hand. Her shoulders shimmied one way, while her hips went another in rhythm with the song currently playing throughout the house. Oh, love ya, baby. Jotunheim. Yeah, you're probably right. Talia agreed and hurriedly gobbled up one of the sandwiches sitting on the napkin in front of her. The young daughter of Zeus turned to Gunilla, who sat on her other side. So, do you come to Jotunheim often? The daughter of Thor shook her hand in the air. Occasionally. Most of my duties pertain to Hotel Valhalla or Midgard. It's rare for me to visit the others' worlds unless ordered to by Lord Odin. Being offered a sandwich, she graciously accepted. Thank you. So we just wait here? Talia asked. Naruto nodded. That's right. We wait here until they arrive. Olympus. Haul ass. Hermes cried, running through the streets of Olympus and narrowly avoiding a lightning strike, scorching the ground and forcing all those in the nearby vicinity to run for cover. Everyone on Olympus knew something was off when the skies began to darken earlier that day, the air heavy with tension as they all looked upon the temple of Zeus that sat atop the peak. Rumors and whispers were quick to circulate, everyone throwing in their 2 drachma on what was causing Zeus's mood to sour, which only got worse as the day went on. Everyone, seek shelter where you can. No one needed to be told twice. Deities teleported away, returning to their temples, while nymphs and satyrs took refuge wherever they could find it. Hermes. A hand grabbed the collar of his uniform and felt his body get swung through the air, narrowly avoiding another strike of lightning. Rolling along the ground, Hermes inevitably came to a stop, pushing himself up and finding the person who inadvertently helped him from getting struck by lightning, Athena. Hermes cried, stepping forward and clutching the collar of her dress shirt. From the way the goddess of wisdom was dressed, one would think she'd just attended a business meeting, wearing a dark gray suit and heels. Thank the gods you're here. Hermes, what the hell is going on? Athena cried, her black hair whipping around her face as the wind started to pick up across Olympus. I don't know. None of us do. He pointed up the peak, towards the temple of Zeus where the storm was pulsating from. Everything was fine this morning, and then around noon, the storm appeared. It's just gotten bigger as the days went on. It's the worst I've seen in centuries. Hermes and Athena ducked as another stray bolt of lightning hurtled towards them. Grabbing her younger brother, Athena dragged him towards the nearest temple. In that case, it happened to be the golden monstrosity that belonged to Apollo. Banging on the doors, Athena yelled, "Apollo! We're coming in." She'd barely finished her sentence when the doors pushed open, offering them entrance. Bolting inside for safety, they closed with a heavy thud. Gods, this is worse than I thought. Come to think of it, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day. Hermes puffed out, his back to the doors. I was at a meeting for most of the day with the 4 winds. Irritation washed over her expression, something our father was supposed to do, but informed me last minute to take his place. She held a hand in the air. Now, I understand why. Apollo. Apollo, damn you. Do you have any idea what's going on? Athena bellowed. She wanted answers. Clearly, the goddess of wisdom had missed something important. She didn't like not having an answer to a problem, and in this case, there was a giant red question mark hovering over her father. Well, both Athena and Hermes turned their heads, spotting a head of blonde hair poking out from behind one of the many golden statues the god of the sun kept of himself in the main foyer of the temple. It's only a guess, but I did see someone head towards father's temple. 10 minutes later, this storm appeared over our heads. Who? Who could piss of our father this much? Hermes asked, recoiling in fright at another boom of thunder. He could actually feel the golden temple shake from the intensity. Apollo gulped, his hands gripping the golden posterior of his statue in comfort. Hera. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Hermes gulped, but what could she do that's angered him to the point that he might destroy Olympus? Athena looked thoughtful, her heels tapping against the floor. I think that's the wrong question. Athena replied, drawing the attention of both her brothers. We shouldn't be asking what Hera's done to upset Zeus, but the reverse. What's our father done to upset his wife? All 3 children of Zeus looked at each other. It took less than a second for them to realize what the likely motive was for Hera's rage and why the thunderstorm was forming overhead. Each had a different reaction. Hermes facepalmed, Apollo shook his head while resting his forehead against the golden posterior of his statue, and Athena cursed in Greek, stamping her foot angrily against the floor. Her father was impossible. Jotunheim. Talia knew something was approaching the moment she heard her uncle and protector cease talking and watched his head snap up and look towards the sky. Next to her, Gunilla reacted moments later the same way, her blue eyes gazing up at the clouds. The 2 blondes pushed themselves to their feet, prompting Talia to do the same. Out of the 9, I shouldn't be surprised he's the first to arrive. He's always been the most punctual. Naruto spoke aloud, a hand coming to rest on Talia's shoulder. Are you ready to meet some people even older than I am? And a lot bigger? Bigger? Talia asked, her face scrunching into a frown as Naruto and Gunilla focused on the sky. Doing the same, it wasn't long before the daughter of Zeus spotted what they were looking at. At first, it was a tiny black dot off in the distance, no bigger than her thumb. It was only as the seconds ran by did the object get bigger and bigger until Talia found her jaw dropping and eyes widening in disbelief. By the time the figure arrived before them, it dropped from the sky and impacted the earth with a shockwave that almost made Talia lose her footing. The only way the little daughter of Zeus could describe it was that of a giant beetle with 6 insect-like wings sprouting from a 7th tail colored a pale green. It was bigger than anything Talia had ever seen. It was as big as a New York skyscraper and spied an orange glow coming from behind its armored face. The eyes, perhaps? 6 smaller arms with 3 on either side grew from its main body with horn-like protrusions sprouting from its shoulders. Talia, I'd like you to meet Chome, Naruto introduced, smiling up at his old friend. He's known as one of the Bijou, or tailed beasts, as they're commonly known as. Chome is the seven-tailed beast. Naruto gave a small salute to the giant entity. It's been a while, Chome. A distinct buzzing sound resonating from Chome began to cease, and Talia felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end when the enormous creature leaned forward until it stood barely a few meters from them. Naruto, the voice called, surprising Talia and gaining a new look of wonder. The voice was deep, but there was a softness to the voice that the daughter of Zeus hadn't expected for one so giant. You haven't visited us in some time. Where have you been? Ah, sorry about that, Chome. I've been a little occupied. I figured the Bijou wouldn't want me hounding them all the time, so I gave you guys some space. The blonde scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Has everything been well? Chome shrugged. I can't complain, though that fool, Shikaku, is causing trouble again. Yeah, I heard. Gunilla came to Midgard and informed me what he was up to. Naruto replied, has Kurama or the other tailed beasts not tried to speak with him? A loud grunt left the Bijou's mouth. You'd have an easier time drawing water out of a stone if you think Kurama cares for anything the Tanuki does. All they do is bicker when they run into each other. Slowly, Talia felt the orange glow of Komiai's eyes shift and fall upon her. Who's this? Moving to stand behind Talia, both his hands steeled on her shoulders and gave her a pat. This is Talia. She's a demigod, the daughter of Zeus. She came under my care 5 years ago and I thought it would be a good chance to introduce her to everyone. A deep hum resonated from the Bijou. Say hello, Talia. Gulping, Talia tried to steel her nerves. Hello. She gave a short wave. There's no need to feel uneasy, child. You are a friend of Naruto's, and therefore a friend of mine. Chome reassured and looked at Gunilla. It's good to see you again, Gunilla. I hope you're keeping well. The same to you, Lord Chome. A deep sigh escaped the Bijou. I'm no lord, lest I need to always remind you. He then looked back to Talia. You took another one in, huh, Naruto? I thought you kept to yourself these days with that little goddess following you around from time to time. Times change, I guess. That's the thing about immortality. Gives you plenty of time to think and adjust. Both turned their heads and Talia looked off in the direction they were facing. Much like moments ago, a large figure made its way towards them, leaping from mountain to mountain with bluish hue engulfing their body. Our next arrival. The rest will be here shortly, Naruto said, smiling as the Talia began to realize the next entity coming towards them was a giant cat, twin tails flickering from side to side. Uzumaki residence. Knock. 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 Blinking in surprise, the quiet interior of Naruto's home was interrupted by a series of knocks at the front, alerting Hestia as she pushed herself up from the couch. Her peaceful night had been going blissfully. So well, in fact, she'd summoned a bottle of wine from her personal collection back from her temple on Olympus. She didn't indulge often, but for tonight? Why not? Outside, the thunder had finally begun to cease but was replaced by a heavy downfall of rain. Whatever was eating her younger brother all day seemed to be dying down, though it left the king of the gods in a melancholy-like state. She would leave him be for now, but if his mood continued to fester into tomorrow, she'd have no choice but to visit and ask what was bothering him. He could be so dramatic when he wanted to be. Humming to herself as she moved, she threw open the door, half expecting to find Naruto and Talia standing there. Instead, she was visibly taken aback by who stood on the other side. She was drenched from head to foot, her dark hair matted to her forehead and her chitin sticking to her like a second skin. An emotionless expression masked her face, her eyes lacking its usual fire. Hera. Hestia spoke, unease laced in her voice. What are you doing here? Hera started but her voice was stuck in her throat. It took a moment to gather herself before anything came out. I wasn't sure where to go. I looked for Mother but she's gone off the grid again. Her expression turned pained, her lip trembling. I know you spend most of the time here. I didn't know where to go. Hey, Hestia closed the distance and wrapped her up in a hug. It's okay. She felt her sister sob into her shoulder. Just tell me what happened. Something happened with Zeus? It would explain the crazy weather over the city. She felt her sister nod against her shoulder. She heard her sister mumble something, but Hestia couldn't make out her words. I'm sorry, Hera, but what did you say? Hera lifted her head and spoke the words Hestia never imagined her sister would ever say. I left him, Hestia. I left him for good. My marriage with Zeus is over. Hestia wasn't sure how long she was stood there looking at her sister. The only thing that came out was a word she very rarely used. Oh, fuck. Part XXL. Of course, he was the last one to arrive, but then again, Kurama was never the most punctual of the Bijou. Ground shaking as he moved in tails narrowly avoiding mountains as he lumbered towards their meeting location, Naruto tilted his head up at his old partner. He looked the same as he always did, wearing his usual bored expression that could have given Shikamaru a run for his money. Those two would have been good friends if his role as a Jinchuriki had been reversed with the Nara. Granted, nothing would ever get done with the pair staring at clouds all day, but still. When the fox finally came to a halt, he let out a loud yawn, strong enough to sweep away nearby clouds into oblivion and scratch the back of his head. "It's about time you stopped by, brat." Kurama's voice was deep, hitting a low octave that would send shivers down the backs of those without their courage. "I'm nearly 6,000 years old. I don't think I can be classed as a brat anymore. If anything, I'm an old man." The blonde shrugged and held out his fist towards the strongest member of the nine. "Then again, you're even older than I am. If I'm an old man, what does that make you?" "Irritated, because you woke me up from my nap earlier. Message ahead, next time." Kurama moved his neck from side to side, loud cracks, reminiscent of thunder echoing across the land. "You know I can't talk to you in our shared mindscape when we're in two different worlds." The mountain-sized fox snorted but lifted his fist and met Naruto's in the middle, their bond reconnecting after decades apart. "Good to see you again, buddy." "You too," Kurama replied, a rare tone of sincerity in his voice before asking, "You're here to prevent that idiot from going too far?" "Yeah," Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "I got word from Gunilla that Shikaku has been pushing his luck recently. He's taken over Utgard Loki's palace?" "When did this happen?" Kurama shrugged. "About a fortnight ago. Shikaku kicked him and his cronies out and they came running to Sun for help. As far as I heard, Sun couldn't convince the idiot to leave and let the Jotuns be." Naruto turned and looked at the enormous form of the four-tailed beast, his crimson hair displaying a sheen courtesy of the Jotunheim sun. "Is that true, son?" The great Bijou blinked and turned his head to look down at Naruto, pausing his conversation with Gunilla. What's that?" "Kurama said you tried to talk Shikaku out of Utgard Loki's palace. Is that true?" Sun hummed, nodding his head. "That's right. I did what I could but Shikaku refused. He's grown bored in the last century and regularly tries to pick fights with the Jotuns. Most won't go near him, though, a rare few try their luck with little success." His enormous hand scratched beneath his chin. "Utgard Loki has been less than pleased by the disruption. He may try to make a move against Shikaku, though, I doubt it would do much good." "What a pain in the ass," Naruto muttered. Shikaku had never been the easiest-tailed beast to get along with. The enormous calamity of chakra and sand loved pushing people's buttons and goading them into a fight. In a way, he was a battle maniac, but it was only ever to sate his boredom. It was no wonder Sunagakure had so many problems with him back in the day. Things got better once the Fourth War ended and he and Gaara struck up their unlikely friendship, but there was always a fear Shikaku might resort back to his old ways. He would have to talk with Shikaku and get him to leave Utgard Loki's palace peacefully. Above them, the once blue sky of Jotunheim was beginning to darken, colors of red, orange and yellow washing over as night began to rear its head. It wouldn't be long until the stars were out. Unlike Earth, where light pollution from humanity had obscured the stars, making them impossible to see, it was not the same for Jotunheim. Thousands of tiny silver dots would be visible, like tiny lights on a black canvas forming different shapes and patterns. "We'll go talk to him tomorrow. Hopefully, we can coax him out." Naruto told the two. "Where are Utgard Loki and the other giants residing at the moment?" "In the forest just outside the palace. I think they're hoping Shikaku will get bored and leave on his own volition." Sun replied, with Kurama snorting in amusement. "Clearly, they don't know our brother the same way we do. Probably need to see him first then." Naruto put his hands in his pockets and felt a chill run over him as he felt the temperature begin to decline. "Best you guys come with me in the morning. I can handle Shikaku but I'd rather have company. Strength in numbers and all that. I don't want to take any chances with Talia around." "Speaking of said girl, you're so warm and fluffy. I could stay like this forever," Talia voiced. The front part of her body was resting against the paw of the two tails, arms spread wide and putting her whole body weight against the flamed fur. Said tailed beast didn't appear to mind. Rather, she seemed highly amused by the actions of the daughter of Zeus, watching curiously as Talia's face nuzzled against her. "I could stay like this forever. You are a most peculiar human. Even Gunilla was not as overly friendly and familiar when she first met us." "She wasn't?" Talia's big blue eyes stared up at the mismatched pair of Matatabis. Despite the giant cat's body being made of blue fire, the flames didn't hurt her at all. She had a hard time believing it when Matatabi sat down next to her, towering over her like a mountain. It took some convincing and a brief demonstration by Gunilla after the Valkyrie put her hand on the enormous paw for Talia to give it a try herself. "Oh, no." She was so defiant. The two tails explained. She would puff out her chest and announce to everyone that she was the daughter of Thunder and that she would bring out heads to her father as tribute. The cat laughed, her face would go all red and she'd stomp her feet around in a tantrum when we ignored her. She tried to come across as threatening, but all it did for her was appear cute. Gunilla, who was in earshot of the conversation, blushed from embarrassment. That was hundreds of years ago. A lot has changed since then. I remember once she challenged Saiken to a duel and in response, Saiken created a bubble around her and left her to float away through the sky. It was hours by the time she came down and returned to land. A deep laugh escaped the bijou. The picture in Talia's head that formed made the little girl laugh voraciously. It was hard to picture Gunilla, this large, beautiful and strong person once being tiny and being trapped in a bubble of all things. We could recreate the moment. The voice of Saiken joined in the conversation, his two beady eyes staring down at Gunilla with a tilt to them. It would take only a moment. And no thank you. Saiken shrugged, his tail swishing in the air and causing the forest behind him to tilt back and forth like a pendulum. I could try with you. He looked directly at Talia, who nervously shook her head and buried her face into the Matatabi's paw. Did I say something wrong? Talia has a fear of heights, Gunilla revealed, watching as the enormous head of Matatabi lowered down to nuzzle against the young daughter of Zeus, seemingly making any fear she had from ending up in a bubble many feet off the ground melt away. The bijou that were listening all appeared surprised. I know. It's ironic given she's a daughter of the Greek god of the sky. Irony sure can be a bastard when it wants to be, Gyuki added, shuffling over beside his siblings, only to find his face momentarily engulfed in bluish flames. Shaking his head as the flames quickly dissipated, though a stinging sensation remained, he found his sister looking at him with annoyance on her feline face. What was that for? Mind your language. Don't curse with her around. She doesn't need to hear that kind of vulgar talk. Mismatched eyes bore a hole into Gyuki. The last thing anyone needs is for her to start swearing like Shikaku. I won't have it. Someone's a little protective, already, Saiken muttered to Chome. The Seven-Tails merely nodded his head. Ignore those fools, Talia. You just stay innocent and sweet. Matatabi encouraged, appearing delighted as Talia nodded her head and snuggled closer to the large feline. She was growing rather fond of the little demigod. Even quicker than the time she'd met the daughter of Thor. New York City. This wasn't her bed. That was the first thing she'd thought about when her eyes finally opened from an exhausting night of falling in and out of sleep. She wasn't sure when her sister had moved her from the front of the house after turning up as a sobbing mess, but Hestia had somehow worked her out of her soaked chiton and into a pair of comfortable pajamas. Normally, her choice of attire for bed was a nightdress of varying lengths, but she'd only worn those out of the request for her husband. Nimble fingers running across the top of the covers, the brown eyes of the goddess of marriage stared aimlessly at the ceiling. Arms and legs spread out like a starfish, one foot hung over the side of the bed, hair swept down one side in a mess of ringlets and frizz. She didn't dare look at herself in the mirror. With her blotchy red eyes and messy hair, she must have looked a mess. Far from the perfect queen she always tried to present herself to be. I'm not a queen anymore, though, she thought to herself. It was a realization she hadn't had until that morning. 5,000 years as queen, down the drain. The events of the day before were fresh in her memory. The day started as well as any other, spending the morning in her gardens tending to the plants and the animals she allowed to call their home. Roses were some of her favorites, and at the back of the garden was a beautiful bush of peach-colored roses she continued to fawn over even after all these centuries. They'd been a gift from Zeus and one she treasured. Any gift from her husband she treasured and held close to her heart. His gifts over the years had been numerous. Beyond the capability of counting, but the roses were one of her favorites. She took special care of them. Former husband? When she thought her day would continue to grow better and better, Aphrodite had skipped into her garden and whispered some gossip she'd heard from the nymphs that routinely tended to her. A rumor she heard one too often and ended up coming true. Her blood froze and her joy turned into an ice-cold fury. How quickly a good day could turn into a bad one. Zeus had fathered another demigod, a mortal woman. Zeus had fathered another demigod with the same mortal woman from last time. She and Zeus had fought many times before, but rarely had they come to blows. If she was blunt, it took a major fuck-up for such a thing to happen, but for the first time in a very long time, Hera could say she truly lost it. All the anger, the frustration, the pain, the sorrow. It all came out, and once the pressure valve on that container was released, there was no way it was being sealed until the contents were gone. Zeus was in the wrong and he took her blows, all the while the weather across New York spiraled into a storm of epic proportions. It was hours later, after she screamed until her voice became hoarse and her throat began to sting, that she'd thrown the final blow his way. This one wasn't physical, but verbal, and it did the most damage. We're done. Our marriage is over. After that, she teleported away in bright golden light. The last image of her husband was his body sinking to its knees, his face stunned in a way she'd never seen before. An expression that would forever be cemented in her mind. Afterwards, she tried to find her mother, but in typical Rhea fashion, she was nowhere to be found. So, she went to the next best person, and under the roof of the one place, Zeus would never think to look for her. "Hello world, there's a song that we're singing." Hera blinked and readily pushed herself up into a sitting position as the sound of music from the floor beneath her started playing. Looking to the side and towards the alarm clock stationed on the bedside cabinet, it read 9:04 a.m. That was a lie-in for the goddess, who usually got up around the crack of dawn to enjoy the sunrise and get a start on her day. Hestia had most likely been up for a while and left her to sleep in. The music was undoubtedly her attempt at telling her younger sister that she'd slept enough and now it was time to get up. Not wanting to be scolded by the elder goddess, Hera threw the duvet off her body and steadily stood up and grabbed the fluffy purple nightrobe hanging from the door. Next to her bed, a pair of slippers were sitting with Hera soundlessly slipping her feet inside before making her way out of the bedroom. Walking down the staircase, Hera couldn't help but stop every few steps. The wall on the left was filled with framed photographs of all shapes and sizes. Many looked modern with her sister present in most of them. 3 people were usually present, each with a young-looking blonde man who she assumed was the one known as Naruto, and Zeus's mortal daughter. One look at the girl and she could see her husband on her face. It wasn't just the blue eyes but the shape of them too, as well as the nose. One picture was of the 3 of them sitting on the Bethesda fountain in Central Park, a cone of ice cream in their hands and smiling at the camera. The one next to it was the same trio, but Talia was being held in one of the blonde's arms. Her face indicated she was half asleep and Hestia had one hand resting on her back and forehead gently pressed against her niece's. She spied one with Naruto and Talia sitting next to a Christmas tree, presents and wrapping paper everywhere. There were even a few with only Hestia and Talia, the most prominent being the one where both goddess and demigod had their backs to the camera and were stood over the kitchen counter. A large mixing bowl was between them with Hestia's hands working whatever ingredients were inside, while Talia, standing on a kitchen stool, was looking up at her in wonder. Hera wasn't sure how long she was standing there. A couple of minutes at the most, if the song in the background changing was a telling sign, but she simply couldn't bring herself to look away. Her eyes gained a familiar sheen to them. They look like a family, she thought, and felt a lump begin to appear in her throat. Her sister, the one that swore to never marry nor have any children, had a version of exactly that. Sure, the blonde man wasn't her husband nor were they romantically involved, but the way they appeared in the photos didn't portray that. The photos portrayed a husband and wife showering their daughter with love. It was the perfect little family unit. She didn't want to feel bitter or jealous. But the feeling wove its way in there anyway. "Which one are you looking at?" She snapped out of her thoughts and looked towards the bottom of the stairs. Hestia stood there with one hand on the banister, dressed in similar attire to herself with her long hair swept down one side in a ponytail. Thinking quickly, she pointed to a picture, though didn't know which one. Hestia climbed the stairs and stopped on the step next to her and smiled when she saw the photograph. The picture featured Naruto and a 6-year-old Talia sitting on the beach, a bucket and spade in Naruto's hand as they attempted to build a sandcastle. A look of concentration was worn on the little girl's face, while the blonde was smiling. Hestia hummed contentedly, "I remember that day well." Her mouth widened and turned into a smile. "That was a good day." One of her hands gently grasped Hera's elbow. "Come on. Let's go have some breakfast." Hera didn't say anything, though she did nod and allowed her sister to gently guide her down the stairs. She looked over her shoulder and took one last look at the pictures on the wall before they disappeared from view. Hestia had prepared a full spread for them, laid out across the table with care and precision. She spied toast, bacon, scrambled eggs, numerous condiments, pancakes, waffles and even a plate of hash browns. One would think Hestia had cooked for a small army or the men of their family. Taking a seat, she wordlessly looked across the table and started putting a little bit of everything on her plate. "How did you sleep?" Hestia asked, taking the seat opposite her sister and copying her actions. "The bed was to your liking?" "The bed was fine. I slept as much as I could, given the circumstances." Plate full, she picked up her fork and plucked away at the food, taking a little bit at a time. As expected, it was delicious. Hestia nodded and poured herself a glass of orange juice. "That's good." Deciding not to beat around the bush, Hestia had to ask the glaring question. "So? What's the plan now?" "The plan?" Hestia gave her sister a look. "Hera. Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you." Hera swallowed a bite of her scrambled egg before answering. "The plan? I don't know. I don't have one." Rhea briefly appeared in her mind. "My initial goal after leaving Olympus was to find Mother, but she's gone off the map again. I don't know where she's gone, so I came here." Beneath the table, one of her legs jittered and her foot tapped against the floor. "I didn't know where else to go. I couldn't go back to Olympus. Then, I remembered you spend most of your time here. A thought crossed her mind, is it just you? Where is that Naruto person and dash? She paused as she tried to say the girl's name out loud. Talia. Hestia reminded her, giving her sister a look, her name is Talia. Hera made a face before it returned to being neutral and unsure. Yes, Talia. She clicked her tongue. Speaking of, where is the girl? I haven't seen or heard a peep from her or this Naruto since I've been here. Naruto and Talia are currently away for the weekend. They should be back either later today or tomorrow. Hestia leveled a concerning look towards Hera. If they were here, I'm not sure I would have allowed you to come in. Your emotional state was a mess when you arrived. Hera knew she should have been offended, but her sister was wrong. She wouldn't openly harm the girl, despite how much she loathed the fact she existed, but her emotional state from the night before had left her hanging by a thread. If she had seen the girl, who knew what might have happened? Do you want me to leave? Hestia replied with sparsely a moment between the question and the answer, you are my sister and I love you. I will support you and help you in whatever way that I can. You can stay here, but I don't know for how long. If it was just Naruto and I living here, it wouldn't be a problem. He would welcome you regardless. But it's not just the two of you living here. No, it's not. This is Talia's home and I won't put her at risk. You don't trust me? When it comes to my niece? No, I don't. Hestia leveled a look at her sister. Your record with the children of Zeus isn't stellar, Hera. You have to understand that you've done some terrible things to children who had no control over their birth and who sired them. Hestia brought her glass to her lips. You can wait until Naruto returns or you can make your way before. It's up to you, but you know what my stance on the matter is? Hera nodded. Fair enough. A hand reached from across the table and patted the top of her own, her elder sister smiling at her. I will help you through this, sister. I promise. Warmth spread through her body and the former queen of Olympus couldn't help but close her eyes and smile. I know you will. Thank you, Hestia. The two settled into their breakfast, the younger goddess enjoying the fruits of Hestia's morning labor. By the way, Demeter will be coming over shortly. Cutlery clanged against the table and a groan escaped the goddess of marriage. Whyyyyyyyy. Jotunheim. I don't care what you have to do. Just get him out of my palace and as far away from my lands as possible. The voice of Utgard Loki was leaving little room to argue as the blonde shinobi felt the giant's gaze leer down at him. Normally, the giant was fairly laid back and confident, but having been kicked out of his home by Shikaku for over a week, his patience was beginning to fray. It was understandable. He wouldn't like it if he was kicked out of his home either. I'm Utgard Loki. I shouldn't have to deal with this shit. A deep hiss came from behind Naruto that made Utgard Loki flinch, resonating from the mouth of the Matatabi language. She glared at Utgard Loki, not wishing for Talia to hear such language coming from his mouth. Said girl was resting next to one of Matatabi's paws, her last sandwich that her aunt had packed for her in her hands. The demigod/bijou pair had stuck close together since their meeting, with Matatabi taking it upon herself to keep an eye on the young girl while Naruto dealt with her wayward brother. The blonde shinobi put his hands up and placated the giant. I will get him out of your place. I give you my word. You'd better. None of this would be happening if you didn't send these damn creatures to Jotunheim. Damn you and damn Odin for allowing it. A short distance away from Naruto and Utgard Loki, Kurama opened one eye as he lazily sat on his side. Keep talking. See where it lands you. As if to prove his point, he showed off his pearly white teeth, each one as big as a person. One less giant around here might make it more peaceful. The most powerful sorcerer native to Jotunheim gave Naruto a look, before stalking off to join a small band of giants, who clustered together in a group a sizable distance away from the gathered tailed beasts. The giants and tailed beasts preferred to keep separate company, which was of little concern to the nine. Initially, upon their arrival to Jotunheim, some of the more presumptuous and egotistical Jotuns thought it would be a good idea to try and bend the bijou to their whims and desires. Utgard Loki had been at the forefront of that movement. Naturally, things didn't go as planned when they realized how powerful said beasts were and the Jotuns were sent running with their tails between their legs. Some still tried it, but the result was always the same. After their early years of having the likes of Hashirama and Madara to contend with, the Jotuns of Jotunheim were of little concern. Boy, he sure hasn't changed his tune after all these years, has he? Naruto commented, watching as Utgard Loki joined his fellow giants and sent a collective glare his way. They've never enjoyed our presence here, but they wouldn't dare go against Odin. Kurama told them, it's a love-hate relationship at best between the bijou and Jotuns. No doubt they'd like to see the back of us. Let's see how this meeting with Shikaku goes and maybe that won't be a reality. Naruto took a deep breath and looked over his shoulder. Matatabi, please look after Talia for me. This shouldn't take long. Shall do. Alright, let's get this show on the road. He looked to Kurama and son, let's head in. The palace of Utgard Loki didn't look like much of a palace. In truth, on the outside, it resembled a wooden shack with the key difference being its sheer size. It ran so high in the air it dwarfed even the bijou, who was off a height with the front door. To Naruto, he must have resembled an ant walking through the door of a human home. The inside, however, was completely different. With Kurama pushing the door wide open, the inside resembled a supersized bowling alley that stretched on for miles. Couches and lazy-boy chairs dotted the landscape, each one the size of a New York apartment complex. Chips the size of cars dotted the floor with streaks of old melted cheese and jalapenos scattered everywhere. It looked like Utgard Loki had been having a boys' party when Shikaku knocked on the door and kicked them out. Sun wrinkled his nose as they made their way through. It smells awful in here. His red fur bristled as his hand rubbed his nostrils. Well, Jotuns aren't known for their hygiene. At least, not the ones I've met. Clang. Woohoo baby. Strike. I know that voice, Naruto replied, looking off in the direction the voice came from. Pushing chakra into his feet, he jumped high into the air and dashed across the top of the couch and tables until he found himself standing at the opening of Utgard Loki's bowling alley. Stood in front of one of the mile-long alleys with bus-sized pins toppled on their sides was none other than the one-tailed tanuki he was looking for. Like the rest of the 9, he didn't look any different than the last time he'd seen him. A large bowl of nachos was grasped in his long tail, and every so often was dipped into by the bijou, Shikaku. Shikaku, what are you doing? Mid-swing, Shikaku turned around and groaned when he saw his 2 elder brothers and the Jinchuriki that once housed all of them. No. Why are you here? Don't spoil my fun. Go away. Stop acting like a child, Shikaku. You should have known Naruto would be summoned here eventually. Sun told him, shaking his head disapprovingly. Give the Jotuns their home back. No. Why should I? It's not my fault they couldn't hold on to it. It's their fault for being too weak. We agreed to give each other space and not poke our nose into the other side's business. I have no desire to relocate because of your nonsense, but I'm bored all the time. That's not our fault. Sun roared back, causing Naruto to sigh and shake his head. Shikaku, out of all of the bijou, could be notoriously difficult to reason with. Not to mention, he grew bored far too easily. He was like a child in a sense. You give him a new toy, he'd play with it for a few days and then look elsewhere for something else to play with. Jotunheim had been the best option for the tailed beasts, and initially, none of them had any issues with calling the realm their new home. All 9 had their section of the world that was theirs and used it how they saw fit. However, over time, the only one who began to grow restless was Shikaku. As great as the peaceful setting was, it could be sourly boring for someone such as the One-Tail and spend the next few centuries poking and prodding the locals. Shikaku, you have to give them their home back. Naruto reiterated what Sun said. But I'm so bored. Shikaku groaned, dropping the enormous bowling ball in his hand and letting it roll across the ground. You have no idea. It's been torture. Kurama let out a snort, causing Shikaku to whip his head in his direction with a scowl on his face. You got something you want to say, furball? The ruby eyes of the 9-tailed fox narrowed. I was merely thinking how you're still a whiny Neanderthal after all these millennia. Kurama let out a long drawn-out exhale. Once a whiny bitch, always a whiny bitch. You take that back? I'd rather eat stones. That can be arranged. Naruto sighed and palmed his face. Maybe bringing Kurama with him wasn't the best laid-out plan. 9 and 1 were known to openly antagonize each other, with Shikaku acting out something that Kurama labeled as stupid. They were like oil and water. Chalk and cheese. Poking fun at the other was like breathing for them. Shikaku would get wound up and Kurama would merely act like he doesn't care. Shikaku! Naruto shouted, drawing the bijou's attention to him. I know you don't have much patience and you're easily distracted, but you can't barge into someone's home and kick them out. You have to leave, otherwise, there's going to be serious repercussions. Odin may decide it's time for you to leave and go elsewhere. A loud humph escaped Shikaku and crossed his arms. Then I'll go. Anything's better than this boring world. His tail swung back and forth. Maybe send me to that fire world or the one made of ice. I'll have fun fighting the idiots that live there. Naruto palmed his face. That's the last thing we need. Stop trying to pick fights, you fool. Sun spoke once again, marching up to his brother and getting in his face. Can't you see reason for once? You're not a child anymore. He hasn't been a child for millennia, Kurama added. He didn't bother looking in the direction of Shikaku. The bloated sand tanuki was an eyesore. Instead, he stared at the ugly decor that covered the walls of the interior of Utgard Loki's home. Were all the Jotuns' homes this ugly? I will drag you out of here if I have to. I'd like to see you try. Go pick your damn fleas. Hearing enough, Naruto took his bag off his back and unzipped the top. Reaching inside, he pulled out a moderately sized tea kettle and held it out in the palm of his hand. Coughing, he drew Shikaku's attention and watched as the bijou went bug-eyed at the small device. "Why do you have that with you? If you don't leave here willingly, I'll be forced to open the lid and seal you back inside," the Shining told him, giving him a look that told Shikaku he wasn't bluffing. "You wouldn't? You wanna bet? You don't have the stones to put me in there. You don't know me very well." Shikaku puffed out his chest. "You fools won't let me have any fun. You'll have to take me kicking and screaming." He grabbed another bowling ball with his tail and threw it in their direction, only for Kurama to catch it with one of his own. "Shut him up already, before I make him. His voice is beginning to grate on my nerves," Kurama told him, receiving a nod from his old partner. Naruto jangled the teapot in front of Shikaku and have him one final warning. "Well? What's it going to be?" The reply he got was the bijou blowing a raspberry in his direction. "Fine. You asked for this." He removed the lid of the teapot and watched as Shikaku instantly began to regret his decision. 5 minutes later, the group of bijou and demigods watched as the door to Utgard Loki's home swung back open and noticed Naruto, Kurama and Sun making their way back over to them. At first, the group of 8 tilted their heads in confusion when they noticed a certain Tanuki was missing from their group. The silence didn't last long though, as a loud laugh from Gyuki caught them off guard and watched as he pointed towards the blonde shinobi. As soon as the other bijou realized what had happened, they started laughing as well. "Ha?" Talia asked, frowning and looking towards Gunilla for an answer. "Why are they laughing?" "You'll understand in a moment," the older demigoddess answered before looking at her approaching mentor. "You had to use the tea kettle?" Naruto nodded. "He wasn't leaving me with a choice. He was extremely stubborn. The last thing I wanted to happen was Shikaku scrapping it out with another member of the 9. That just leads to unnecessary destruction." He ushered Talia forward. "Talia, there's someone I'd like you to meet." The daughter of Zeus watched as Naruto placed the tea kettle on the ground and gave the top of the lid a few taps. "Come out and say hello, Shikaku." A low rumble came from inside the kettle as Talia knelt in front of it. She didn't have to wait long as a small beige-colored head appeared beneath the lid, soon followed by a pair of tiny arms and legs and finally, a long tail. The smaller version of Shikaku looked significantly cartoonish compared to his titanic state, barely reaching up to the blonde's knees. He didn't appear pleased by his current situation and looked one thread away from losing his mind as his siblings laughed around him. "I hate this so much." Naruto shrugged. "You've only got yourself to blame. I did warn you." Shikaku's pride would always be his downfall. "Shikaku, this is Talia." "Talia, this is Shikaku, the reason we came to Jotunheim." Shikaku looked up at the little girl, who was staring wonders at him and then looked back at Naruto. "Who the fuck's this?" Naruto was about to answer but found the gigantic face of Matatabi suddenly appearing next to him, giving Shikaku a look that promised death. "Cuss in front of her again, I'll end you." Shikaku's face contorted. "You can't tell me what to do." His tail poked upwards towards his sister. "Fuck. Fuck. Fuck." Naruto shook his head while Talia laughed, her giggles causing Shikaku to turn around and face her. "He's funny, uncle." Shikaku blinked, mildly surprised that the young girl found his cussing amusing. "Funny, huh? I could work with that. You want to learn some cool words? I got a lot more stored up you'll love." His mouth turned into a grin, while Matatabi's looked downright horrified. "Here's a good one to know. Someone messes with you, you just call them a CU dash, and that's enough out of you?" The lid to the kettle slammed back down, causing the tiny bijou's head to disappear along with the rest of his limbs. "Hestia finds out about this, I'll be a dead man." He stood back up and made his way over to the Utgard Loki and his giants. "Shikaku has been removed. I'm returning your home to you." A grunt left the giant king, though no words left his lips. He merely looked down at Naruto, then to the tea kettle and then back to Naruto. After a short stare down, Utgard Loki merely turned, followed after his fellow giants and disappeared back into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. The blonde sighed, thankful the Jotun king didn't decide to take things physical. It wouldn't have ended well for the Jotuns. Now, he had to figure out what to do with Shikaku. "My poor baby sister. Come to big sister. Let her push away whatever negative feelings you have." An exaggerated voice echoed through the Uzumaki household. The neutral face of the goddess of marriage could do little, as the side of her face found itself resting against the bountiful chest of her sister. A few steps away, Hestia leaned against the wall, staring in amusement as the goddess of agriculture fussed over their younger sister. The best way to describe her sister was a combination of Aphrodite and Athena. 1 minute meant she could be a cool and collected goddess who was all business. The next minute, she'd be all smiles and acting like the perfect mom and trying to mother everyone. Of the 3 of them, she was by far the most free-spirited, enjoying the splendors of life and not above lying with mortals. She loved her sister, but she could be too much sometimes. Please, let go of me, Hera muttered, trying to fight against her sister's grip. I couldn't believe it when I heard. I never thought you'd find the Go-Jones to leave that bum, but look at you. You did just that? Demeter sighed, I love our brother, but he's not what I'd call husband material. I did warn you all those millennia ago what would happen. Demeter released Hera from her grip, Hestia too if I remember right. I don't think now is the time to be saying such things, sister, Hestia replied, giving her middle sister a look when she nonchalantly kicked her shoes off to the side. Yes, of course. Demeter waved off before putting her arm around Hera's shoulders. Jokes aside, are you all right? A concerned expression appeared on the goddess's face. I tried to find you, but it's pretty hard when you cloak yourself. I wouldn't have found you if Hestia didn't inform me you were with her, here of all places. Hera shrugged, as well as someone can be after separating from their husband of 5 millennia. I don't know how to describe it, other than feeling them all over. Hera pursed her lips. It's like, I put all this effort into making our marriage work and finally having the realization that it was all for nothing. I had this moment of clarity when I was screaming at him that years of being faithful and loving were all going nowhere. Demeter gripped her shoulder tighter. Well, I hate to say I told you so, she got a glare in response from her younger sister, but I won't. I'm surprised to see you out of bed though. You're taking this way better than Zeus is. You've seen him. Demeter shrugged as Hestia led them all into the living room, where a silver tray sat waiting for them with a freshly boiled pot of tea ready. I have. How is he? Not great. Spent the rest of the night moping around his temple. This morning he was just lying in his bed despondent. I think Apollo and Hermes tried to rouse him but got bolts of lightning thrown their way. Hestia poured the tea. It might be best to leave him be for a while you, she looked at Hera, keep a low profile. I know. I've already decided I'll be staying clear of Olympus for a little while. Hera pursed her lips. Once mother lifts her circle of privacy, I'll go and stay with her. Until then. She turned to look at Hestia, which in turn, was copied by Demeter. Oh? You're going to be staying with Hestia and her boy toy. He's not my boy toy, and he's older than I am. Still, Demeter leaned over with one hand resting against the cushions of the couch. I've seen him from afar and he's such a hunky dish. It's no wonder Aphrodite has been pining after him. Demeter's hair shimmered in soft waves. Maybe I should take a crack at him. I'd warmly welcome him to my bedroom. Can we please not talk about who you'd welcome to your bed? Hestia replied, you've been spending too much time with Aphrodite. She's rubbing off on you. Demeter shrugged. Hey, we're all women here. Men aren't the only ones who have needs. She looked at Hera, who knows? Maybe now that you're not married, you should take a shot. Hera gave her a look. What? You're single now. You're not breaking any vows. Live a little and show some lucky mortal the goods you're hiding behind those clothes. She pinched the fabric of Hera's gown, only to get swatted away by the said goddess. I'll pass. I'm not looking to jump from one marriage to another. Hera fell back, her shoulders engulfed by the couch as she sank into its warm embrace. Right now, all I want is something to cheer me up and not think about my failure of a marriage with Zeus. She gave her sister a dry look. Any ideas? Or did you just come here to make fun of me at my expense? Oh, I have a few ideas. An hour later. I have to admit, I was rather dubious of this idea, Hera said. Her mug of tea was long gone and in its place was a long cocktail with a pineapple wedge hanging from the rim. A pink straw rested inside connecting to the goddess's mouth. But this does make me feel better. I told you, Demeter said smugly, holding her cocktail in her hand, before she leaned forward. Don't believe him, honey. He's only gonna bed you and leave you high and dry. At the other end of the couch, Hestia could only release another sigh. It felt like all she'd been doing was sighing today. I can't believe I let you talk me into this. The 3 goddesses were all sitting on the couch, ankles crossed and resting against the coffee table with cocktails in their hands, all the while, dressed in wedding gowns. Each had gone with a separate design, from the more conservative Hestia to openly flaunting her curves in Demeter. Hera, meanwhile, favored a more classy kind which towed the line between the two. On the television was one of those trashy reality shows Aphrodite was obsessed with. Don't deny it, sister. You're enjoying this, Demeter replied, giving her sister a look. Hestia's facade lasted a moment before a look of acceptance appeared. I'm enjoying the company. Sure. Whatever you say. Demeter's mouth turned into a smirk. You know, you look good in a wedding dress, sister. Hera silenced them both before Hestia could say anything. SSSHHH, he's making a move. Minutes later, all 3 were shouting at the television, all the while leaning back in the seats and taking a long swig of the cocktails. There was little more the goddess of marriage could ask for than quality time with her sisters to help her through the most challenging time in her life for many millennia.